Ready? Aim!
There's too many!
Anyone see my mammoth?
Stubby!
Hello everyone. We are back. Look, it's Carlo.
It's me. I'm here.
He's
Crazy,
here.
crazy.
You may not remember him from such. No, I'm not going to go down that route. That's silly.
Such rants as Season 2. 2021.
How you doing anyway, mate? How you doing?
Good. Yeah. I mean, it's been quite a long time since I've been on Tourney Ground.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of things, I guess, have happened. Also, not a lot. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Nothing ever changes.
Nothing ever changes. And that's the beauty, right? Nothing ever changes, therefore everything is the same.
Yeah.
All right then. So, I mean, we are going to go through the Season 4 updates, and I can't lie to everyone, I have been looking through them just briefly before the episode began. So mine's not completely fresh. I know Carlos had a brief glance through as well. But we have got a few other things to just quickly mention to people. LVO obviously ran really well. We'll talk about that later on because that's got a shout out from Song Ice and Fire on their Facebook page, which is the first of many times.
With that massive image which isn't properly centered and looks really, really bad when it links on Facebook, and
it's really
ideal.
Funny.
It was all the things that I would want that first ever link to be.
Then obviously, so that was LVO. There was also the big Spanish team tournament that went ahead, which was really good. If you go and watch it, there's not recordings and things of it, but if you go and see the results, see what was played, quite an interesting event there. So kudos to the Spanish community for that, including Mikel and the likes over there. And then we've also had loads of other events on and off, including painting competitions and stuff, which we'll show pictures of in due course and things like that. But the other big piece of news that people may or may not know is Carlo has embarked with and launched the Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, we're still sort of like in soft launch. I mean, I guess it might as well be. It's about to end of January is actually intended to be kind of like the moment when it really becomes more widely available. Let's say the entire tournament intends, unless there isn't quite the response, but so far there has been a really, really strong response. The whole tournament will be invite based, but as of like next week, as of the next few days, I really will put it out there to like anybody who is interested in coming, is interested in being given an invite. I really kind of tell them that they should reach out. There have already been one or two players who've reached out when I put the first kind of post up about how the tournament was going to work and that they were interested in coming along. So that's been great. It was really good to hear from some like slightly lesser known countries in the community. Aerostar is worth mentioning. Aerostar, the best player of India, wants to come, and absolutely that's the kind of players. If there's players in South America or other smaller countries in Asia, or even lesser European nations who don't really have like big tournaments themselves, if those players want to come, then they're absolutely the players that I'd love to see at the Invitational. But it is still a long way off. It's a really big kind of plan, and obviously, like, I can't make it the World Championships, but already of the people who've been invited and have signed up, and the already early entrants, which we've got, it's about 30 of the 100 tickets have gone to like previous national champions, previous tournament winners, big content creators. It's already a really, really good crowd, a really, really international crowd. and it's looking really, really strong. You know, like actually the majority of the national champions that have ever been crowned will already be at the tournament. And there are spaces set aside for everybody who qualifies as national champions throughout 2024 and stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, it feels a little bit right a throwback to, you know, when I ran the first ever TTS event. You know, I wanted it to exist, so build it and hopefully they will come. And at the moment, it's looking really, really strong. Really happy. I think there's 11 nations already represented out of the first 30 people who've signed up. Really strong response from North America, USA particularly, Canada lagging behind. Come on, guys, catch up. But yeah, I mean the Germans are out in force already, which I wasn't surprised by at all. The French are hesitant. You know, they don't want to. I already knew that would happen, but yeah. So over the next. Throughout February, I'll be looking to basically invite more players, fill it out, and try and get as best possible representation from across as many nations who want to be there. And I think it's going to be, honestly, I'm really pleased with it so far. It's going to be a banger.
I'm really looking forward to it. Playing or not just playing, but like streaming or whatever I end up doing at the event. I hope to play. But it's a long time between now and, you know, March 25. So there's lots of time to plan, lots of time to get ready, which is the main thing for everyone international coming. But as a player, definitely really looking excited to play. But also then, you know, potentially creating content there at the event as well. And I think it was really interesting as well as when Carlo put the invites out originally, it was not just to players and national champions. He also wants to get all of the friends in the community that have created content the years we've known them. So obviously shout out to the guys from the likes of Tabletop Warden and also Rotten White Scars, both of which we've known very long time now. But not just those, you know, the likes of Imperial Minis and Hits and Crits and things like that. Some of the newer ones as well, which is fantastic to see them down. I think from me, again, we go back to LGT 3 years ago, right? LGT 2021 was all about the celebration of the game coming out of COVID. And then that was replicated in 2022 with what at the time was the largest tournament ever run for the game. And it was a celebration of the game, trying to get as many people together as we could. The Invitational next year, I think you've done a fantastic job in trying to promote that again. And who doesn't want to go?
Like you say, it's a competitive tournament, and it's a who's who so far. You know, I'm really pleased. It's a who's who of the competitive players, but it's also a who's who of who's helped build the game into what it is, be that the competitive scene or just like the whole scene in general. So I'm really, really pleased. There's been a strong response from the content creators too. There'll be a number of content creators there, like making content, and just a whole range of content creators there participating in the tournament in their own right. You know, like the overlap between great players and content creators is quite high in general. But you know, like there are players who you know, don't take the competitive side of the game as their main focus, and they're still people that I really want to be able to, you know, come and participate in this event. So yeah, I think it is really, really brilliant. You know, I honestly at this time just couldn't list off for you like everybody that's going to be there. I mean, go have a look at the tournament. There's already, you know, 30 odd people signed up, 11 different countries represented, and that's just going to get bigger and bigger throughout. It is limited to, you know, notionally 100. You know, in time I'll be visiting Element Games to really see if maybe we can squeeze in a few more tables. You know, obviously I want everyone to be there, but you know, we'll get there in time. And it'll be a slow process. But if you want to be there, then the earlier you reach out, the earlier you get in contact with me, the more likely that is going to be able to be possible. So, you know, if you're excited to come to sunny old Manchester, then yeah, reach out.
Definitely. There's a lot of people on here that I know are a combination of patrons or competitive players from other countries and stuff, but there's some names on there that I'm very glad to see myself. People in the US that I've met, which is nice to see that Kurt's on there. Big up Kurt. Charles on there, Data. absolute legend.
Like I said, the US response is what I'm most pleased with. You know, already I think there's 4 US entrants, got 2 highest rated players from USA. I really think that this is going to be the first true meeting of like in person. You know, obviously there's going to be a much larger European representation than from anywhere else, but I think it will be the first time that we'll get real representation, not just like a European player going over to play in the US. We'll see actual numbers. Hopefully we'll see some Canadians join in. Maybe some players from South America might want to come too. But like, yeah, I think it's going to be a real melting pot, and yeah, I'm well happy.
Yeah.
But
definitely.
Still a year and 2 months to go, so don't worry about it yet, guys.
I mean, I also put Tom in chat as well there, is right. Brian McGonigal needs an invite. Yeah, we need to get Brian along. I mean, Brian obviously lives nearby anyway, but I just want to see a number of international travellers meet Brian for the first time. And if you haven't read Brian's blog, they're great. Brian does brilliant blog reports, but Brian's great. And who doesn't want a thick Scottish accent? greeting these lovely international players.
Maybe Brian can join Team Scotland in the Friday team event. More on that later. Come on, let's get to the changes. Otherwise, this is going to be a 17-hour stream. Not even. Not
even a short one for our standards.
Not even a 4.
Cool. Season 4's out. The changelog is here. You can get the rulebook changes, the tournament guideline changes, including new, and we'll go into all this in a minute, but new tournament rules and new team tournament rule documents. So finally, this is actually the first time in the history of the game where we have both a tournament guideline and a team tournament guideline for the same rule set with the same title. Season 4 team tournament rules and Season 4 tournament guideline. Incredible. That is actually, like, legitimately is an actual first time for the game. We were stuck with 1.6 rules for ages, and then, yeah. So that's cool. And then all the changelog is also listed directly on the thing, on the Facebook, the web post, which is crazy. They've just gone literally and said, here's all the changes that we've made. They obviously have not gone through the detail of all of them. They're all in the documents. And if you need the cards, point of order, they're at the bottom of this huge post. Yeah. We'll be going through the card document first, because the card changes obviously being the major changes in terms of balancing that side of it. But then we'll obviously look at the team tournament rules, and any rulebook changes, as well as some of the new game modes.
Can we just start with?
Yeah.
They dropped it bang on 5 o'clock UK time, 12 o'clock Eastern US time. I haven't actually checked, but I assume in War Council 2, but they dropped it, the actual docs, on the website. And I saw it a little bit later, but I assume pretty much bang on the same time. They also dropped a little 7-10 minute video of them talking about the changes, which I thought was a lot better than their live stream.
Yep.
Previous kind of efforts. Big ups. Big ups. You said it was going to come, and it came. It came exactly when people expected it to come, even though I don't know if did they say it was going to come at 12 EST?
Yep.
Everyone just assumed it was going to be.
No,
everyone assumed it was going to be 12 EST.
It was on the article. I think so many people didn't see this, but if you look at the mainline article,
it said 12.
It's not on here, but there's a the banner, which doesn't sometimes load straight away. Literally there.
Noon. There we go. Noon EST.
Yeah, so you notice it didn't load up first time.
Bang! It was there. It was there on time. That I actually can't explain how much of a step forward that is. And I'm really pleased at it.
Yeah. No, it's good. And you know what? I'm actually going to be. I'm going to be slightly. I think this is almost like slightly complimentary. You know, I actually think they beat their deadline.
Wow. You think they came in at 16:59?
I actually think that they managed to release it, because I know that Iskander on Discord, as he's known, he was posting it in the chat at 16:58 on Discord with the card updates.
Probably had leaks.
But literally at 16:58 in Discord, I've got a message from Iskander here on the main Discord in the Winterfell group. Season 4 Stark cards PDF. So it was actually available before 5 o'clock, which is a huge step forward.
Yeah, really, really well done.
Yeah. Right then, let's go through the whole.
And if you watch the video, they specifically say mid-season change. Are we gonna jump to conclusions and assume that that's going to be a 6 month?
I think it's fair to say there will be a 6 month patch cycle.
I think there will be. Real positive sign.
I'm going to tackle the first thing that I want to tackle, which is not actually on the cards, right? Is it about time we called it 2024 rather than Season 4? Because we're still technically on 2021 Season 4, which I do hate a little bit.
Well, I mean, I think everybody just drops the 2021 and it's just called Season 4. You know what? Whoa, I've actually just... Now that you say that, they've dropped 2021. It just says Season 4.
It just says Season 4. Yep, on all the cards, yeah.
See, it used to say 2021-Season 3. Now it just says Season 4.
Yes. Which might finally mean they've adapted into seasonal changes, which is fine. 6 month seasonal changes. We can get rid of this idea and this meme of 2021 Season 1, 2021 Season 2.
Yeah. I mean, it was always a meme because 2021 didn't come out until 2022.
Which was the huge meme.
I mean, I don't know whether or not a mid-season change is going to be Season 4-1 or Season 4.1, or whether or not a 6 monthly change will be called Season 5. Whatever, I'm all there for it.
Yeah.
I'm all for it being called Season 4, and I'm all there for it changing in 6 months' time with a light touch.
Yep. And they've even given us an insight as to what that will be, which we'll get onto later on. If you didn't read the other article, it does actually say. All right, then. Lannister NCUs. We're going through in, as they would be, War Council numbering order, which people may or may not know, but the factions as they are listed in War Council have a unique ID number, and we're going through them in the unique ID number, which is what they seem to have released the cards in. So it's Lannister Stark, then is it Free Folk Night's Watch neutrals? Or is it neutral Free Folk Night's Watch? I think neutral Night's Watch is... I can't remember. Oh, pardon me. So, let's get started anyway. Lannister NCUs. Pycelle sees a first change. He has had the vulnerable token removed from him. He now has 3 order tokens, and every time you give out a weakened token, he spends an order token to do it. The one other buff to him is that he no longer needs to take a zone to be putting the token out. So if you do choose to pass with Pycelle, he can still put a token out. Still costs an order token. I mean...
He just reverted a change.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah, I mean, fine. Whatever. I think we're going to come to see, having browsed through but not like looked super closely, they've given a lot of NCUs order tokens. I'm not fully there for it. You know, like I don't understand why we can't just let an NCU have an ability every time they do something.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like it's a good thing when they've limited some things, and it is a thing that allows them to tweak the power level ever so slightly. So say in the next patch they decide that Pycelle, they want to give him a tiny buff, they can give him 4 order tokens. They don't have to change anything else. They just turn that 3 to a 4. Say they really want to give him just a tiny nerf, they change that 3 order tokens down to 2 order tokens. And so it is a very small power level kind of selector which they can use. So I'm sort of there for that part, but I'm not quite there for just like all NCUs having to have resources that they have to manage. And like, you know, he was fine when he had weakened all the time. He was probably too good when he got the vulnerable, because like just there's no last lists without him. So reverting to just the weekend is fine. And he doesn't have to take the zone anymore. It's when he activates. So to be honest, it's a side grade to give him 3 order tokens, but let him do it when he doesn't claim a zone. It's fine. He'll see play. You know, he's still okay.
I think it's important to note. Remember that in season 3 they changed him to give out the vulnerable token as well because he wasn't picked enough. He then saw an increased pick rate, and we won't go down that whole laughing stock of a comment that they made right now. But it is odd that they've decided to undo the change, and then like they took him back to his season 2 variant, and then nerfed his season 2 variant, which seems a bit strange.
3 tokens are just at the point where, like, you know, he 4 tokens, I feel like you don't really notice that he has tokens. But at 3, you are having to decide whether or not you use him, particularly whether or not you use him on the first turn, when it's really nice to give out weakens and just start to, like, really build the Lannister kind of mentality of, like, okay, just, like, weaken everything, don't worry about it. All the Lance Cav, they have weakens and whatever. But he'll see play. He's absolutely fine. He's fine at 4 points. He'll see play. I think if anything, for once, he might not be just auto-picked, and I think that's cool.
Yeah, changing up the NCU roster for any faction is always going to be a positive thing because they've been so ubiquitous for so long. Tommen Baratheon then, he had... The only change to Tommen was that he used to have, if you control crowns, you got back fealty. Bags was bribery. Crowns is now intrigue. Bags is bribery. So the only change was swapping fealty for intrigue. Now, I personally have not used that much Tommen. I've not played a lot of Lannister, but when I play Lannister, I typically want to try these kind of memey red cloaky builds because I think they're actually quite fun to play, even if they're not very good. And Tommen made those lists, and the doubling down on fealties, being able to get it back, especially with the new buffed fealty, was actually a good reason to run Tommen. Intrigue is nice. Intrigue is a good card. I do not think you want to be repeating Intrigue that often. I don't think it matters that much.
I think that fealty was better for him because, like you say, it plays into a particular play style where you're like, okay, I'm going to sort of build a list a bit around Tommen and a bit around Panic and a bit around all sorts of stuff. Generally speaking, though, being able to have Intrigue if needed is quite a powerful effect, right? Like, there are some NCUs where you absolutely would really want to have him, but I don't think he's worth including for the odd matchup where you're really scared of one NCU. So I think he is worse, but he didn't see a lot of play. Maybe he will see some if people really don't like certain NCUs. But whatever, like, you know, he's playable but not good.
Yeah. Qyburn coming in, complete rework on Qyburn. 3 order tokens. Each time an enemy NCU activates, you can remove a token, and if you do, you choose 2 zones. If they claim either zone after resolving the zone effect, target up to 2 combat units, they become vulnerable. So 3 times he can choose 2 zones. If you take one of them, you get 2 vulnerables. I think Qyburn, yes, you can't choose Varys still. I think Qyburn is an interesting option now for the aggressive kind of Gregor builds. Maybe they'll deviate away from Pycelle, picking up Qyburn to get those vulnerable tokens out on the board, and they can almost guarantee they're going to get some value out of it. 3 tokens and 2 zones every time, and 2 vulnerable tokens. Like, that's a lot of tokens.
Yeah. I mean, I can't help but compare him because he's got those 3 order tokens and he picks 2 zones. Like, he's Courtney Penrose, right? Like, in my mind. But instead of that D3 plus 2 healing, we're talking about 2 vulnerable tokens. Much more generically useful because the chance that you definitely can get some healing with Penrose is not that common. Like, you know, like, your opponent really does have to work around Courtney, but Courtney is very, very powerful. I think that Qyburn is better than Pycelle. And I think he's a solid pick now. I think he'll solidly see use in most Lannisters. I'm gonna go with 50-60% pick rate, which, you know, not quite as high as Pycelle in his prime of 78, 85, whatever pick rate. But I think a lot of lists will want to use Qyburn. As you say, the only catch on that is that he does exclude Varys. But Varys has hit a nerf. We'll see later on. Not a big one, but Varys has hit a nerf of his own. So we'll see.
Next up, we see Kevin change. Now, the Kevin change here is not that big a deal in terms of ability change, but it makes a big change to the way the Kevin is used. So Might of the Throne, and this is across the board, so you're also going to see this later on with Courtney Penrose. Might of the Throne has been changed from one attack or charge action to melee attack or charge action. So you can no longer run the Kevin machine gun lists in the same way that you could attacking from crowns, attacking from swords, Baelish to attack from swords as well. The Kevin in crossbowman meta, which was developed as basically the go-to Lannister way of playing. I'm not going to say it's dead, but it's not nearly as prominent as it used to be.
I think, well, there's the predictable maneuvers change, which we'll come to.
Mm-hmm.
I think both changes are positive for the health of the Lannister faction and the game in general.
Yeah, I agree.
Mostly predictable. I think for the health of the game, predictable is a really, really big quality of life change.
Mm-hmm.
Did Kevin also need to, lose his ability to be a rapid firing crossbow? Probably he did, because it's just a bit of an annoying playstyle, to be honest. And it's obviously not the intent that they had for the commander. Do you know what I mean? Like they don't. He's not built to be a crossbow commander. You know what I mean? That's not what they had in mind in my eyes. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the same with Courtney Penrose. I don't think they ever intended for him to be a Golden Company crossbow commander. So yeah, it's for the best, but obviously little sad. But to be honest, like hopefully it just opens up other opportunities for the faction as a whole. Because Kevin was pretty dominant in my mind of the Lannister faction. Bit of a question left of like, well, is there anything to fill the gap? You haven't buffed anything else, so Lannisters might have ended up with a bit of a shit end of the stick here. But like they had a good run.
I mean, I will say, and I am looking to do for those people interested, we're gonna talk to Carlo and potentially do a season 3 recap video. We didn't do one for season 2, but I think a season 3 recap video would be really good. Going through the actual overall changes, looking at season 2 and season 3 quite holistically, and being like, this is what we saw change. This is the impact. What the positives of the patches were, the negatives. Were some of the predictions right or wrong? These kinds of things. But one of the really damning things I will say is if you actually look at the Lannister commander pick rates, Gregor's always been a popular commander, even when bad. Gregor, now good commander, has skyrocketed in pick rate, and Kevin also went up in pick rate into season 3. We saw a load of quality of life season 3 updates to a lot of Lannister commanders, and Kevin and Gregor were the only commanders that basically went up in pick rate.
Yeah.
That's really sad for Lannister's internal balance. I still think Gregor's probably going to see a lot of play. I think Gregor might be quite strong, but
Gregor's gonna see a lot of play. I think he catches an incredibly small buff in a minute as well.
Yeah.
But I did see out of LVO, there was a strong Lannister performance in LVO. I think did Lannisters take second, third, and fourth or something like that.
They had a very high appearance rate. Really. I think like 25%.
I'm not saying like they dominate the tournament or anything, but I think what was interesting, I might be misremembering. I only casually looked, but they weren't particularly Kevin dominant. They were actually quite Gregor, and I saw some High Sparrow in there too. Plus, we're going to see a small. I mean, we'll talk through it, but I think buff to Kingsguard. Not actually entirely sure. Did they keep their banners?
Yeah,
that's the question.
Yeah, so the Kingsguard did keep the banners.
Their banners, right?
Yeah,
I just couldn't see mention of their banners anywhere, and I was like, if you've taken their banners away, then this is not a buff, guys. But yeah, if they've still got the banners, then that is a buff to the Kingsguard. So, I've been a fan of Joffrey even in the later end of season 3. I'll be honest with you, playing like not ultra competitively. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, oh, I would have played him in the LGT, or like I think he's top tier, but he was very playable. I think the Kingsguard were very playable, and it's questionable that he could be top tier now. But see, there we saw a Gregor High Sparrow list that we see.
Yeah,
plus
wasn't played often, but it was High Sparrow who was the kind of the other high performing Lannister commander.
Yeah, obviously you can't take any one given tournament to mean too much. But I did have a quick browse, and I did think it was interesting that we see that Lannister 2, 3, 4, and we see what Gregor High Sparrow, Gregor Kevin. So Gregor is going to be the guy, but I think there might be some High Sparrow. Could even maybe see a resurgence of Adam Marbrand. Who knows? And Joffrey will be in there too. So I am interested. It's very, very minor changes to the Lannister faction as a whole, but the removal of Kevin, hopefully, as just like your obvious go-to pick, hopefully has some value. For me, the big one thing about Gregor is that Gregor, for me, was a very, very much tied to Golden Company swords, who changed too, and he was tied to the strength and dominance of Coldhands and Night's Watch lists in general. So I also think that maybe as the whole meta shifts around, Lannisters might not be as crutched by Gregor as he was, because for me, Gregor was very much a tech pick, and Kevin was your go-to. I don't think Gregor is your everyman list, so I hope he's not dominant, but he might be. I think
a lot of players use Gregor as their everyman list, but in the more competitive circles we see in the likes of the Invitational, the Gregor is very much, I agree with you, the tech list, whereas Kevin is your all-man. We see the Overrun change here, which is the change to Gregor, and this is an Overrun change that follows through in all copies of Overrun, I believe, going through. So it's when you surge forth, you can do a charge action or a march action. This is a small change because it's only changing one aspect, but I actually think that this is a huge impact change to certain things in the game. Making Overrun that's the cards, sure, like the Targ card in the base deck, it means it gives it more purpose. The Gregor card makes it with more purpose, but actually where it's going to see probably more strength is in the orders from the likes of Tormund and Greyjoy number. I think that's huge. That is, every time this unit kills a unit, it's got this potential of doing a massive, and I'll just march behind you.
I think the thing about Overrun in its previous incantation is if you can kill something and charge, then it's just like game winning, and therefore everybody just looks to block it, make sure that there isn't another charge in some kind of way. You're really going to have to work to get that Overrun charge. If you do, it's going to be amazing, and if you don't, it's a worthless ability. And so having some kind of middle ground where if you're charge blocked, there is still like an impactful play that ability can have. I think it's a really good minor improvement to that ability in card, and I think that's good. Yeah, I like it.
I'll get onto it later on. There is already a combo which I think is going to be problematic if certain free folk lists become strong. Because, well, I'll get onto it later on, but yeah.
They were always the problem, don't worry about it.
Oh, no, I know, but I've already spotted something that I might see try. Anyway, predictable maneuvers. This is what predictable maneuvers. So predictable maneuvers as a flavor card, I always thought, even when it was like a problem for the game, its flavor was actually right. The problem is when I think they wanted it to be strong at the start of a round, when players are quite predictable, it was actually not its strongest moment. The strongest moment was always at the end of the round, especially for these higher activation free folk lists. Everyone remember Mance, I'm just going to activate this raider unit, charge into your Lance Cavalry. I don't care if I do no wounds. I don't care if I take wounds from Supremacy back. All that matters is your start activated. As your last unit, you have to activate them, and I can play predictable and thus completely negate your 8, 9, 10, 11 point unit from doing anything important. That's a problem. That was always a problem. That design was bad for that reason. We saw Mance get changed so that kind of took predictable movers out. And guess what happens? We see the rise of Kevin coming through, who has exactly the same card. The only difference being is, Lannisters couldn't run these high activation lists to use it that way. But they still used it that way when it came to getting the advantage in the game. So now,
there's still really strong plays where even when you're out activated, your opponent has the last activation of the round, but your last activation, you activate and charge, like you lance cavalry into their unit, and then you say, okay, so now what are you going to do? Are you going to activate? And then it's like, okay, if you declare an attack, I retreat, and you don't attack. If you declare a retreat, I'll declare an attack and get a free attack on you. And either way, my lance cavalry are now unengaged and can make a new charge at the start of the next round.
Yep.
I think that, don't forget, Predictable was a very strong card, and then they added whatever the rule's called, where you can't pass in combat. And they absolutely turbocharged the card, whatever it is, idleness through death, or death through idleness, or whatever it is, right? They completely did not think through the ramifications of having added that. They made it move not just from, you can't really do anything with that unit, into, well, I've engaged you, so you have to do something with that unit, and now I get to absolutely double attack you, double do whatever. So, I think that this is maintaining the essence of the card and bringing it down in level. I think it brings it down to being a weak card. I think that it's now not good, but that's better than it being dominant of the game.
What I like about this card now is it does what it should do, which is it disrupts the I charge you at the end of the round and take swords with that same unit, which, as we know, is the strongest moment of basically any game, right? We always talk about the end of round 2 charge into the start of round 3 take swords. That whole sequence is now what Predictable Maneuvers is kind of geared up to stop.
Yeah.
So a card that's designed around a kind of fundamental, and I'm going to call it a flaw. It's not really a flaw, and Ilya's right with the combo. Well done, Ilya. The flaw in the game mechanic around going last, going first, and these kind of open tactics board. A card that tries to tackle that flaw, strong or not, I have respect for in design.
Yeah,
it's acknowledging a problem.
It sits in a really good place now.
Yeah,
it does sit in a really good place. It does stop predictable maneuvers, literally the predictable play.
Yeah,
the opening round swords, it does stop. But having played Predictable with Lannisters, particularly a decent amount, I think that Predictable is a pretty mediocre to weak card if used at any time other than late in the round, where your opponent has only one pick. So I still think that it's weak because the unique situation that it's now allowed to be used in is when I never would have used it in the past. Because your opponent has so many options, they can just go for they can go for a different NCU and take a different zone. They don't have to take swords. They could just moneybags heal or do anything like that.
Attack
they
with
can
a different
just activate
unit.
a different unit.
Yeah.
If any 2 units are engaged, then they can still take swords and make an attack. Or if they have a ranged unit, they can still make an attack. So they have to be playing incredibly predictably. And so it works on that level, but I would list it as a weak card now. Yeah. I would not say that it was a thing that I really wanted my commander to have. But Kevin used to have 3 of the best cards in the game, and now that's fine that one of them is in my opinion kind of slightly below par. And it still has an impact. It still, as you say, has a tech kind of I'm scared of a double tap kind of use. So
tell you why I like this actually is it favors people who play well, in that they might set up, you're looking as a good player, you're trying to set up to ignore predictable maneuvers anyway most of the time, but sometimes you literally can't. Whereas now it's as you were saying there, if I just have a ranged unit that's got this option to shoot and a melee in combat, you can't stop them both.
Yeah.
And that it stops it being just very one and done. Units then, we see an interesting change to the Kingsguard. There's quite a lot going on here without realising it. We assume the banners still are there because the banners haven't been removed from the game and there's no mention of them being removed. But they're not actually listed. They hit on 2s. Flat out now. They hit on 3s before. They now hit on 2s. They used to hit on 3s.
I thought they hit on 2s.
No, they used to hit on 3s. They used to hit on 2s a long time ago.
They used to hit on 2s.
Did they? Are you sure?
I don't know. I wouldn't bet my money on it.
Oh no, they used to hit on 2s. I was right. Sorry. I maybe just think of Rainbow Guard. But they lost Iron Resolve. But they didn't. Right? They lost because they got improved to 4 morale over 5. So they lost the -1 wound.
Yeah.
The +1 base morale is better than Iron Resolve +1 because you can turn Iron Resolve off, you can't turn a base stat off. However, the -1 wound is a big thing. They gain resilience, which is a thing that I was talking to a lot with Jake from the US, playing against a lot online. Goes by the name Courtney, I think, most of the time. But he was saying that he thought the resilience rule would be really good. I thought it would be an interesting rule to add to them. My concern with resilience on an 8-wound unit is this is still very weak to things that can switch this off. If you can turn off the Order Resilience, Winter is Coming, Tywin, these are all things that see, like Lance Cav Charge with Winter is Coming, all of these things, which are common in the game as we see it played right now. They just butcher the Kingsguard completely. Like, that's it. You're just dead in the water.
If you dedicate a thing which can switch that off, you can kill this 8-wound unit reasonably well.
Yeah.
But it's a 6-point unit.
Yeah.
Joffrey is not garbage anymore. His cards are passable. His cards are playable.
Yeah.
And he doesn't give up 2 victory points himself. If this wasn't a Joffrey limited unit, I think you would see it all the time. And so I think that they're in a really sweet spot. I think that if you can't switch resilience off, this unit's gonna pull its weight and be kind of nasty. And I think it's worth picking Joffrey for. You know, like I think I would field Joffrey a good amount now.
Mm-hmm. I think, and Evil Sponge kind of says it in there, Ariane, the Martell attack, NCU, obviously, like, for free folk players, you'd be looking at the Wolf Pack as it stands. What else have we got in the game? Tywin's a common one. There are ways of shutting this down, and I think that Joffrey would never be a mainstay list in Kingsguard because of this. I think he would be a tech list if he was going to appear in a list pair in a tournament.
Yeah. He's still got 8 wounds, a 3-up save. Good enough morale that your opponent can never really rely on you failing your morale.
Yeah.
A banner which you can use multiple times to heal 2 wounds. So if you think that your opponent might spike you, it's quite easy for you to stay at max wounds. Yeah. So yeah, I think Kingsguard are they're the only real winners of the patch change for Lannisters. I think it's a good winner. Give Joffrey a go. He might be your best shot now, guys.
Well, then we see the change to Lannisport City Watch, which is not really a Lannisport City Watch change so much as it's an adaptive style change. Adaptive style still is defensively the same, so it's exactly the same defensive stats that you gain. However, instead of... It's +1 defense and +2 to panic, right? Oh, against this attack.
1 attack.
Wow, I did not read that.
Round.
Yeah, I had not read the lack of round. Yeah, okay, so adaptive style is 1 attack, which is a lot less powerful. A hell of a lot less powerful defensively.
Yeah.
And then this attack gains crit blow and sundering. Again, I mean, this attack gains crit blow and sundering is like, it's worse than 3 extra dice and precision. A lot worse. Mm-hmm. But it is better into your average thing, right? In the sense of, like, if you're just making an attack with crit blow and sundering, it's adding a level of decency that the damage will go through like a 3+ armor. Whereas if you're just rolling 10 dice with precision against like a 2+ armor thing, it's like, hey, look at me, I'm basically rolling 6s or I'm not rolling 6s, and that was always just bad design. It's only one attack.
I'm with everybody else. They're on the shelf at 6 points.
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm at 6 points. I'm not buying it. If the defensive part or both parts, whatever, if they'd kept for the full round, I feel like it could still be a dynamic, aggressive defensive unit where it's like, okay, I need them to come under pressure this round so they can be a 3+, 4+. For the whole round. As soon as I start getting attacked, I'm just going to turtle up. And if you don't put any pressure on me, then I'm going to be rocking Crit Blow Sundering. And therefore, you know, like, you're going to wish you, like, put some pressure on me. But at 6 points, they're not doing enough. Like, so, you know, like, I think that the adaptive style change in general, probably for the best. But really, that's talking about Golden Company swordsmen, right? They're the egregious problem.
Yeah.
And Lannisport City Watch have just been hit by the consequential nerf, the nerf by association.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot you can do about that.
No. So it takes us to the end of Lannisters. Overall initial reactions, I'm going to say Lannisters are a little bit sad. But they're not like, oh my god, it's bad to be a Lannister player. It's like, I'm probably going to change the way I build Lannister lists. My Gregor probably doesn't change much, let's face it. But I'm probably going to change the way I build my second list, or my Kevin list, or my tech list piece. There's changes here that make you consider the 2-list pairing. But they don't make you think Lannisters are terrible, right?
I can't argue with any of the changes. The Kevin change needed to happen. You know, I think that the Kingsguard is a good buff. The NCUs are a bit like, you know, I don't think that there's much change there. There's not a lot of change to Lannisters here, which is the only thing you can be sad about, which is like, well, nothing really changed. But I do think that Lannisters, even especially if you put like competitively speaking aside, I think that Lannisters were performing as Lannisters were supposed to. They're quite panic based at the moment. They're quite panic and heal, and I think that that's where they wanted them. Whether or not that is, you know, viable in the current game state actually really depends a lot more on what other lists people are running than Lannisters themselves. So I think Lannisters, you really have to wait to see what kind of lists shake out. But you actually probably more a bit nervous about the fact that I feel like, just at a cursory glance, a lot of other factions have actually improved their morale in subtle ways, and that might hurt Lannisters more than the changes to Lannisters themselves.
Yeah, morale ticking upwards has been a common theme you'll see throughout as well. But yeah, I think Evan sent me a message there saying that he thinks this looks like a 5-point unit, and I would tend to agree now. This does not look that dissimilar to something that you'd pay 5 points for in, say, Starksworn Swords. And it feels like you're paying 1 point for Domineering Pride, which feels like it could even just be an attachment or just not exist. So yeah, okay, we'll move on to Starks then. And the Stark changes, we'll start with NCUs. Roderick Cassell. Each time he takes swords, an enemy combat unit becomes vulnerable. He gets 2 order tokens. Each time a friendly combat unit is performing a melee attack, after rolling attack die, you can remove an order token. And if you do, the attacker may re-roll any attack die. So this is Donnell NCU, but without the weaken token kind of like prevention, right? This is a good change. I'm a bit sad he lost his order resetting, because that was quite effective with the likes of hidden traps and some of the like the Overwatch type effects and things like this. But this is probably objectively better for what most Stark players want, which is I want to smash you with face.
Yeah, I feel like it's a weird change because I just don't think like Roderick needed to be changed.
No, I don't think so.
I felt like he had a role. He saw some play, but not dominant play. He's fine. He was fine before. I think he's fine now. Like you say, I think that he improved, so he might be quite common now.
Do you know why? Do you know why I get bothered a little bit by this? And for me, we already saw Great John Umber as one of the better commanders in Starks. This is just a straight, flat-out improvement to Great John Umber, right? Like that style of list where I'm just going to get into melee and kill you. This is an improvement to that. Was that needed when he was already the best? Like the Eddard style lists, Eddard's Honor Guard already getting the rerolls from like the losing ranks and things like this, and it didn't feel like they needed it. I don't know. I feel like it's pushing an archetype that's already good.
Yeah, I've only just figured that his ability to remove tokens from him isn't linked to the attack being based off of swords or anything. It's just a flat ability at any given time, right?
Yeah. So you put
I do think that
vulnerables.
He will be quite common. Similar to the way that Donal Noy has become very common in Night's Watch. Unnecessary tinkering. It felt like.
And then that's Cryptic's also right there. Is this NCU is basically Lance Cavalry, ignore hindering. Yeah, which also
and disordered charge
and disorderly charges. Yeah, which just kind of sucks a little bit. I kind of get it. I get why. It maybe I think it just adding a level of stability to that style, and I don't know if that style is what you really want to add lots of stability to necessarily. I don't know. Howland next. He's dropped a point, going down to 4 points, which is obviously huge. Dropping a point off an NCU immediately makes them suddenly playable. But then he got massively changed. He no longer makes things hindering and rough, he just makes them hindering. Which is just you losing your rerolls. And also, he influences an enemy unit when they perform a melee attack. Before resolving the action, you can remove the influence, and if you do, it suffers -1 to hit. It used to just be a flat out, your enemy takes -1 to hit. This is
ranged and melee, right?
Yeah. So this is just worse in that it doesn't make things rough, and it's just worse. It doesn't affect range units, and it only affects one attack.
So effectively, it dampens a charge, right? Like because what it's going to do is it's going to remove the rerolls from
Lance Cav.
What's that?
Lance Cav.
Yeah, it's going to remove the rerolls from the charge effect. And then give them -1 on that charge. I'm okay. I'm happy that they've finally realised that when you move an NCU from 5 to 4 points, you have to really consider what value he's bringing. That he doesn't for 4 points just entirely shut down ranged units, I think is probably for the best. Will he see play? Nah, probably not. But there's much more of a risk that he was going to be problematic at 4 points if unchanged. So I'm kind of prefer that option. There's always going to be some NCUs that are underplayed. There's for Starks there must be 6, 7 NCUs that they have now. You're only going to take 2 or 3 if you're talking about neutral options there. So a couple being a bit under par is much less impactful than one being wildly too good.
I think my only thing here is that Howland obviously doesn't work into the Overrun style or Assault Order style commanders, which we already saw doing well in this patch in Season 3. And it looks like, from what we've seen so far with Gregor and what we're expecting to see with Great John Umber and things like this, they're getting buffed on the most part. And Howland doesn't really work into those types of things, meaning that I think Howland is like, unfortunately, you want to pick him to counter what it looks like the meta might be, while he simultaneously isn't actually that good into that meta, which I think is a sad place to be as an NCU. You're all the right abilities, wrong timing, wrong way of working it. Doesn't come together in the right way you want it to. And yeah, you're not going to pick him over Arya, the new Roderick, and that's just to name 2 4-point NCUs. So Great John Umber, the main change here again is just the Overrun change. Nothing really else to discuss there with Great John, but we do see a complete rehash of an ability in Mage Mormont in Battle Scars. Battle Scars is now every time this unit performs a melee attack, before rolling dice you choose a benefit, and for each missing rank you get an extra benefit. The benefits are vicious, rerolls, or attack using highest dice. This is very similar to what Mormont Bruisers had as a mechanic. They didn't get the same keywords and the same effects, but it was basically the same design. It's what old cave dwellers used to have back in the day.
Is it worth 1 point?
Maybe. Rerolls for 1 point might be worth it. Vicious for 1 point might be worth it, with the option of getting vicious rerolls and highest dice potentially. Like, for 1 point, you might take Battle Scars for 1 point. I don't know if you would, but I feel like you might.
Being a debatably 1 point attachment, though, as your commander attachment, is still
sad.
dog shit here.
Yeah.
So sorry, Mage, but you're not getting picked for your attachment still.
No.
It's an improvement to Battle Scars. Battle Scars was, just a shit ability before, and now, you got your continuous vicious effect. You lose a rank, then suddenly I could say, hey, max ranks and rerolls, please. Which is a fine little compromise.
Starks have so many ways of getting max dice anyway. So you're always going to be picking rerolls and vicious most likely with 1 rank missing, because you'll probably have max dice from something else. But
I'm just
not.
She's not going to see play, not unless we suddenly decide that Here We Stand has another weird interaction or something. But whatever.
Yeah, Battle Scars still not amazing, but it is better than it was. Battle Scars were just awful. All right, so Karstark loyalists. These have been completely reworked in that they don't do the same things they used to do at all. Right? They have the same profile that Starksworn Swords do, so 4+, 7, 5, 4, 4+, 6+, 5 movement. This is a stark 5-point infantry unit in everything there. We see Ferocious Assault, so it now charges enemies and they become panicked, and it has innate vicious, or not innate, but the flail effect is vicious. They also have this new ability, Unleashed Ferocity. So when it makes a melee attack, before rolling attack dice, you target the defender. Hey, targeting. Maybe they've got it right now. For each of this unit's destroyed ranks, the defender becomes panicked or vulnerable. So you charge and you've got 1 rank missing, you make them panicked anyway, so you then pick vulnerable. You're down to 1 rank and you're fighting prolonged fight, you get panicked and vulnerable. Charging with no destroyed ranks, you only make them panicked.
It's hard to place. Total unit rebuild.
Yeah.
Do I like them over Sworn Swords?
6 and 2 3s, I think. I think the problem is old Karstark loyalists were probably not as good as Starksworn Swords, but because they had that precision and the heal 1 every time they attacked, they were something you'd want to pick because you wanted them for a list.
Yeah.
I don't really feel this is a unit you want to pick for its stat line and for its vicious, really. You're picking it for the Ferocious Assault and Unleashed Ferocity. And those are so niche abilities you're picking them for over Starksworn Swords. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird with doubling up with the panicked. If you've lost a rank, you can charge and make them panic and then make them vulnerable. But you're going to want to play a card to get back up to maximum ranks. Otherwise, you're throwing 5 dice. It's not like you got a 7-6 profile. You got a 7-5 profile. I think they're very meh.
The tokens,
just because Starks aren't gonna lean into panic-based damage, like they don't. That's not how they work. People are saying Shaggy. What? Because you generate tokens for Shaggy to then use. I mean,
I think it's because they're saying it's in-faction vicious. This is the first time they've got Stark unit with in-faction vicious, which is true. But you've had Blackguard and Cutthroats as options, and I know that they're not good options, but I still think. I mean, is this unit better than Cutthroats for 5-point vicious unit? And I don't know if it is. Right?
Play him, don't play him.
Yeah,
I'm not bothered. You do you guys.
The one thing this has it has token play that doesn't rely on more she-bears. So that is always going to be a positive.
It has the potential to put out lots of tokens continuously.
Yeah. Karstark Spearmen. The big thing here dropped from 6 points to 5, which, I mean, they were unplayable at 6. I'm just going to straight up say that. They were unplayable at 6. These are now very similar to what we see in the likes of Fens. 5 movement, 4+, 6+ defensive stat line. Oh, look, there's 5-point infantry unit for you. Hit on 4s. They have the 7/7/4 with the Spearman slow degrade. Hold the line, stand your ground.
Are they identical to Thens other than the 7/7/4?
Yes, so Thens have 7/5/4, and they don't have stand your ground. Thens have Taunt, which arguably is better for tokens.
New taunt is better than stand your ground.
Yeah. But they are very equivalent, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like new taunt has value, whereas stand your ground is.
It's okay.
Playable.
Yeah.
Playable.
Completely playable. Not a 6-point unit. Never was a 6-point unit since the change.
6-point unit.
No.
Seen multiple iteration changes. Never been good.
No.
Might see play now.
Yeah. Mormont Bruisers see a change, and they got a few changes here. I believe one of the changes was an improvement to their attack profile. 765, I think they were 754 before. So a slight improvement on the Mason Spike attack profile, I believe. I have to check. This is where my knowledge does start.
And they've come down from 7 points, right?
And they've come down from 7 points to 6. They came down from to 6 last patch. Last patch, they came down to 6 points, which is very depressing because you never saw them played at 6 points.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 765 is what they are. So they've increased from 754
instead of Counter Strike.
Yes.
That's the only change?
Yeah, so they lost Counter-Strike and they get Disrupt. And they've got the Mason Spikes for crit blow precision rerolls, which is very similar to the Battle Scars effect, but different keywords. So they don't, apart from the rerolls, they don't really mesh with Battle Scars in terms of giving the same benefits. So you can put a Battle Scars unit inside a Bruiser unit and don't feel like you're losing out value that much.
Yeah. Still don't think they're going to see play.
One of the things I'll say, right? Yeah?
I might put Disrupt higher than Counter-Strike in general.
Maybe. I think the bigger thing here, I mean, the thing is that the Counter-Strike didn't synergize with Rickon Osher. Disrupt does synergize with Rickon Osher to give you both. The other thing here as well, this is one of the only base units you've seen so far, and probably have noticed with adaptive style changing, and also the precision being removed from Karstark Spearmen. This is actually one of the, Karstark Loyalists, this is one of the few units that still has precision on it. Precision in general has been removed from units by the looks of it, and only exists predominantly on attachments now. There are very few units with just base precision. I think they're fine. I think they're playable. I'm not excited by them. They've never been exciting. No, Elite Teddy, they've never been movement 6. That's an imagination. House Mormont She-Bears, the only change here is the degradation on the profile, 765 up from 754.
Cool.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah. At least they are now objectively better than, if you ignore Warcry, they were actually, literally damage output was on a par with Starksworn Swords. Now they are objectively slightly better than Starksworn Swords if you ignore Warcry. So at least there's that.
Previously, they were Starksworn Swords that you could buy Warcry for 1 point.
Yeah.
But now you're buying more than just Warcry for 1 point. So
yeah. Okie dokie then. This is where I started. There's Umber Berserkers. Do you not remember House Umber Berserkers, Carlo? You might remember these from such patches as 1.6.
I remember these from times such as, 10 dice charges.
And for a brief period of time, hardened, when they used to stand in front of crossbowmen and hope they didn't die. This is quite an insane change. They no longer get the +1 to hit for each rank. They just go a base 3+ to hit. They have a new innate ability. They get +1 defense and +1 to morale rolls for each missing rank. So at 1 rank, they're a 3+3+. 789 degradation or improvement.
It seems quite tasty, that 3+3+ at 6 point. Have they lost Sundering? Did they used to have Sundering?
No, they used to have Sundering 1.6. They've not had Sundering since 2021.
So they just had +1 to hit for lost
literally
ranks,
Berserker
and they hit on
axes
4s. So it was 4s, 3s, 2s.
Yeah.
In the past.
They've been bad for a long time. Oh, they had Unyielding. They used to have Unyielding for the minus wounds from failed panics. Which
now is extra morale.
Don't fail.
I think these guys might be problematic. Am I wrong?
I don't know. I looked at that and went, I think that's strong because that's an innate ability as well. That can't be switched off.
That might be strong. Like, all the start cards, which like give you benefits on your last rank. You know, battle scars. Yeah. Holy shit, Tristan. Yeah, battle scars has a place. Do the Mormont attachments, Mormont veterans, still have resilience?
Not resilience. Hardened.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, hardened still works. You don't get the innate +1, but
2 blocks.
2 blocked on a 3+3+ unit. That you can't turn that 3+.
You are only 4 wounds though. When you're like that, it's like your best case scenario.
But precision's getting rare. Might be a problem. Maybe.
I think Umber Berserkers look tasty. And can I just point out, Umber Berserkers looking good like this. Who does this benefit one of the most? Which commander?
Yeah, Greyjoy.
Greyjoy has all these cards that go off Umber Berserkers being good.
Just walk into somebody, sacrifice a load of wounds, and then just be a 3+3+ for whatever comes back. Yeah. We'll wait and see, but yeah, I think that competitive Starks probably form around a pair of Umber Berserkers, that face check stuff.
Well, do you know what else is really cool having a 3+ morale is? If you're in range of a Tully Cavalier banner for the +1, the healing every time you pass a morale check, and Eddard, because you can spend the Eddard token to heal. So you can go down to, like... Because this is the problem. This is innate, and from what I understand, you get this when it happens. So you take a Lance Cav charge to the face, and take a bunch of hits, bunch of wounds. Remember, Lance Cav will never kill you on the charge with just the hits if you're at full health. You go down to like 5 wounds or 4 wounds, and you go, cool, now my morale's 3.
Yeah.
I will pass this morale check and then spend an Eddard token to heal. I'll be up 2 ranks now, which is fine. I'm only a 4+4+, but now you're engaging me with your Lance Cav charge, and I'm going to fucking hit you.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. This could be quite scary.
Danger. At least it's not an Alpha Strike problem.
No.
So, you know, we'll wait and see. But so far, of everything previewed, they're what I'm most nervous about.
And now we have the tech piece of all tech pieces, the House Umber Great Axes. Coming in at 7 points with 5 moves, 6/5/4 on a 3+. So crap attack profile in the grand scheme of things, 4+5+. But then Executioner's Fury has Base Vicious, which I think they've misspelt. Yep, and it gets better because they've misspelt.
Also, you said only the defense dice rolls of 6 may block.
Yes. So only defense dice rolls of 6 may block hits from this attack. So it doesn't matter what armor you have. They have super ultra duper sundering if you're 2+. They don't have sundering if you're 6+. They ignore all terrain that gives you defense bonuses like walls. Okay, they lose their rerolls. These guys just say, I don't care, you're saving on 6s.
It's interesting, because it's not quite auto wounds.
No.
Which means that that there are interactions that can happen with it. If you get to re-roll your saves, then you still get 6-ups with a re-roll or something like that. You can try and do something, but interesting. I'm glad that their attack profile is not chunky on the dice side of things.
Soon, Jensen, how does this work with
7 points.
resilience? They're still just hits soon,
Yeah.
so you would half them like resilience. They're not wounds, they're just hits. Hits that can only be blocked on a 6.
I think because there are loads of ways to also block hits, I don't think that they're going to become a terror on the game. I don't think that they're an issue. I think they're an interesting unit. I'd like to see them see some play.
What's weird to me is the 654. I don't know why they aren't just like 754. The 6 dice means that they're really not very good at cleaving through like horde or even just like 5-point units. Like you're basically saying that against like, and I'll just use cutthroats as an idea, but like cutthroats, you're saying, haha, I have sundering.
Yeah,
and it's like, that's not that good.
Yeah, it is right. If you stick a vulnerable in there, and you're basically talking about you're not passing any of these saves.
Yes.
But you're having to commit a vulnerable to that, whereas like something that just doesn't give armor saves, you're like, well, I don't even need to put a vulnerable in there.
It gets a base panic.
Unit. Like, I'm just going to come back to it. Like, they're a 7-point unit. They've got a mediocre 4+5 up. They got a low number of dice.
They put a panic out on the charge.
That's fine.
They put a panic out on the charge. I think Starks they're all melee infantry that have seen changes. And melee infantry are typically not very good, but one of the things we've seen from the average player is people have been really going heavy in on melee infantry builds in the average game. We talk about the competitive end. Melee infantry builds have never really been that competitive. We will see. I think these could be either fine.
Yeah, for a point more, I'm taking Tully Cav.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
I just am. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or for a point less, I'm taking Berserkers.
Yeah.
Like, I prefer both of the options either side of them, but they're not without a role. Just it's fine.
Do they make? Here's a genuine question. As a Baratheon player yourself, Champions of the Stag, are you a little bit scared these guys exist if you feel Champions of the Stag are still quite a viable option for Baratheon players?
No.
Okay.
No. You're a 7-point unit, and you're a 7-point infantry unit. Like, I wouldn't be terrified if they didn't give any armor saves. And it's just not quite as good as not giving armor saves.
I guess Pyros, thinking about Pyros.
Yeah,
very similar.
Obviously, Pyros are paper thin on like the defensive side instead of being mediumly passable. But yeah, like the Pyros have got hit on 3s, have a 6/6/3 profile.
Yeah,
maybe.
6/6/3 range attack as well.
And just give no armor saves, but nobody wants them. They even have a ranged attack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
7/7/4. It's actually better than 6/6.
There you go.
Yeah.
You got innate vicious. Just don't give armor saves. Yeah, you got a 6-up save, but you got the same good morale, and nobody cares.
Yeah.
So
we'll see.
And you can combine that with one of the most aggressive commanders in the game, Gregor.
Mm-hmm. All right. Moving on, Stark Outriders. They got rid of Swift Retreat, which is a bit of a shame because the Brynden Cavalry Commander quite liked the Swift Retreat on the Outriders, but they did gain Tac Repo, the 3-inch shift at the start of the enemy turn. I think Tac Repo is a fantastic order. I think Starks are excited to have more Tac Repo access. I think losing Swift Retreat is a little bit of a hit. I do think they're not happy losing Swift Retreat on their light cav. I do think Tac Repo is a good ability as a support. A light cav unit that has a support ability like this, I can see Outriders maybe seeing fringe play still.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the Swift Retreat combines particularly with Ambush being only on the charge. So, even if you maintain a flank engagement, you're not getting more tokens unless you can retreat and charge again. But yeah, they're very playable at 6. It's a side grade with as I agree, a slight downward slant to it. Like maybe not quite as good. But I think that 6-move, 6-point light cavalry have been in a really solid position in the game, and Stark Outriders in their current and old form are no different to that. Like they're a real solid pick at 6 for the mobility it'll give you. They can threaten 5-point units, they can threaten ranged units, they can threaten all sorts of stuff, and they're going to bring a little tack repo. Yeah, on their own, they're maybe not they're not quite as fighty versus, not quite as annoying against a 6 or a 7-point unit. They're not charging things, then retreating again and charging them again. But they're fine. They're good. Play them.
Who doesn't love shifting your bowman 2 inches forward to make a ranged attack, and then at the start of your opponent's turn, shifting them 3 back out of range of the enemy archer? Who doesn't love that? All right, Starks overall, I think positive. Every positive change.
They got a glow up.
Yep.
Which I'm fine with. I think they've been very mediocre and a little bit lacking in identity for quite a while now.
Yeah.
At least a year. So like at least since season 2.
I am going to say it. We saw Greyjoy number, and obviously we saw the rise of kind of Greyjoy number as being kind of dominant over the likes of Eddard and things, which is kind of crazy. And Tully Cavalier is obviously bringing the game back in favour of Starks in some regard. This is the first time we've seen Berserkers given a real true buff since 1.6, when Berserkers dominated the game, basically. Do you think 1.6 Berserkers finally coming back in some regard, Berserkers finally coming back into the meta, do you think this is going to be the return of Starks to top tier meta, coinciding with the return of Berserkers?
I mean, it could be. I mean, Evan's talking about, the Tully stuff. I've never been that taken by Tullys. Like I've faced it. I don't rate it. Just like the heal and deal Tully style. I'm not actually. I don't think it's that big a deal. But I agree that maybe it is a pain point for the community in general. Having a dual style, being able to run some kind of Berserker infantry, Great John aggressive list, and a Tully Cavalier heal and deal engagement kind of list, may give you viable options. Top tier. The big question is mostly around Night's Watch and Greyjoy.
Oh yeah, we'll get there.
Like when we're to discuss current top tier and next top tier, you have to discuss Night's Watch and Greyjoy, in my opinion. They may be in the mix, but in my opinion,
so Lannister. So is everyone.
The mix has been miles the best that it's ever been in the game. So like you have to take the context of all the changes with that. Starks were in the mix. They got a glow up. They're very much in the discussion of they might be in the top of the mix. The question is whether or not the game is still in the mix, or if we start to see some people really stretch away from the pack.
Cool. Let's go on to Free Folk. And before we do, I'd just like to point out 130 viewers. Wow. Amazing. I think it's the most we've ever had live. And I'll just remind people, the Invitational. Oh, there's a nice little banner. The Invitational happening next year. That's Carlo's invite thing. If you missed that out earlier in the video, do check it out. I hope to see all 130 of you there, even though there's only technically 100 spaces, but I'm sure he'll find a way. Right, Free Folk, my babies. I read through these changes and I can't complain. I can't complain, except...
You can't complain. Look at these NCUs.
I know, right?
They're a fucking joke.
Mance got a buff. Mance now used to be whenever you target the unit with a zone, draw a card. It's now each time that unit activates as well as targeted by a zone. So it just has an extra card draw to it. The thing is, like, Free Folk didn't... it's weird. I know a lot of people did kind of run Mance and 4-pointer to try and draw cards. The thing is, you didn't really need to, because you had a hand of cards that was usually all right, and you just played them, and then you had some more. It's a genuine issue, and I know this is a good thing for the game, but like, or as a free folk player, it's a good thing. But it is actually also a negative in that you could draw and play nearly any free folk card, nearly any time, and that meant the number of games where free folk decks would be out of cards by like round 4 or round 5. You'd literally play the last 2 rounds of the game sometimes with 1 card in hand. You don't need Mance to draw more cards. Like, free folk already have enough there. I'm not saying he's bad. He's obviously good. He got better.
Anybody else would be well happy with that.
100%. 100% they would.
He did not need a buff. He was fine where he was at. And it's May. You're not forced.
No.
You're not forced to overfill your hand.
No. I just don't think you need it.
Unnecessary buff.
Agreed. 100%. Craster, nerf. Quite a big nerf into the way that he was played, but not a nerf to the way he was used competitively. Once per game at the start of any turn, you can restore 2 wounds to a friendly infantry unit. So Craster no longer works on giants. And his replace zone effect is draw a tactics card and heal 2 wounds to an infantry unit. Again, no longer works on giants. He also no longer works on chariots and Varamir and things like that, which is all kind of sub-nerfs as well. The only time I'd ever really use him with chariots, I very rarely use him with things like Varamir and things like that before. Not that much. But this is a direct nerf to him with giants is going to be the major one here. I do think that this means you obviously can't run Craster in a mag list anymore, and that does mean the mag list will change its NCU pickup. I don't think it changes the steer list at all. Like, this is just no effect on steer, really, at all. You maybe drop, if you run my version, you drop the chariot, maybe for run another infantry unit, maybe. Yeah.
He was auto pick, right? Like near.
If you're running giants, him and Val auto picks.
Like if you had Varamir, if you had a chariot, if you had anything, like, and I still think that he's going to get picked a lot. I still think like
I agree.
2 wounds. The thing for me is, right, like if you think about if you think about, say, what's his name, Illyrio, or a lot of other people, when they replace a zone for 4 points, they often replace it with basically an equivalent level zone, but like it kind of like does a new thing.
Mm-hmm.
If there was a zone on the board which was 2 wounds and draw a card, it would be the best zone on the board. It would be better than 3 wounds and a token, and it would be better than two cards and a token, right? Like, and letters and bags are both really great. And for you to have that like dual effect combined into one thing, I think that you're not wildly better, but like it's better than any other zone other than, you know, obviously like an attack can make or break the game or whatever. But his effect is really, really strong.
Agreed.
That it's infantry only, I think it's kind of fine.
Yep.
That he also has the once per game ability. Obviously, I don't disagree that it's a really big change to him. In the lists that people want to run him in, I think that he was too influential in those lists.
I agree. We'll get through the rest of these changes and then we'll mention something that I think is not a concern, but something I maybe would have liked to have seen.
In giant based lists or even Varamir lists or anything, that when the free folk player was going second, that you could leave the last zone open and just, you know, everything's activated, you just leaving Craster open in the early rounds means that you can heal 2 wounds, pick up a card, and if need, because something went really, really well, also just instantly heal 2 more wounds to a giant, mag, chariot, whatever, means that you cannot soften up the free folk, monsters, and things like that through ranged attacks early in the game, the way Craster used to be. So now it gives you a timing opportunity where you can block bags and start to weaken up a monster, that you might actually be able to kill it at the start of the round afterwards. Which Craster was just like entirely denying that space. Not that those necessarily were the strongest lists, but I still think that like you're basically opening something up, which I don't think is a problem.
I agree. I think this is a change that's positive. The problem is very much that it only affects an archetype of list building rather than free folk as a whole, which is my concern.
Anything which nerfs Varamir is a good thing, though, in my opinion.
Yes.
Still think these bonkers.
We will get there in a second. Lady Dala, she moves from 5 points to 4 points. She was unplayed at 5 points, and she wasn't good at 5 points. She's now fine.
And she's very good at 4. No? Moneybags hits.
Okay, so I agree. I agree Moneybags hits. Moneybags heals 3, does 3 or 4 or 2 or whatever, however many hits back, right? I do think that is strong. The problem is with free folk, most of the time you can't... if you're engaged, which you have to be for the hits to go off, you have to look at the board and think, is your opponent taking swords or not? Because if swords is unblocked and you take bags first, you're probably not going to kill someone with the hits because you didn't do enough damage on the charge. The bags to heal up a few wounds to then do a few hits is definitely meaningful. But if you're leaving swords open, you're probably just going to take more wounds back than you healed.
Nah, you can't talk about it though in like the complete isolation of like, oh yeah, but if swords is open, if whatever. It's like people take bags all the time. Yeah. People take bags when they're engaged all the time.
Yeah.
The vast majority of the time, you don't use bags for a token removal. You need the 3 wounds.
Yep.
The majority of people don't get to remove 3 wounds and a token. It's quite rare that you get to do both. Early in the game, before things have died, you're stripping your tokens away. Later on in the game, you're probably really focusing in on wounds. For you to just be able to switch that into doing a load of hits and have other effects, I think she's really good at 4. Like, I understand that she wasn't played at 5. It's not good enough for a 5 ability, but like she's a prime candidate for like she should have had some amount of tokens on her just to like maybe say that.
Yeah.
You know, she's a prime candidate for like this should have been a 2 of or 3 of throughout the game.
I do agree there. I still don't know because the problem is like it's like all the problems, isn't it? Which I do look at some of this and think, you know, how strong does it have to be before it's clicked? Because, and I mentioned now, we don't see Val changed, and Val is still obviously just like one of the best NCUs in the game. She just is flat out. Craster for the infantry style list is probably just flat out one of the best NCUs in the game. The question for me then becomes like, is Ygritte worth chaining out for Dala? And I don't think she necessarily is. I don't know. It depends on how I want, like how you. The intricacies of the list build, right? But like my problem almost, and I think this is a problem, is a lot of these 4-point NCUs in Free Folk, which were not being played at 5 and getting buffed and being brought down to 4 points or seeing improvements. They're seeing improvements because they weren't being played. But like bringing them all up to Lady Val level of playability is not a good thing for the game and for like overall picks, because like, these things are just objectively very strong.
Yeah.
The problem is you're comparing them with something that's probably the best in the game.
Yeah.
And because the average, and I will say this, the average Free Folk player perhaps doesn't realise the strength of what the NCU suite can bring, and they don't realise the strength of the faction. Hence the reason they're like the lowest rated faction outside of Bolton's right now. Which is crazy. Like,
I mean,
yeah.
There's and then there's Bolton's.
Yeah,
like,
I know, right?
There's literally nothing between it. There never has been. It hasn't been for 6 months.
No, but
now and again, Greyjoys and Night's Watch have climbed away from the pack. But
I think you and I would agree the fact that Free Folk is at, say, -14 right now and Greyjoy's at 22, we would probably both say that Free Folk is a 20-ish, if you assume Night's Watch go back up to like 40 or 50. No, Free Folk are easily a 20 to 30 point performing faction in competitive play. They are very strong, probably only behind Night's Watch. Maybe Lannister. at top level competitive play.
I don't know. You've always maintained this idea that free folk need to be played just right, and I'm like, no. I mean, they're the faction just like everybody else.
No, I agree. But yeah, I don't know.
I think they have like a list archetype, which is
yeah,
kind of spammy and boring. But when that list is played, it is strong. But you can say the same about so many factions, like, you know.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Lannisters are garbage tier unless you're playing like a Kevin crossbow list. Do you know what I mean? Like sort of thing.
But I think that's the point though, is that I think that free folk is very strong when played a certain way. And I think the average free folk list is actually fine and is only going to get better with buffs to things that are cheap like this. And all you do by making the things around it better without changing what is problematic at the top, you don't fix the problems at the top end, but you start to bring the average list, not the competitive list, the average lists up in quality. And that's what causes a faction just being above the power curve, right? It's just that everything it chooses is good, rather than a select few things. And that's my concern. John as well, coming down, this is his second change, right? He came out and he had once per game, get a tactics card from your discard pile or your deck in coordination or regroup. He then got added +1 morale to tests, and he now has -1 wound from paling panic tests. Like, this is iterative buffs to this NCU. Jon Snow was borderline playable at 4. Did see competitive play in certain free folk lists and players playing him. I still wouldn't have taken him, and I didn't take him back in Season 3. I have already said that I probably will be taking Jon in Season 4, potentially.
Yeah, I think amongst a pack of incredibly good NCUs, he's
decent
in that discussion of incredibly good NCUs.
Yeah, I
think that was unnecessary buffs.
I think he was already playable. Dala, I didn't think was that playable at 5. Okay. Jon is
for me. For me, there's four NCUs sat right there. 3 of them have got straight buffs, right? Which we can debate whether or not it makes all of them, some of them, playable in the mix.
Whatever.
Craster takes a straight hit without trying to be biased. I'll admit there's some anti-free folk bias. But in my opinion, you should have been looking at the 3 free folk NCUs that were always picked.
Yes.
And giving them the Craster treatment. You shouldn't have been looking at the 4 NCUs, or are they the only three other NCUs? I forget, are the 6 or 7?
Steer NCUs? And Mance 5, but Mance 5 was already brought up, and Steer was changed. I think Steer's still pretty sad, but
yeah, so Steer makes your 7th NCU.
Yeah,
you should have been looking at the 3 of the 7, which were seeing too much play, and bringing them down into the pack. You should not have been looking at the other 4 and bringing them up. You have actually hit the nail on the head of you've brought them up to the power level of the rest, but I think that's
not
bad
a good
power
thing.
level.
Yeah, agreed.
You know, like,
the thing is, like, this is crazy. I'm sat here and I agree with you. Like, there are NCs here I'm looking at thinking these are powerful, but I genuinely can't see myself not taking Val. I think your grit is incredibly strong. Certainly high level play, controlling movement is incredibly powerful. So a grit, probably very strong. My argument now is, do I take Craster? But Craster is strong. I still think Craster is good. Or do I drop a grit for Jon? Or I'm in a conflict of which NCUs I pick. Not because I think any one of them is bad, but because how I want the list to play and what I'm facing will determine what that 3rd NCU or 2nd and 3rd NCU will be. And I do think, I agree with you, that's a problem, because now I have a load of good choices at 4.
I mean, it's fine, you know, because like they don't have access to neutrals, so like there's not quite that same cross comparison to whether or not you would pick a neutral NCU over them or not. And it's fine because the faction does work a bit more uniquely, especially now that they're given Bolton's neutrals. So like they've regained that as their special shiny thing by themselves. But I think Night's Watch particularly have always shown that when you decide that like, oh, Night's Watch's thing is that like they get to like also have like these cards that attack, right? it becomes incredibly hard for them to see past the fact that it's like, yeah, but you're not also allowed to give them as good units as everybody else now. You understand, right? Like that there has to be a trade-off, or you've just made this faction better than everybody else. I'm not saying Free Folk super busted out scale, but you make it harder for yourself for Free Folk to be balanced if you say basically their special thing is that all their NCUs are absolutely bonkers good and everybody else would really want them. Like you make that hard for yourself.
Agree completely.
So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I think it really brings them up into more different options, because I think the only thing holding them back has been that they've been really stagnant into like an exact three NCU combo, and really basically some interchangeable 5-point units or like 4 or 5-point units, you know, but really the core formation of their list is just boringly the same every time.
Well, the very fact that my Season 2 steer list is what I use competitively throughout the entirety of Season 3 says everything about Free Folk. Post Season 1, they've not received any meaningful change. And the stuff they did, like the mag, nearly always created things that were unpleasant in other ways. So, yeah. NCU's out the way then, we see Mance losing his 2 VP and AoE panic. I'm glad they took it off him, because it meant that Mance wasn't seeing play. Because I think people just saw that and went, unplayable. Because when Joffrey had it, kind of unplayable. When Dany had it, she wasn't unplayable because dragons were so good. But then when they made dragons bad, Dany was just like, unplayable. I'm glad they took it off him, because I think the immediate reaction is not, this is terrible.
Get rid of it.
Yeah, it's just
it's not a good mechanic. It's not again, it's a problem for balanced mechanics.
Yeah.
They've never really been able to get it right. When they gave it to Dany, they decided it was worth practically like 3 points for like reducing dragon cost. But like, you know, and then they gave it to Mance just because like they couldn't work out how to not. They didn't want to change his cards.
Yeah.
But they couldn't work out how to not make him amazing. And stuff like that. So
the funny thing is,
he's still very good. Predictable hurts him.
Yeah, the predictable change.
Thankfully, you know, like
he now has one good card in predictable. It's like okay, and Wilding Diplomacy, which is a strong card, and the Long Plan, which is any card in your deck. Right, like he is what I would call a normal normal commander when it comes to commander cards. He then brings counter strategy, boisterous charisma. His unit becomes 5 morale. Sure. Sure.
Fine. Yeah. Very playable again.
Yeah.
I think that he will be good. I think he'll be good.
Skin changer move from 2 points down to 1 point. Yeah.
Yeah. What's happening there, guys?
Yeah.
Are we just given is bonded skin changer worth negative points?
Apparently so. I mean, the thing is, this is crazy to me, because I don't think skin changers were particularly good at 2 points. But skin changers weren't good at 2 points. Not because of Stalwart or whatever. It's not the Stalwart thing that was what made them bad. It's just the bonded skin changer rule was just, it was bizarre to get value out of. It's just not a very well designed rule. And the way you deploy the bear and all of this, like, it's just bizarre. Moving it to 1 point is not the solution at all.
No.
Like,
no.
This is not an answer to the problem.
Now we just like see. I mean, like between what's his name, the guy who gives resilience and Iron Resolve.
Walrus Clan Chieftain.
Yeah, between the Walrus Clan Chieftain at 2 and the Skin Changer at 1, and adaptive in your Raiders. I just think that they have reasonably large amounts of ways to like cover up the supposed weakness of like what it was. And again, you just like, why am I taking unique characters when this guy's just like a point and just great? Like that's just so good for 1 point. You know, just having a 4-point Raider unit which now has morale 5.
Yep. Yeah, now be morale 5. Yeah.
and the bonded skin changer rule, which I will admit, I semi-forget what it actually even does.
Would you like me to run you through the 3 options?
Just quickly, the bear like spawns into combat and makes a 1 dice attack, right?
If you're engaged, when you activate, the Born spares into front or flank and makes a 1 dice melee attack. It can then activate later in the round, so it's a way of cheating activations, which again is a problem potentially. The Eagle is the same as Varamir's Eagle. Every time you do a maneuver or march with that unit, you do a 2-inch shift with the skin changer unit. And which is solid. And the Wolf is your disorderlies on 1s or 2s against the skin changer. No, disorderlies on 1s or 2s if you're charging. And if the skin changer's charging you, it gets rerolls on the charge. Like charge rerolls, not attack rerolls.
It's not quite 2 points.
No, it's not.
But that's phenomenal 1-point package.
Yes, it is. It's obscene
phenomenal
at 1 point.
Guys, come on.
I will reiterate, I played the 2-point skin changer at the Leeds GT in my competitive Varamir list in Season 2. Like, these are things that I have been playing competitively. And I played it.
We're back to 6 units of Raiders with fucking 6 skin changes in.
I don't think it'll be that obscene, but I do agree.
No, I'm taking the piss, but still.
1 point Great Walrus getting battle scars. The thing is, this is not a bad thing for 1 point. Like, this feels like a 1 point ability now. But in Free Folk, why on earth would I pick this when I can pick a skin changer?
No, but I mean, like, that's why I asked about Mage. Like, is this a 1 point ability? Because Battle Scars was a 1 point ability.
Yeah.
All the 1 point attachments are still 1 point. Are they any good? Probably not. Probably still not taking them for the same attachment problems, which is I'm not paying a point for like some abilities. Like doesn't help that much, but it's better than old one.
Yeah, it is. So, especially in Free Folk, where you get a token every time you're attacked, and it's like, well, what 1 point attachment unit is this going to go in that's going to get attacked more than once and be alive to do something important in the second attack? The idea of getting a Free Folk unit to 3 tokens on an old Battle Scars was a joke. So, yeah, whatever. It's sad, though, you mention here that 1 point skin changer as a generic attachment is just better than a named character. You know. Torment Giantbane overrun change. I did mention there was a bit of a combo here. I do think Harmer's attachment, 2 point attachment, it gives you the +1 move and pivot before marching. With this overrun change, because Free Folk can move attachments, I do think this might be a bit of a problem. Carlo saw me run Tormund with Harmer a couple weeks back, and it can be pretty egregious when it goes off. And I do get concerned.
And now that John is good,
yeah,
you can can he pull the attachment card?
Yes, reform. He can pull it from the discard pile or from the deck. Yeah. Start of round.
He can make it happen.
Yeah.
And it's not like that's his whole purpose.
No.
His whole purpose is actually that he's going to influence for
giving a unit an Iron Resolve.
Yeah,
basically.
I think that John and this together make a real problem.
I agree. I actually 100% agree. And you saw what it's like when it goes off. The game was over round 1, basically.
Literally round 1.
Yeah. It's a problem.
You know.
Mag the Mighty getting the overrun.
He was playing against a garbage player, but you know.
Okay. Overrun getting the overrun change on Mag's card, yeah, makes sense, not a problem. And it makes a lot of sense for me for Giants to get that. One of the few things that the Mag didn't have is if the overrun card just didn't work, it was a dead card in his hand. I'm happy with this. The next change is going to be controversial, I can already feel it. Oh, we've already mentioned predictable.
Finn, it's not true if you swap attachments. So if you use Harmer and the Bannerman who can join a unit. Oh, that's an interesting point. Can skin changers still join other people?
No, they haven't been
still ignore attachment limits?
Since they got changed to the 2 point version, they've never had that rule.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's ways around it, Finn. If you build for it, you can have multiples of whatever attachment you want in a unit.
Yeah, you put Harmer's Bannerman in with Tormund, and Harmer's Bannerman can be replaced with Harmer. When you're swapping attachments, you do not have to obey the limit restriction. When you are moving from an attachment from one unit to another, you do have to obey. So you obey on the move, you do not obey on a switch. Brock's boar has been changed to 0 points.
Yeah.
From 2. There's a few things here. He's not an activation because he has to be with Baroque, and he activates like all the things he used to do. He activates directly after Baroque's unit activates. If he's outside a long range of Baroque, he dies. I think the Baroque Spore at 2 points was playable. Again, I kind of meme it a little bit, but I ran it in a Varamir list in Season 2 that I won Leeds GT with. Like, I do think the boar was fine. It's just that the change to pass tokens meant that the boar couldn't be played because it counts as a combat unit. And I know it sounds crazy to think about like one-off builds, but you couldn't, if you're running Baroque in both units, in both lists, which you typically did because Baroque is strong, you put the boar in and it was like, oh, just give your opponent a pass token. And it's like, oh, but if you already have more activations, it doesn't matter. And I go, but it does if you're running into other free folk players. So I think the new boar, because I still think Baroque is good enough to include in both lists, I think the boar will not make every list that Baroque is in, because you don't want to give an opposing player pass tokens if they have the same number of activations as you, because that is big rip time. However, if you're running Baroque in both lists, if you're running a high activation list, say like a Varamir list as a high act list, that's just assumed you've got more activations than every enemy you're going to face anyway, you 100% include the boar for free. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, guys, like, what? Baroque is completely balancedly costed at 2 points.
Yeah, he's good at 2 points, but not broken.
Why are we not costing the boar at whatever cost we think it's worth? Like, why are we back to 1.6 days where buying a Stark child gets you a free dog? Like,
yeah, I agree.
Like, so many things are right with this patch, but why are we throwing so much learning out the window and just saying, hey, have stuff for free on a character who's already good? Yeah, and with Belisarius, like, okay, he wasn't seeing as much play as you wanted at 2 points. What happened to the 1 point try? Like, why don't we try him at 1 for a while and see if people want to pick him at 1? No, let's just jump straight to 0.
I still the thing that made Baroque Spore unplayable was not his points cost. It never was. It was pass tokens and the way that the pass tokens are calculated. In the same way that Gilly was unplayable because of pass tokens and the way they implement pass tokens.
And I think that's only an issue in like a really narrow set of for
most players it won't matter.
Most people anyway.
Yeah.
Like, so one more doesn't matter.
Exactly. It doesn't matter for most people, but the reason you don't run him in the high-end competitive lists was because you could do more with the 2 points, knowing that pass tokens existed. Like, I just think this is silly. And it will see play. I will see play.
Big miss.
Yeah.
Big miss. Biggest miss.
Frozen Shore Bear Riders, an indirect nerf to Craster, of course. Can't heal the Bear Riders anymore, which is a bit of a shame. Big meaty boys that they are, meaty boys and girls. The only change here is they got +1 morale from 6 to 5. I think this is fine. They're an 8-point cavalry unit, and 8-point cavalry units typically come in at 4+, 5+, or 3+, 5+. Yes, I know the Bear Cav have got 4 wounds and the 16 instead of the 12.
They don't typically come in with 16
wounds. They don't. But I don't think the 16 wounds alone was enough to make them super like attractive. They just died anyway, and they were competitive. They were viable. They were being played. Ilya played them, like in his free folk, and yeah, I think it's fine. They always undo it if it's a problem. 1 morale's not a big deal. Okay, Frozen Shore Hunters. A long range? No, they're not. You see that? That was me releasing a patch and then undoing it as fast as Simon typically do. No, they have a new part to their harpoon. If the defender suffers any wounds from an attack from Frozen Shore Hunters, until the end of the round, they suffer -1 movement, and all charges they make are disorderly charges. I can't work out if this is like a problem and too strong, or if it's just like, it's a good tech piece for people who rely on charging and to win the game through tactics cards like Price of Failure on charges. -1 move.
I thought they were just worse than trappers. Still,
they still are. I still think they are. I still think they are. But if you're
really broken,
I think if you've got both, if you've got trappers and these guys, because bear in mind, if you've taken a wound from these guys, you're within 6 inches. Just bear that in mind.
Yeah.
But if you're within 6 inches of these, you've got -1 move from this unit, -1 move from traps, potentially -1 move from bog, -1 move from your grit. That's -4 to your movement.
Yeah.
And you're only 6 inches away. You may need a 5 or a 6. This is going to ruin Baratheons and slow armoured units completely. But actually, the other thing that is, the auto-disorderly just goes, it's a big fuck you to the things like the Gregor Price of Failure, I just delete you attacks.
True,
and I have to admit, I don't know, you've not seen it as much, Carlo, and perhaps aren't as fed up with it. I am very fed up in the game of someone going, I'm going to charge you with an 8-point cavalry unit in the face with some setup that you can't really respond to, and I just delete you. And you can put a weakened token on me all you want, you can do this and you just go, well, I'll just delete you anyway. And I go, cool. It's not interactive gameplay. It doesn't feel good to be on the receiving end of that. It doesn't happen that often, but there is nothing worse than just being one-shot deleted from the game and knowing it was going to happen. And you were basically like, I hope my opponent rolls a 1 on the charge.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
I think this could be a problem.
They're going to make absolute mincemeat of like low infantry, and I'm just like, yeah,
shit.
Okay,
Anyway,
cool. What doesn't? Like, you can't unless I've gone too close to you, or it's like, you know, we're really in the thick of it. Like, you're not going to shoot my cavalry because, like, why am I within 8 inches of you? Like, why am I not set up a charge from 11 inches away, or you know, like 9 inches away? Because you know, obviously, I kind of don't want the traps to start moving me into range where I'm not auto in, but you know, I can still absolutely blast somebody from 9 inches away with cav. They're still, and free folk as a general whole principle, still just gonna be the worst enemy. Their worst enemy is gonna be just long range shots, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, 100%.
And these guys they're not helping in that fight at all. No. You know, you talk about Baratheons are gonna be 1 inch move. I'm like,
who cares? They would beat them. Yeah, exactly.
No, Baratheons are shooting you with with Davos in some Relore Lightbringers, right? Like, I'm just, the problem is that I'm not spreading panics everywhere anymore because you're all fucking stalwart, right? Like, that's the problem, right? Like, this unit isn't screwing barras. And it ain't screwing crossbow Lannisters, therefore Lannisters, because that's what Lannisters are, crossbows. What's screwing both of them is the skin changer, guys. Don't point at this guy. He's not doing anything. He's not hurting you.
I think what this is, though, is this is a move to abilities that I do like in the game. I don't know if this is where I like it, but I do think abilities like this, where it's just a flat, you get -1 and every charge you make is disorderly, might just be a better way of balancing a lot of those kind of superior positioning cards from Martell and people like that. Like, just make it a flat out, like, it's a disorderly charge and take -1 move. Because at the moment, those cards are fucking awful. Roll a dice. If 50-50 luck, if the card does anything.
Yeah. I think these guys might, if egregious, and again, more for like just like the infantry meta that people like to play. if egregiously used with trappers, with Val, Nigrit, sorry, might actually bring around a call for there to be some limit on the amount that your movement can be reduced.
Yes.
Because it's now becoming very easy to very much reduce somebody's movement down to 1 inch. And I don't think that's a good player experience.
The worst thing in the game, genuinely the worst thing in the game, is Dance with Dragons and picking up a token and then having movement 0. And that's like easily done with Free Folk. Like that's a strategy, in fact, with competitive Free Folk. And I think it's stupid that that's a strategy, that for the rest of the game, you sit here and as long as I don't come within 6 inches, you literally can't move. And all I have to do is stay outside of a charge range and you can never move again. And I think that's fucking stupid. And it's a massive problem. Like, Dean, LGT this year, he charged me with a unit of Champions of the Stag over a bog into my Free Folk unit, made me fail the panic test and took the token, and I retreated with trappers and went, cool, you're on a bog, it's -1 move, and I'm trappers. Your Champions of the Stag are now sat on that bog for the rest of the game. There's an 8-point unit, and you can't do anything with them. What a great mechanic this is. Aren't you glad that a fifth of your list doesn't do anything? Movement control is very strong, and I hate it. Spearwives.
They do also have mark target. They could be really strong.
Yeah.
But they're like strong in combination with other moving parts. So like I'm less concerned about it, but maybe I should be concerned about it.
If these were still long range, this would be an absolute joke, and these would be first pick every time.
That profile at long range is a joke. So like, don't worry about it.
Spearwives, they get a +1 dice on both the first and second rank from 664 to 774, matching a lot of the other spear-related infantry. They also had a movement buff to movement 6, which I think is good, but Free Folk already had movement 6 infantry, so this is...
That's a bit concerning.
Yes.
That's pretty strong. Like, they were already...
Okay.
Very viable out of all the 5s that could get picked. +1 movement. And +1 dice. So
the thing with the +1 movement is the +1 movement on its own isn't a big deal. It's the +1 movement when you consider we talk about the moving parts. The Harmer. You're now putting them to movement 7. Your Grit, movement 8. You're now movement 8, march in any direction. Yeah. Like, that's a problem. I agree.
Just unwarranted.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the unit. It was completely playable.
Yeah.
Completely fine at top competitive level.
They just didn't quite make the cut because of other things, not because they were bad. And it's a shame because there's other things like Follows a Bone and stuff like that, which again, they're all completely payable 5-point units. They all just lose out by, like, literally, I can't complain, but it's like 0.5 of a point in terms of value when you talk about the uber competitive thing. Do you want Fens over Follows a Bone over Spearwives? And it's always this conversation. But yeah. Now, Carlo, you can enjoy this last change for Free Folk. Rub your hands in enjoyment. Baromir is going to 2 points as a commander.
Warranted.
Completely warranted.
Thank God.
Yep. So all Baromir lists 2 points more now. Fine.
Yeah. Cool. Did you overshoot because a commander should maybe be worth 2 points, but you made a 3-point unit worth 0? Well, I'd argue that Baromir should be 4 points. So commander at 2. That's where I put him.
Maybe. Baromir.
I mean, he does actually. I mean, when you consider the downside as well, that he has to bring both pets. Sure. Maybe you've pushed him a bit far. Maybe he could have been 1 point. Probably now just going to see a lot of his just attachment. Like, just his combat unit. But really, that just depends on whether or not it fits for the list building. So many other things are really good now.
It also depends on what else exists.
Competition.
Because the thing is, you couldn't, like, we talk about it a lot, but like it felt really bad running Varamir when Scorpions were prevalent and Night's Watch was a big concern. If Night's Watch aren't a big concern anymore, Varamir's suddenly like, yeah, sure, cool, I'll run him. You know?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, it's the right change. Probably won't see loads of play now.
I have to admit, as a Free Folk player, I'm disappointed that more things didn't change, but I'm not disappointed. Like, I can't be disappointed with the changes in terms of, like, there's a lot of buffs, there's a lot of improvement there. I think Free Folk have come out of this very well. I think, on the most part, Free Folk players should be happy with the change. I'm just a little bit...
Other than Craster, it's exclusive. Other than Craster,
it's exclusively buffs.
Exclusively buffs.
The predictable maneuvers change.
Not insignificant buffs.
No. Lol.
They are, roughly speaking, targeting the right-ish kind of things. It hasn't just seen unwarranted buffs to things that were already seeing loads of play.
No.
But still, some of them are still unwarranted buffs. Because they were playable and seeing play at the top level just didn't need to get a buff, in my opinion. But
I do think that there's things that need to be addressed with Free Folk as a whole. And I do think the design, I have said this for a long time, but the design scope of Free Folk is just very odd in that it's either, you know, all our NCUs are very cheap. All our effects are quite strong for them, all the ones that you care about, and now there's more things you care about. All the units are cheap, but if you want to deviate from units and take monsters, they're all quite expensive, which is fine. But it meant that you had this weird thing. It's like, oh, you need to run loads of attachments, and I'm like, cool, but like, I'm just running these kind of expensive attachments that look cool in cheap units, and most of the time, the abilities don't make the stats of the unit better. So I can't play these kind of like longevity games. Like, I can't run around with a unit of GCS with a cool attachment in it because it just doesn't fundamentally work for this faction. So I feel hamstrung into playing a certain way with certain units on the field. And trust me, I've done Free Folk without Trappers, and Free Folk without Trappers feels really bad because you don't have any control and any way of stopping your opponent from just butchering you. I hate Free Folk design space at the moment, and I'm concerned because the Free Folk list that I've run in terms of steer has basically remained unchanged going into another season. If this is the third season in a row where I believe that the steer list I was already running is basically unchanged as a competitive list, then I just feel like where's the interesting design aspect? We'll see. I can't just complain because I've got a wealth of positives here, right? And I'm complaining about it, but I'm complaining about it because I think Free Folk might be too strong, but not actually different. I don't know. Personally, anyway. Neutrals. Baelish is going from 3 tokens to 2 tokens. Nothing else about Baelish has changed.
Yeah.
Varys has gone from 4 tokens to 3 tokens. Nothing else about Varys has changed.
Smashed it.
I still think Varys is going to be quite ubiquitous myself.
Yeah, but you know, like step changes. You know,
Yeah,
give him another
agreed.
6 points. Give him another 6 months. See if he's still getting totally picked. You know,
I think I would pick him still.
One fucking token eventually. Do you know what I mean? Like, but like I say, this is a dial that you can spin, and that they're spinning it in the right direction. Like, I can't say anymore. Like,
I think
great.
Varys is still, I think, quite ubiquitous. I still expect to see a lot of Varys. It will drop a little bit, but I don't think it's that much. I think Baelish, however, is now only going to be picked in factions that particularly want zonal control. That once per game ability has to be the reason you're taking Baelish most of the time, rather than the zone swapping.
I'd consider Baelish and Qyburn in Lanni's.
Yeah,
like,
rather than Varys.
You know,
right?
I think he's very much a Lannister NCU.
Yeah,
and
or Baratheon.
There are maybe a couple of other factions, and that's where you would rather a neutral NCU actually sat. Is that there are thematic ones that work with him, whereas rather than just like he's in everybody's list, which Varys currently is. The only reason why Baelish isn't in nearly everybody's list right now is because so many people were running Golden Company
and
something,
Varys.
Mostly swords, but some people also run Golden Company crossbows, for example. And then you've only got enough neutral allowance left for one NCU. So you take Varys because Varys just works.
Yep. Walder Frey, complete rechange on him again. It is always, we notice, the same things that get changed quite a lot, because usually the design was initially bad or not right for the game or whatever it might be. The initial design of these things not worked out, and then they've found it hard to give them the right balancing of their ability that they want to give them, but thematically keep them similar. So coming in at 5 points, immediately NCU 5 points, it's going to be an effective, powerful ability, and it's a once per game replace zone effect. I'm not sold. You choose 2 from. 1 enemy gets the traffic lights, weakened, vulnerable, and panicked. 1 friendly restores 3. And at the start of the next round, you become the first player. You choose 2 of those 3 effects. This is way better than Walder's previous design.
Oh yeah, obviously, because he was just garbage. He was absolutely he was
awful.
The worst NCU in the game. He had a negative ability. He was 4 points and had a negative ability. So even if that card was blank and he was still 4 points, he would have been better. That it's not just once per game, that he has to do it when he takes a zone is a little bit weaker than maybe I thought it needed to be.
Yeah.
So you've got to decide relatively early in the round, unless you're gonna wait and leave the zones open, right, and take your last activation as Walder Frey. But again, still that's kind of a bit of a problem. You're going to have to decide pretty early on that you're going to steal next round. And then you're going to have to play the whole round with your opponent knowing that you've stolen next round, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
That still seems to be his main thing. But obviously he can do the triple token or the 3 and the 3 wounds as his 2 options. 5 points? Will he see play?
I think he will. Right, and there is a problem here, and it's a rules question. When does the start of the next round trigger for stealing first player start? Camille mentions it in chat here. If you have outflank, can you declare outflank at the same time this would resolve? Therefore, resolve outflank first, then resolve stealing first. So you then just get to outflank and then go first, which could be very strong.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's a rules.
Maybe interaction on that one. As in just a maybe. You're gonna. I haven't looked.
It would have to be.
You might need to look in the. It might have to be FAQ'd before it can be resolved. Or it might just be simultaneous. In which case you just resolve it in your choice, which means that you can do that.
Yeah.
And is outflank winning the game right now? A game also consider.
Well,
so
the only outflank.
You got to maintain that Night's Watch isn't the Night's Watch you used to know.
Yeah.
So
Vanguard outflank was winning the game. But
Vanguard aren't Vanguard anymore. They're not the faction you used to know.
No, exactly. They're the only ones that really abused the outflank as outflank. The other stuff that abused it was Balon, which doesn't matter about this whole interaction, and the Shadowcat, which again doesn't matter about this whole interaction. So I don't think it makes any difference to those things. And,
it might be a niche weird rule interaction that maybe causes a big argument at some point, but overall for 5 points,
I'm not sold on him. I don't think he's that good.
I'm not sold, but he's very playable.
Oh, he's very playable, but I just think that for me the big one is the big one for me personally is that stealing first player in Winds of Winter. You know when it's going to happen, and it doesn't surprise good players at all. It's just so obvious it's going to happen, and people already know how to play around it, and that's happening. You know it's going to happen, and sometimes you don't know it's going to happen until the last few activations of the round, and you still know. You're right, this is going to be happening earlier on in the round most likely, and if it's happening earlier on in the round, it gives you so much longer to plan around it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, they have to get value out of the restoring 3 wounds or the triple tokens at that moment in time.
At that moment.
Yeah.
I think he would be really, really strong if it was just the start of turn ability. If it was the start of turn ability,
obscene.
Then well, you know, he'd be really, really powerful. I mean, it's still once per game. He's still 5 points. He's still got no other ability. You know, like
maybe like Tywin, though, right?
Against him, but that you also pin it to on activation.
It's a claim zone effect.
On claim, so you can't even activate and pass, right? You got to claim something as well. And it means
no card like assault orders type stuff as well. Like yeah. I don't think it's that strong.
You might see play. I'd like him to see some niche play and for there to be big plays come off of it. And I think he's probably in the right spot for that. I think he really is.
Yeah. Bloody Mum Skirmishers, movement 6 over movement 5, and nothing else changed on them. Maybe it's an improvement on their second rank profile, I don't know.
Go on then, if you want.
I just don't think this is the way.
Yeah. No, just keep dialing them up. If people start to use them eventually, if not, then guys, you're probably going to have to give them another buff in 6 months. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, they just don't do what you want them to do.
No one cares about 5+7+ infantry that costs 6 points.
It's not 5+7.
They're just getting blown away.
It's not that. It's the fact that their abilities only work when engaged.
Yes, yeah.
That's
they're
actually
blown away by ranged units.
Yeah,
they're getting trapped. They're getting shot. They're getting whatever.
Then eventually, Lance Cav or Gregor charge in for an overrun target to blow up something else. They're a leapfrog target. Golden Company Swordsman. The change here being adaptive style is a 1 attack ability, and it loses the precision and it goes to crit blow sundering. Do we think Golden Company Swordsmen are going to be as ubiquitous as they once were?
No, they're a absolutely middle of the road 7-point unit now.
Yep, I agree. They're not outshining other 7-point options, which is the important bit.
Yeah, everybody's not spending all their allowance on them anymore.
Yeah, I think it's odd that they changed this in the mid-season. Remember, it was only about 2 months ago they changed Golden Company Swordsman without changing them. And then 2 months later they changed them even further. And I just think it's... Yeah, you knew there was a problem then and you just couldn't make the changes you want to make then, I think is the truth. Lysini Pirates, they now have the Raiders of the Free Cities is now innate, so you can't switch off their pillage mechanic, which I think was actually a case. I'm going to have to check now, but you could actually switch it off. I don't think anyone did or anyone tried to. Yeah, technically you could have switched it off. Who cares? No one ever did.
Is that the only change?
No.
The ability also changed.
So Pirate's Blade is now crit blow instead of precision. Again, removing precision, favouring crit blow. Not sure if I like more crit blow in the game, but people do. So big things that explode are fun. And also, it now has a bad version of Fueled by Slaughter. After completing a melee attack, it restores 1 wound for each pillage token on the sellswords. So it gets a small.
You also get the +1 morale and +1 dice.
Yes. Yeah.
Sure.
I still don't think they're that amazing, but a little bit of healing. Yeah. Crit blow instead of precision. Sure.
Nice unit for neutrals. I don't think many other people are buying it, right?
No. Stormcrow Archers. Yes. Do you know what the change here is? It's quite a minor one.
I mean, did they? They didn't used to have loyalty through coin, right?
Yeah, loyalty through coin. The defensive.
You threw me off because you said it's minor. +1 morale and +1 save.
Yeah,
that's a 1-point ability.
It is a 1-point ability. The reason I say it's minor is it's not something we've not seen before. It's something that you forget that Stormcrow Archers don't have.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It feels like it's a minor change. It feels like it doesn't matter, but I do think it matters.
They're going to be in a 4+6 up.
Yeah.
Which okay. It's the trifecta, right? It's the mega super thing. But you got 4+6 up, shooting with 7 dice that hit on 4s with rerolls that give sundering and a vulnerable token.
Yeah.
That's absolutely baller.
Yeah.
Right? That's just you're back to just like being better than Lannister crossbowmen.
Yes.
And like, you know, like I'd say you're in and around the range of like what a Lightbringer is. You know, you bring these guys, you obviously bring in Peter Baelish because you want to control zones and like grab an extra zone and do stuff.
100%.
If you can manipulate extra zonal control, these guys are just better than nearly all in-house 6-point range units, in my opinion.
I don't necessarily.
Yeah, and then that's before we even start talking about the fact that you're a great joking Stormcrow target now, right? Like
that's I think the important bit. Yeah. It's the Jockin store. The thing is, the Stormcrow Archers were below par. They were the weakest 6-point archer unit in the game, outside of maybe Stark Bowman. I do think they are now.
Fine. You're allowed to be that because you're neutral.
Yes, exactly. That's fine. I now think I don't know if they're better. I think it might be asking too much to get the trifecta and to get everything going for you. But I do think they are now at least comparable. They were just worse. I think they're now comparable. They might be better if you have all 3 zones, but I think that's a big ask.
You're going to have 2, and I think you're already as good with 2. I guess it's the money bag. Money bags is required.
Yes.
Effectively, because money bags is double ability now.
And that gives some synergy.
Maybe I'm overthinking it. I just thought they were a great unit at 6. And again, I don't think that they needed loyalty to the coin, but you know, like.
The thing what I like here, the actual small thing I do like is that Dario's card to control bags with sellsword negotiations or whatever now is actually like a good reason to do it that actually helps the faction more than just basically his unit, which it was always just a sort of pointless thing that, oh, you control bags, and it's like, well, that does very little for me. And I have to include Bronn in my list if I want it to do anything. It now has value. Yeah. And you're not going. People put Bronn in Stormcrow Archers all the time in neutral lists, and you're not going to do that because you don't need to anymore unless you want to attack off bags. Yeah. Fine. Stormcrow Dervish is going to 5 up morale, which I think is completely reasonable at 6+ morale at a 7-point melee unit. They needed something more, and +1 morale is not a big change. Can I just point out?
I think you've undersold them, but you know, like I think that Swift Strike just has like a lot of
potential problems.
Potential for problem.
Yeah.
So you need to err on the side of caution with Stormcrow Dervs being a neutral unit and every combination that can possibly come out of what you could do with Swift Strike.
Yeah.
And therefore, +1 morale is a great thing to give a unit which is seeing almost 0 play from what I can tell.
Do you know what's incredibly funny? Is in, I can't remember, Season 1. I think in the Season 1 to Season 2 transition, they moved them from 7 morale to 6. And they have since moved them from 6 to 5. It's 2 iterative changes that they've made to Stormcrow Dervs, and they still don't see play. I do think Stormcrow Dervs at 7 points now are interesting for at least neutrals to be taking in lists. Yeah. Stormcrow Mercs, again, +1 morale from 7 to 6.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this is a 5-point infantry defense. This is like a standard 5-point stat line now.
But this is what I'm talking about, which is the general principle across the whole game is we're seeing morale improvements.
Yeah.
And some factions need to be really aware of that. It is marginal, but across games, multiple minis of that will matter.
Yeah.
Like and also the 7 to 6 transition is really big because without any modifiers, you're really, really changing the likelihood of failing the test. And even with modifiers, 6, 7, and 8 is such a large percentile of the dice that of like the results that you'll get without rerolls that even when you're talking about +1s, -1s, -2s with vicious and stuff like that, just moving 1 in each direction on any of them can really change the average amount of damage you take from panic tests. So we're talking about just when you just get attacked by things that don't specialize in panic damage, having 6 morale means that the consequential panic that comes off of it is going to do way less reliable extra damage on top.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think that neutrals are very telling of that movement of just like season 3 change was like, and even season 2 in a little bit, like it was like, hey, something needs to be improved. Give it precision. Season 4 is something needs to be improved. Give it +1 morale, right? And they're not stupid changes, but they will have a wider reaching impact on some factions more than others.
100% agree. The other thing here as well is all of these Stormcrone changes are direct improvements to Jockin as well. Brothers in Arms dropping off on a failed panic test or morale check. So I do think these are improvements and buffs. I don't know if Jockin needs buffing. You know, we haven't seen Jockin results really. It hasn't been out long enough to, and I know that seems crazy, like not enough data coming out from stats, but there really hasn't been enough data because Jockin hasn't seen any major tournaments really. You know, he was available for LVO in the team tournament in Spain, but like he's not really released, you know. And
yeah, I was going to say also, I mean, I might be giving a very narrow personal perspective of it, but like, who has him?
He's available in the UK apparently. Like,
is he?
Yeah, yeah. There you go. He is available, but I only found out the other day when someone told me, and then I looked. But yeah. Anyway, neutrals. The changes are all positive. I can't complain at a single change they've made here. Again, I don't know if they've gone. I don't know if they've gone far enough with Varys. But Walder being completely reworked is good. Obviously, addressing GCS is fine. Bloody Mamas are probably still a little bit sad. On the most part, though, there's no bad changes here.
Mm-hmm.
They're all very measured and small outside of Walder. And Walder is this kind of new thing they're going to try, and it may or may not work, but he was fine because he was awful in his old version. So
yeah. You literally couldn't have gotten Walder more wrong than last edition. So
yeah.
I'm really happy with where he's at.
Nice watch. Corrin. Sacrifice to the cause. Yeah?
Fix.
At the start of any turn, if Corrin is not on the tactics board, you may destroy him. That's fine. If you do target one enemy unit, that enemy becomes vulnerable and cannot perform attack or charge actions this round. I mean, that alone is a strong ability, and I think it's really good at saying, like, your strong commander, whatever it is, you can't be aggressive with them. I think that's good. But it also doesn't prevent someone from activating and playing the game with their commander or strong units. Like, way better. And also, his influence is just plus.
From retreating.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, yeah.
It doesn't pin something in combat that like
freeze
it
in combat. Literally freeze it on the game board. And it doesn't mess with activation advantage as well. Corrin's influence only +1 dice, not +1 movement speed, which again we can talk about movement speed being so powerful, but it was absolutely ridiculous that Vanguard...
used to think that Corrin was worth 5 points for his +1 movement, +1 attack.
Yeah,
right. Like I used to think that was really, really ludicrously good. That's a fine 5-point NCU.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fine 5-point NCU. I agree.
That's a sacrifice that you really have to want to use. It's an influence ability which is not worth 5 points by itself, but you've got the sacrifice to use at some point. Don't just sacrifice him the first chance that you get to look at something wrong. And it's not going to combine with and now his watch is ended anymore. So
well, we will see that.
That alone has revolutionized top competitive play.
Yes. 100%. This is no longer a problem that this was uncancelable and it just used to win games.
Yeah. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
So happy. I'm pretty happy with where he's at. I'm just more happy that the old version is gone.
Yes. It warped the game horribly.
Natchlub says the rework is not fine. Okay. You think not good enough? But whatever. I don't know.
We'll get to the other things in a minute.
Fine for me, but I mostly just wanted him gone.
Samuel Tarly is now 4 points for his +1 hand size and make everything 4. What Tyrion gets for Tyrion NCU, and this is fine for 4 points, like absolutely fine NCU. Was unplayable at 5, unfortunately, even with the Gilly. He saw fringe play before the later season updates to pass tokens. But 4 points for +1 hand size. completely legit, not a problem. Gilly then, 1 point, obviously can only be taken with Sam. Rather than this 5-0, it's now 4-1, which Baroque's already won. They seem to have got the right idea with Gilly. At the start of the game, after drawing your hand, you may draw a tactics card. Then shuffle 1 card from your hand into your deck. So you just get to filter your hand a little bit at the start of the game.
Anybody say mulligans?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
We just having mulligans now? Like, cool.
As a 1 point ability, I really don't feel that that's far off being right. You know what I mean? Like, just being able to draw an extra card for your starting hand and then choose what you start with is good, in my opinion. She starts the game with an order token. Each time she claims a zone, after resolving that zone's effect, you remove an order token from Gilly. At the end of the round, if she has no order tokens, you destroy Gilly. The problem here being is that we got the whole pass token discussion to have, of course, around including an extra combat unit or non-combat unit, but she can just pass, not take a zone, and count as an activation every round of the game. Which was kind of the problem we saw when Gilly first got released, was this idea of, like, can you just activate and pass with her every round? And is this play into activation advantage really heavily? We didn't know and never really got resolved. I think this is the first time that Gilly's wording's been correct on her card.
Yeah.
What do you think? Sam/Gilly.
Sam at 4, Gilly at 1.
Yeah.
Should always have been the way it was if you want the package to be 5 points.
Yes.
Because Sam, that's just better. So let's just start with Sam. Sam, 4 points. Brilliant. Great. Nice one. Gilly at 1. Infinite pass. Now, the thing you do have to think about, though, is she can obviously still only pass in the same way other NCUs can pass if there's a zone open on the board. So, I mean, are we playing a 4 NCU setup here? Because if we're playing 4 NCUs, then if we go first, we don't get to pass with her, or we're going to lose the 5th zone on the board, or we're going to have to activate and then just like start passing our NCUs dead early, right?
Well, it depends, because if your opponent, this is the thing, if your opponent passes their second and only has 3, you can then pass your 3rd for your 4th.
I mean, yes.
So you can force the. I mean, like, it allows it. It's like a jockeying of NCU activations, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Yeah, like it's gonna make it makes a real like mini game out of like that whole thing, and I don't think that's good. Being able to buy it for 1 point, so yeah, I mean, I guess we are saying we're running a 4 NCU setup here, right? But like,
probably.
But then Gilly's never going to take a zone, right? So like, you have literally spent 1 point, like.
She probably,
unless you're telling me Corin, unless you take.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now you're losing Corin's attack influence ability, right?
Yeah. And you lose Gilly and Corin in the next round.
Yeah, so exactly. You're only gonna get Gilly that one time, and then you're down to 2 NCUs. I think people think that she's gonna be wildly strong. Activation count isn't what it was because of the pass token and stuff like that. I just think that there's so many questions around Night's Watch right now that this isn't my most pressing one, right? Mm-hmm. Gilly may end up being like a really important part of the 9 activation Night's Watch list, where you're running 4 NCUs, 5 combat units, but the 5 combat units are still good, and stuff like that. But whether or not Night's Watch are a top tier faction, I don't think is going to matter about Gilly, because I don't think that activation count makes quite as much a matter of whether or not you're a top tier faction anymore. And Gilly adds so many extra steps to it that I think that it's not that big of a thing. Plus, Sam's not an amazing 4 point NCU, and you've got to take him to also bring Gilly. So the hoops that you have to jump through for what is a ludicrously powerful 1-point NCU, right? Like let's not mess around. If she was not attached to anything and she was like neutral, I think everybody in the whole game would be playing 39-point lists with Gilly. So there is that, but I find it really hard to place.
The problem is,
I don't think that Night's Watch are going to break the meta, but
it's the contextual change, isn't it?
There's a lot to be looked at there. Like, there's a lot to be changed. I will say that probably one of the only times that I've ever been really wrong is I didn't think that Greyjoys were going to be what they are.
Yes.
So I could well have mispowered where I think that Night's Watch are too, because
it's difficult though.
I think Night's Watch are good.
It's difficult though, right? Because we didn't think Greyjoys would be there, and I shared your opinion with that massively. Because we didn't think the melee style Greyjoys would be, or just melee style combat would just not be as strong as it has been. And the funny thing is like top competitive play for us, Carlo, we don't overthink Greyjoys that much with our list building. Like, you don't actually have to counter Greyjoys if you play the game.
The thing I always feared in Greyjoys, and the thing that I still think is very powerful, is Balon respawn, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly. So you play around it in terms of timing.
That's the thing. That's the thing that matters.
Yeah.
But like their lack of lance cavalry, their lack of high maneuverability units, and once their archer spam became not really such a significant thing. Like, I don't think that they're
a good faction.
But like still, like they've been up there number 2 for like a long time. So
I agree. I agree.
Are they number 1 right now?
I don't think they might be actually.
Togs take it for a while. What the fuck happened there, boys?
Night's Watch dropped.
Somebody let the Americans play, and like suddenly Togs were number 1. Like, what happened there, boys? Come on.
I think the big thing is just Night's Watch just dropped, and they didn't have this like 50 rating that they had for the majority of the patch. They dropped down to like 15 that we see them at now, and all of a sudden they're just in with the mix. But yeah, 150 viewers, by the way. Thanks. That's amazing.
And to answer Sophie, we will come on to the tournament doc.
Yes,
they're not missing. They're not in it. Very noticeably. But
so,
what does New Boy Craster do?
He's a token removal on an influence. So Dany, a Caitlyn, and
remove rough and hindering,
and then remove rough and hindering. I think that's fine. I don't think it's that good, but I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Token removal is always nice.
Caitlyn's great. And that's a side grade on Caitlyn, because Night's Watch mostly don't need things that tell them that they fight at their highest attack die, because they don't have growing profiles that like really benefit from, hey, that unit on max ranks, it's actually Berserkers and is going to attack on its like 3rd rank 1, but yeah, sure. What happened to Yoren? Does Yoren need 1 more order now?
No. Yoren, it's the way he deploys the conscripts. So
okay.
He gets an order token every time he claims a zone, and if he claims crown, he gets an extra order token. And the thing here...
4. That's all exactly the same, yeah?
Yes, still needs 4. Yeah. But it's the start of any round. You remove 4 tokens from him, and you deploy a conscript in a friendly table edge. So he no longer needs to activate to take a zone to deploy a unit, which is hugely different in tempo.
Okay. Because it used to be that you then had to take the zone and replace the zone's effect with the deployment. Okay, that's a buff. I like that because I thought he was just, I really will put it on. He was just 1 activation too slow.
I agree.
I like it. If you really press for it, you can even deploy a second unit by the 5th round, 6th round. But like, you're really gonna have to go for it for crowns first every time. I think that's fine. It
also allows you to deploy a conscript at the start of round 3 if you get crowns round 1 and 2, and you can kind of play for that if you really want to, because no one in their right mind is going to be probably blocking crowns, and I feel like that's fine. Like, it's not. I don't think that's broken.
No.
But yeah. Corrin, attachment 1 point changing to Battle Scars, keeping Go Down Fighting.
Decent package for 1 point, though.
Yeah. I mean, he's always been a good package for 1 point when they're all Battle Scars. It's just old Battle Scars was bad.
Well, but like it was just that, and also Core and NCU was just like
nuts.
Not like you couldn't be left at home.
Not fair.
Yeah, he's very good.
Okay, are we ready for this? This is the biggest thing.
Yeah, I haven't really read these except that they don't look good.
Every card in the base Night's Watch deck has received a change. So we'll go through them in order as they are here. Sword in the Darkness. When a friendly unit is performing a melee attack before rolling dice, if the defender has not activated, they become panicked and vulnerable. The on-play effect of Sword in the Darkness is effectively the same.
Yeah.
That's all it does. It no longer gives +1.
If you can get it to happen.
Yeah. So, that's what it does. That's all it does. Double tokens. They all come now with a second version, the bottom half. You play them for the top or the bottom. You do not get both. And the bottom half of a Sword in the Darkness is when a friendly unit, Night's Watch, activates. This is going to be the theme of the bottom of every single card. Every single card's bottom trigger text is when a friendly Night's Watch unit activates. Attach this card until they fail a panic test. Again, that is the same for all of the cards we were about to look at. While attached, this unit's melee attacks is treated as having +1 rank for attack dice. So not +1 dice, +1 rank as direct nerf to a Sword in the Darkness attached effect. I think this is not a great card anymore. Obviously, the split card is a whole different conversation. The on-play effect isn't great. The +1 rank, not great.
No. I mean, the on-play effect is great, but the hoop that they have to be unactivated is actually like it doesn't come up that often. Like most people like played the sword, and unless you're talking about a sword's attack at the start of the round, you didn't get the on-play effect. You were just there for the +1 dice. +1 rank, bad attachment effect. So yeah, bad card.
Yep, not great. Fire the Bones Against Cold. When a friendly unit is performing a morale test after rolling dice, you may reroll any dice for this test. Completely playable, perfectly fine card.
Yeah. That's why you played the card in the past.
Yeah.
Its on-attachment effect was incredibly niche.
Yes. Now its on-attach effect. While attached, each time this unit gains a condition token, it may suffer 1 wound to remove this token. So actually, arguably a buff to the bottom half. Of course, you don't play it for both effects now. Fire the Burns Against the Cold is a perfectly fine card. Perfectly playable.
For its top
decent.
Effect.
The
its
top
bottom effect is still weak.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, against some factions, if they've got morale modifiers and they have like spit out a load of tokens, just think off the top of my head like a Baratheon list. You might play it for the bottom because it might be worth it.
To get it out. Yeah. I mean, all these cards can be played out of your hand because you're thinking of discarding them that round anyway.
Yeah.
But like a lot of their effects are pretty much at the level of because you were going to discard them anyway, just play it.
Yeah. Shield of the Guards of the Realm of Men, or the Shield of the Realms of Men, sorry. When an enemy is performing an attack after rolling defense dice, target the defender, they may reroll any defense dice. It's the same on-play effect. Perfectly fine, perfectly reasonable. Other commanders have got something similar. When a friendly combat unit activates, attached until they fail a panic. While attached, each time this unit is attacked after rolling defense dice, it blocks 1 hit.
Attachment effect is really good.
Yeah, the attachment effect is good.
It was the only card previously where you preferred its attach effect to its on-play effect for most things. You preferred the attachment effect to the on-play, and you didn't get the attachment on the turn that you played it.
Yeah.
So now you can attach it earlier, but you can lose it with a panic test, which is obviously a problem. So overall, card is significantly worse.
Yes.
You only do one or the other. But it's still probably one of their best because getting shields on something which blocks 1 hit, the +1 block is where you normally want it for, not for the reroll effect. You often just like take a reroll on something because you want the +1 block in future rounds.
Yeah.
But you're going to lose it with panic tests now, guys, so...
Watch on the wall after a friendly combat unit or not actually combat unit, after a friendly unit is attacked. Can't attack NCUs, but that's not the point. Target 1 friendly combat unit other than the defender. That unit pivots, then shifts 2, so same on-play effect. Attach effect. While attached, gains +1 move and may reroll charge distance die. I think that is much more fair than the old Watcher on the Wall. Because old Watcher on the Wall, as competitive players, was bustedly good.
Both effects are good.
Yep.
Both effects are playable.
Yep.
That was the thing about Watcher, which was you got both.
Yeah.
You got to turn and see somebody, or or close a distance, or like just make a charge that somebody didn't think you could, and a permanent +1 move and reroll for the rest of the game. Probably keeping it for the shift and pivot, just because I do not like that I'm losing these cards on a pack tester.
Yep, agreed.
And yeah, but that's still a good card. Top and bottom are both good. You get half the effect now because you don't get both.
I don't think you'd be unhappy seeing both of these cards in like round 2. If you had both of these cards in hand, you'd be like, "Oh, cool! I can do some good stuff here." Maybe one on play and one attach.
Some of these are really nice to have in your starting hand and just throw them out. But you got to be scared that like just a rogue crowns test now is just going to start stripping these abilities away from you.
Mm-hmm. Light that brings the dawn. Exactly same on play effect. You get to reroll any misses though, not hits on attack dice. It's reroll any misses, which is it is important because it means you can't crit fish, or precision fish. When you attach it, you just get +1 to morale tests.
You know what? Could even be a buff to that card.
yeah, it might be. Was it always highest attack dice if you attacked with less ranks than your opponent had? Which was actually quite annoying.
Dawn used to be by far the most garbage card in the deck, other than take the black, either won you the game or you discarded it, right? Like.
Well, the problem with Light that Brings the Dawn is that most of the time you were charging because nothing survived combat with you for that long, so you had rerolls, and the other half of always attacking max dice. Well, you're nearly always at full health, so who cares?
the only unit which really cared about the second part of that was Range Vanguard.
Yes.
And they could, and they're 7/5 profile anyway, but sometimes they're on one rank and they're fighting things on 2 ranks, and you're like, hey, I get 7 dice anyway.
The only other time I've seen it come up is Hunters used to get it on their ranged attack if they were fighting things like trap spam lists. So they could. Yeah. But that was it, right? This is way better, I think.
This used to be the worst card. It got arguably the same or a little bit worse. It now feels like it's about where the middle of where the deck is, which tells you a lot about the rest of the deck.
Yes. I like the +1 morale test though, because you can get this. This is a card you want early. You bring some semblance to bringing Gilly and Sam. Get this card out. Get your morale buffed. It's going to be a bit swingy. I don't like the idea of Night's Watch having all these nice attached cards on like 4 morale, and then you fail 1 4 morale test, and that's it. Mm-hmm. Like you're gone. But I guess that's kind of what some people want. We'll do Take the Black next. This only has 1 mode, the only card that doesn't have the 2. After a friendly unit completes a melee attack, so no longer an on-death trigger of an enemy unit. If the defender suffered any wounds, the attacker restores 1, +1 for each rank they destroyed with this attack. Otherwise known as Fueled by Slaughter, but a little bit worse because it's ranks you killed with this attack, not their missing ranks.
But you get the attachment too, which happens all the time.
Yeah, well, if you destroyed an infantry attachment, you can take it and attach it to the attacker.
Okay, so if you destroy somebody, you're healing
1 plus however many ranks they had before the attack.
Okay, sorry, that you destroyed in the attack.
Yeah,
okay, you're healing 2 wounds, 3 wounds, and you're gaining an attachment, which is what the card used to do anyway.
Yep.
And you can play it to just heal 1 or 2 wounds off of any other attack. Yep. So it's a straight buff to the card, and I just think it makes it way more playable, and I do think that's much better.
For the little that this is worth, I do think this is quite interesting. It also makes the card have some quite unique playability into enemy units with 2 attachments. Because if you don't kill the unit, but do kill one of the attachments, you can still steal it. Steal Osher from a Rick on Osher unit. Steal a Harmer's Bannerman. Like, that actually has value. Even if you don't kill the unit.
I didn't think about what Finn said, though, which is you used to be able to heal anybody within short range of the unit. Yeah. I didn't think about that part, but I used to think that Take the Black was mostly trash. unless you're literally about to destroy a unit. Like, if I'm about to destroy a unit, but most of the time, if you're about to destroy a unit, you're about to, like, take control and really start winning the game. Now, there are some games where it really swings it for you because, you know, it's really close and you're about to get back in the game by killing a unit. And then you don't just get back in the game, but you also suddenly heal a unit, bang, steal an attachment, do everything. I think it's a way more consistent card. I prefer this. I would rather have this card in my deck than old Take the Black. But it's not a straight buff. Like, there are problems with it.
Yeah, the old problem with Take the Black, I mean, the free vote matchup having been one I played a lot, and quite a few times into Carlo as well, is that, like, if Carlo or if you get a good Take the Black off into free folk, it would turn what was quite an interesting, hard, difficult matchup. And it would just swing the game, and it would work both ways of various different mechanics like that. But, like, and it would really swing the game, because it basically undoes a lot of work that one player can do. And this is way better. Again, it used on Cav. Like, you can use this on Vanguard, you can use this on Cav, you can use this on other stuff. Like, it's nice that it's not just limited to that.
You can use it on a non-destruction attachment kill ability as well.
Yeah, anything that does wounds, as long as you've done any wounds, you get some nice stuff. Now's Watch has ended. Oh. Now Night's Watch has ended. When a friendly unit is destroyed by a melee attack, fuck you, Corin. Target the attacker, they become vulnerable. Then target any friendly units that within long range of the defender, they restore 2 wounds. So you're just a big AoE. All of the people in that unit that you just killed, they all run away and join the other Night's Watch units, which, like, I don't know if that's thematic to Night's Watch, because I don't know if that's what the guys running away from battle would do, because they're often deserters. But it feels like that would be, it would either be thematic of Night's Watch, of some elite soldiery types like Baratheons, or Free Folk Horde of just like, they go over and they'll just join the Horde. I like the thematic idea of this card now. Even, you know, it's massive nerf, obviously, but a massive AoE heal. When a friendly unit Night's Watch activates, attach it till they fail to panic. While attached, each time this passes a morale test, it can restore 1 wound.
Man. Am I going to hold it for the top half, or am I going to play it for the bottom? Hard question, kind of situational.
Dauntless stacking with things like, you know, Stubborn Tenacity type. You know, we already see it with the Tully Cavalier style, kind of like heal and deal. Maybe there's a heal and deal thing going on here with Now's Watch has ended. Don't know.
Maybe. Overall, though, the deck is just weaker.
Yes. I would go as far as saying it's not very good.
Yeah. I don't think it's maybe as garbage tier as people are saying.
I think people don't realise how strong the Night's Watch deck really was.
Yes, exactly.
Like, every card outside of Take the Black was like borderline the best card of nearly any other faction's cards.
Yeah, exactly. I think, I mean, if you just really look at the top half of the deck, reroll a failed test. Yeah, good but not great. Often reroll a test will come with, if you're the commander, auto pass. But that's kind of a card that other people have with, like, this kicker. But you now have a kicker of an activation, of an on-activation attachment. Fine, yeah. Fields, I still think is a good card on its bottom side, or even on its top. Watcher, still pretty good. Light That Brings the Dawn, passable bottom side, partly because you don't want to be losing those attachments. Sword is pretty weak these days, but if you can throw out a Panicked Vulnerable off of a sword's attack at the start of the turn, actually, you know, just a play and forget kind of card. Do not worry about the bottom half of it. No one cares. Take the Black, doable. Now His Watch is ended. Interesting. I think that it's not a strong deck, but it's the same as other people's decks in a lot of ways now.
I do think this might be a contender for the worst deck if we kind of ignore Boltons. It might be the contender for the worst deck, but I don't think it's just flat out a terrible deck. Like, the thing is, like, I
yeah,
still...
So since every card's got a better counterpart in another faction, yes, if you take their top halves only, I think that's true, but you do have the attachment choice, which I think maybe just about counters it, but...
The same trigger is maybe a bit of a problem, being that, like, you activate a unit, you can only play one of your cards, but, like, yeah, I'm of the opinion, and Mark is kind of right, and you know, Mark's a very good Night's Watch player. It feels that Night's Watch is now a defensive healing army without having these aggressive punch, and I still think it has aggressive punch. I still think that you cannot deny that, you know, Vanguard are still one of the most effective 7-point units in the game.
Yeah, they're great units.
Yeah, the units are still great. I just think that you can't rely on this kind of like, I am going to basically abuse everybody by one-shotting people with 7-point units all the time, which is what it felt like. The move
like, obviously this is significantly with the coring change, the deck change. This is the most significant change of the patch. I think they're playable, but way down in the mid tier of the pack now.
Yeah, I'd be more interested to try them out myself. At least deck changes. Night Gathers. When a friendly Night's Watch unit activates, you attach it until they fail a panic test. Nothing new there. While attack, each time this unit is performing a melee attack, before attack dice are rolled, the attacker suffers 1 hit plus 1 for each remaining rank. So the old effect still, but played on activation and kept till panic fail. For the Watch, now this change, I have to admit, this does feel very bad for John players. For the Watch, when a friendly unit is performing a charge, after rolling charge dice, you can re-roll the charge distance die, which is, as all of those Dev Impact style kicker effect type effects have worked now for a while. On the activation, attach it till they fail a panic test. While attached, each time it's targeted by horse, replace it with a charge action. This feels a lot worse because the whole power point of John was playing at the start of the turn to get the re-rolls and charge off horses and then doing it. You're very rarely, in my opinion, with John, going to activate a unit early and then charge off horses later on. So normally you're playing this to telegraph a charge at the top of the next round. Because horses are very contested zone, very powerful zone.
Personally, when I've played John, I found I nearly always just have for the Watch, and I wait till relatively late in the round, but like I play it on a unit. Because I don't want to telegraph what that unit's going to do, but I play it on a unit, foregoing its charge reroll effect.
Yes, yeah.
Just knowing that I'm just waiting to open with a horse's charge at the start of next round.
Yes.
The only reason why I haven't played it earlier, in the old one, when it wasn't strippable, was because you didn't want to telegraph which unit it was. You probably had John Hunters and some Ranger Vanguard, and you might want to do it with either. You don't want them to know that you're going to get a charge off with horses at the top of next round. So you wait. Now you're definitely going to have to wait because you don't want to lose it to a panic test, which is actually the feels bad part of it. But I think that it was a ludicrously good card. I think that actually this is a much, much more balanced card in general. Don't play it for its charge reroll. It might as well have just lost that ability. Yeah. In my opinion.
Well,
Play it for its attachment effect to give you the horses effect. Now that you're gonna have to telegraph it when you activate the unit itself is a bit of a problem, that you can't just play it at the start of the turn. But I think that it still brings it into like really solid card. Just being able to continuously charge off horses was one of the most busted things going. Yeah. We can discuss the John problem, which is it might have been one of the only reasons to take him.
His on death card
now
had some...
maybe you can argue that there's no good reason to take John.
There
are other good reasons. You get to buy Ghost. You still got like one other good card at least.
He had the Stand United for the synergy with instead of Corrin sacrifice, the Stand United sacrifice with Coldhands for Now's Watch Has Ended, of course. So like I think John had a lot of synergy with combos, and I don't think John has any combo synergy anymore. In fact, that's, if anything, what we've seen here is that combo from Night's Watch has been removed. combination through adding cards over time, but not instantaneous combo. Instantaneous combo has been a thing that Free Folk have always been. That's what they do. These kind of instantaneous big combo bangs. Lannisters got a little bit of now with Gregor, kind of Greyjoy's whatever, but like Night's Watch had it and it was by far the most powerful. Whereas now they're a combo but over time. And I think that's fine. Tempered by Duty is interesting.
I think wherever they end up, as long as it's not number one, 90% of the community will be alright with it.
Does this mean that we're finally going to see you play and run Senior Builders again?
Yeah, maybe. You know, I have been tempted by the old bullshit joking setup too. So you know, like, give it a crack.
Tempered by Duty from Sir Dennis Mallister, and now it's an on-activation card as well, attached till panicked. When this card is attached, each time this unit activates, you may target one enemy in long range and line of sight. They gain a condition token. I think that is fine. It's a good card, even. It would not work to answer your question in chat soon. No, it wouldn't work. When you play the card, it wouldn't also give a token out. So you activate round 1, play the card. Activate round 2 is the first time you put a token out. Night's Watch unit changes, and there will be some happiness here. Builder Scorpion crews have had their morale increased from 2 to 5, or decreased, or made worse, from 2 to 5.
Is that intentional so that they can say that the joking problem isn't a problem?
I don't know. I actually just I straight flat out don't know.
I think it's improvement. I think there's no reason why they were 2+ morale. There just isn't.
No, there isn't. The thing with this is, and this is where I think that I know we talk about counters and you're going to be like, oh, well, don't be stupid, but you have a Builder Scorpion crew and you shoot a Lannister, like Knights of Castle Rock, and you miss, and you take a full charged supremacy back. You're now testing on a 7. Fealty comes out, or Hear Me Roar for an 8, and then a fealty, and if you roll like a 2, you might just immediately die. Like, dying from a supremacy check is actually real now. And WOP used to do it
more so for the War Machine. That like
the thrower.
For the Stone Thrower. Like the Stone Thrower can't really afford to shoot like Lannister Guardsmen.
If you roll that 25% and you have to take a 5+ that's now testing on an 8 with +3 wounds. Hear Me Roar for +4 wounds at -4. You're now testing on a 9 morale with +4 wounds. You might just be dead. Just lose your Stone Thrower at an 8-point unit because you shot 1 bolt and missed at a 5-point unit.
As the Rock Thrower
lost
is if it misses with its attack.
Yes. It lost that whole stupid thing that no one could work out how it worked.
But they gave it Vicious, which is a buff.
Which
to
they Yes.
To its pre-bonus thing.
Yes. Which makes sense. I don't know why a rock missing you was scarier than a rock hitting you, as we spoke about. Like,
yeah, I like both of those changes. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think they're no longer
make them interact with the actual game.
I think they're no longer as ubiquitous as they once were. Yeah. All right then. The big one, the one that we mentioned in the thing, the Corin problem was only really surpassed by one other problem, which was fucking Coldhands. He is still 5 points. He has had his morale increased, decreased, changed to 3 from 2, which is a change that matters, but who cares? Like, it's not that important. The first time he is destroyed, at the start of the round, you may redeploy him fully within short range of any flank. And he also lost 1 dice, so he rolls 5 dice now. Yeah. 1 respawn.
Triple nerf. One redeploy. 1 morale. 1 attack die. He's still great.
Yep. He's probably fair now, I would say. I would say he's a good 5-point unit that's fair for the game.
Say he's still good.
Yeah, okay, yeah, still good. Yeah, sure.
I'd hazard like still strong.
Yeah.
I think not just busted bonkers. What the hell's going on with this unit, guy? You've triple nerfed him, and he's now in discussion of top end of what you can buy for 5 points.
Have you actually looked at Coldhands stats in any time recently on our rankings?
Not recently, no.
Coldhands, and I will have to load up Night's Watch here as well, because obviously it's the comparison between the unit and the faction to really highlight. Night's Watch was sat at, what, for Season 3, 55.5? Coldhands was sat at 59.4. Yeah?
So 4-5% win rate bonus just for taking him.
Just straight up, include a 5-point unit that you can only include a 1 of. Just straight up bonus.
And he's included in 3/4 of those lists.
And he's included in 3/4 of the list, which means it's crazy. If you
win rate without him
is abysmal.
Yeah.
Like actually abysmal without him. It's crazy.
Without him is about like 40%.
Comes out to be about 40%. It worked out.
It'd be like 3 times as bad as the difference.
It works out to be about 40%. I had the calculation here. Yeah. Not even that. It's almost,
that's why I'm the real mathematician. I just do it in my head. Right? Mickey's got a piece of paper.
Well, no, because I use the actual numbers. It came out to be 183 over 412. So 30%, I think. It's abysmal.
See?
Yeah.
He was the problem.
100%.
Maybe the faction wasn't. Ooh, guys. Ooh.
Cool. We fucked it. Anyway.
I like the Night's Watch. I like the Watch Marshal buff.
The Watch Marshal buff's an interesting one. Yeah, he got basically an AoE Iron Resolve. Well, -1 wound from Panic, not even Iron Resolve. Half of Iron Resolve. The good part of Iron Resolve.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. He's a support piece, and now he does more supporting.
Yeah.
Night's Watch overall, I mean, we don't have to say it. But
they got the rough end of the patch. But I'm really glad that they understood that their deck was a limit to understanding, like, and limit to ever being able to balance Night's Watch.
Yep.
Like I say, with Free Folk, when you give somebody this super special deck that is just better than everybody else's deck, then that makes it really hard to understand how powerful the units are supposed to be, how powerful the attachments are supposed to be, how powerful the NZUs are supposed to be. And then you have to worry about, like, oh, if like a neutral unit comes along and they can use it really, really well, then they're just going to supplant, like, be the best with it because they have the best deck. They've got a very tepid to maybe weak deck now. They still have some pretty solid units. I think their big thing, which is going to become quite apparent now, is that I never used to care about what commander I played. Really?
Yeah, it didn't matter.
Because their deck was so good that commander cards, generically speaking, were weaker than most of their deck. I think it's going to become quite apparent now that, like, to me, the Night's Watch commanders are very meh and very samey, and they don't do a lot for you. So Night's Watch might end up plummeting because they're now on the same level as everybody else, but I don't see them as having any good standout commanders.
It's interesting as well, you know, in context, we saw in Season 3 Jaw losing something like Embolden, and that makes a lot of sense now when you look at these changes as well. We'll see. I do think I'm going to call it the Decipher style of, like, the heavy Jaw veteran style kind of gameplay, and I know that's quite popular with the Quebecians as well. We'll see if that kind of style becomes the most predominant style of Night's Watch, with the Yoren spawning conscripts and stuff behind. We'll see. We'll see. It's a good thing because I can now successfully say that I feel, even though I know we had Season 1 Free Folk being busted, and I know Season 2 was still Varamir's time, but Night's Watch was still contention, I genuinely think this is the first time where Night's Watch are not a top-tier competitive faction since the 2021 patch.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is a refreshing change. They may still be, yeah. I don't think so.
Might go totally wrong, just like with the Greyjoys, but yeah. Nah, they don't feel it. They feel I think you're really going to have to earn some wins with the Night's Watch. For not to put people down. Yeah, I mean, I've played Night's Watch. I played Night's Watch at the LDT. Like, do you know what I mean? But like, you're going to have to earn some wins for the first time in a very long time.
Yeah, you don't put models on the board and go, cool, right, this will be over round 3.
Well, it's not that. Like, the game has still obviously required you to play, and they unlike awful when it literally was you just kind of set up in a like a little castle in the corner and you just shoot and you win the game. The faction still had to participate. It still had to kill stuff. Actually, when played at its best, it was quite tradey because of the way that Coldhands respawn works and stuff like that. But most of the things that you just did them better than everybody else. You were more maneuverable. You were as good as everybody else at the start, and then you got better every time you attached a card. And then you got like this respawning solo, and then you had like this best NCU in the game who can also release the pressure if your opponent gets like a really good playoff on you, and this and that, and this comeback mechanic, and this if you're winning, win by even more mechanic, and this and that. Yeah, you're still playing the same game, but you get just like you're kind of playing like a premium player versus a free player. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just have the better cards. You got the shiny legendary, and they're playing with the basics. Yeah, like, is what it was. Like, sure, you're still going to be able to play the game, but you know, you weren't playing quite on a level playing field. And that's how I felt as even as somebody who played and won a big tournament with them.
Yeah.
I think if you win with them now, you can really feel that you have earned it. You've played the same game as everybody else.
Yeah, I agree. Baratheon, another one of your mainstays. And thank you, Rustum. Celeste and Shireen, unchanged, except dropping from 6 to 5. I mean, she basically never saw play at 6. And
they were 5, then they were 6, and now they're 5 again.
It's still difficult. Still difficult to...
Might see play at 5. Like, I think they're okay at 5. They're not seeing play at 6. They're just not. Are they exactly the same as they were at 5 points when they were last 5 points? Or have they changed since they were last 5 points?
I don't think they've changed since they were 5.
Because my memory is that they were 5 points. They were completely
fine,
playable, but not that significant. They were a tech piece, sometimes seen, sometimes not.
And then they just turned them into
6 points for no reason.
I tell you what, that was the same time when Mel got changed, and they changed Celeste and Shireen up. And they just became unplayable for no reason.
Yeah. Back where they should be, in my opinion.
And they lost the +1 to morale checks as well. Yeah, they did have that at one point. I can't remember when that was. Fine. Axel rework.
Oh wait, do they deal a wound instead of having +1 morale now?
Yes. Pass a morale, deal a wound.
Yeah. Oh, they're fine at 5.
Yeah. New Axel has been reworked. So we see he influences an enemy unit, becomes panicked. If he influences a friendly unit, you get to make the defender vulnerable when making a melee attack with that unit. So he's token play in an NCU at 4 points. This is way more applicable for what Axel... His old Axel was just weird and wonderful and never saw play. It was too difficult to do any of what he did.
Doable.
This is just free panic tokens, which I think works with R'hllor side Stannis as well. So I feel, again, it feels thematic.
I guess he has to be an influence because he has either a positive or a negative effect, but like the top side feels like it doesn't need to be an influence, but I guess it is. The top side of it is just give out a panic token every time he claims a zone, which, whatever, that's panic, unless you're really leaning into panic. Panic's kind of like the weaker token of the whole set, sort of. But like you're in Pysail levels here, so yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Take a zone, do a token is very middle of the road for a 4-point NCU. It's all over the place, guys.
Yep. Brienne 1-point attachment, battle scars, sure.
Yeah.
Cool. Courtney Penrose, the Might of the Throne change on both his commander version and his 2-point attachment version.
I think it affects him way less
Yeah.
than it affects Kevin, because I think it was a much more niche list. Kevin did it way better.
Yeah.
But sure.
Deck change, Assault Orders on Andrew. This is more a clerical error being fixed. You'll see this a few more times as we go on. Assault Orders is now just melee attack across the board, which was what I think they tried to do ages ago and just fudged it.
I think he was one of the last ones who'd managed to sneak it through that he didn't have melee attack, right?
Yeah, he did.
You could still make shots with Lightbringers with it, which was kind of the only reason to bring him. Whatever.
Again, we see changes, and I think it's funny, two of these cards have seen so many changes since 2021, and they're seeing even more now. Baratheon Justice. After an enemy completes an attack, they gain a condition token. If you control crowns or letters, it's an extra token. Put out the tokens you need with the card rather than being forced into a certain set.
Decent
much
enough.
Much better
Obviously
design.
not quite as good as when it gave out all 3 tokens, but probably a better middle ground.
I think it's way stronger than it was, because you can now put out weakens to stop a double attack or to weaken it, and it's nowhere near as strong as it used to be when it was just vomiting tokens on enemy units.
Yeah.
Sustained Assault again changed after seeing change before, and it's seen another change. And what's interesting here is this is the only Sustained Assault, I believe, that has seen change.
Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, surely some other commanders in any of the factions that we've looked at before have Sustained Assault.
Maeve Morgan does.
Yeah.
She has, didn't she?
Brilliant.
This is from as aware. If this unit began the turn engaged with the defender, it rolls its highest attack die value and may reroll any attack die. So you only gets both benefits if it started engaged. Which means this card goes back to being pretty meh.
Meh. It goes back to being straight bin fodder.
Yeah, to garbage, yeah. This is
Why, guys? Why? Sustained Assault was already bad. Like what?
They made it okay. They made it okay. You can't say rip a Bara Crones, Brandon, because they did not change a Baras, apparently.
Technically. Yeah, we'll see. Oath of Duty now doesn't do -1 morale damage.
Correct.
Instead, you get to re-roll attack. Is that what's happening there?
You always get the condition token rather than Crown's condition. You always get the condition, and Crown's is now re-rolls instead of a base -1. So yeah, they've swapped the 2 abilities and then changed the -1 out for re-rolls. This is a much more aggressive lean.
Yeah.
I think it's good.
Side grade? Quite like it on Lightbringers.
It's melee only.
Nope. Don't like it on Lightbringers. Don't like it.
Should have added that.
I prefer the old one. If it's melee only. If it's melee only, I prefer the old one.
You'll see, because maybe you'll like some of the units. Let's have a look. Dragonstone Nobles have basically been completely changed, and I know Carlo and I have been a big proponent recently, again with Jake telling him to run double Dragonstone Noble, these kind of strike trains in an 8 activation Baratheon list. I think it's interesting, and not enough people play it, and they've completely changed. So 3 dice on 3+, with 4 move, 2+ armor, 3+ morale.
All the same, right?
Mostly, yeah, same kind of stat there. They no longer have Sentinel, they have Noble's Bolster. So when a friendly combat unit in long range would gain a condition token, it does not gain that token.
Gain that token.
You just ignore it.
That's a nice support ability.
Yeah,
that's a nice support ability, that.
Yes, I think it is. I think that's underrated with Stag's Wit, and with this potential to remove 1 token every round, potentially Stag Wits as well. I think that's really strong. Solo Rider still, for his Cav. Mastercraft Warhammer may always reroll attack die. That's good. Arguably better than having to retreat out and then come back in anyway, so whatever. If the defender rolls a 1, after the attack is complete, they become weakened, so it's a Warhammer effect. They no longer
Absolute wank.
Yes, yeah, because everyone always forgets it, right?
Thundering and +2 dice per wound lost.
No, +2 hits.
Yeah. So he used to be worth saving with Solis and Shireen, keeping on 1 wound, or doing a Mel -2 wounds on him, bang. It was a great little combo.
You say that.
Absolutely
He was a murder train. When he got going,
it was nice. I don't know. I loved it. Wasn't dominating the game.
No.
But this guy runs around on one wound and absolutely mullers stuff. and you can't even lock him down because he can retreat out of combat and charge somebody else and do stuff. I thought they were well cool. I didn't care for Sentinel. If they'd swapped Sentinel for Noble's Bolster and kept the old attack profile, I think we would be talking possible problem piece.
Yes.
But the whole package, because I think Noble's Bolster is way better than Sentinel myself. I've never been a Sentinel fan. I always just think if your opponent isn't playing around Sentinel and you're able to get things off with Sentinel, make attacks, make charges, do stuff, then you're probably just better than your opponent anyway.
I will say,
what does it help?
I will say just literally giving a slow unit at movement 4 a free 4-inch maneuver is quite important.
Yeah.
But I do tend to agree with you. Charging with it is unlikely.
Yeah.
But
I like Noble's Bolster. That's an upgrade in my opinion versus Sentinel. But the Warhammer is just obviously so much worse than the old option. Way less fun for me. The only thing, I actually didn't even think that they were wildly that good. They were pretty good when on one wound. They've got to be dealt with, but they're only on one wound, so something looks at them the wrong way, they'll probably die. But it was fun to play an explosive torpedo rocket thing with them. So I just think they're bad, and they lost the thing that was fun about them. So I'm kind of sad about that.
I can very easily see this, though, as a support piece for a unit of Lightbringers that now can't be weakened easily.
Yeah, I will admit that it does still have a 4-point role as a support piece.
It shouldn't have been
And you can still throw it into combat, and there's no point in getting it wounded now. So you're now just going to try and be annoying with your 2-up save and 3 wounds, which... 3 wounds most people struggle to get through, right? That's why it was always interesting in the past in my mind that most things would wound it a bit, but that just made it more powerful. Or you could choose to take 2 wounds off this unit with Mel, and you're really putting yourself on death's door, but becoming incredibly powerful to do so. But considering that a lot of people really will struggle to do 3 wounds to something with 2 wounds. It's a big choice that you're making. Now, none of that interesting options there. You're just going to block weak units with it, try and tie stuff up with it while support piecing. He's fine at 4 points, but he's obviously nerfed in my mind. The combo abilities, which were always the fun part, are totally non-existent.
He's probably where a 4-point support piece should be. And unfortunately, that doesn't mean running around killing things, which I... also very much enjoyed. Kingsmen.
I'm not saying it's not fair, but it's sad.
It is. Kingsmen, let's see the change they got. So 765 on the attack profile has been there for a while. To the last, unchanged, 5 move, 4/5 defensive profile. Nothing really changed there, but Kingsblade no longer recurs as is the Fury and just has flat sundering. While your opponent does not control crowns, you get crit blow and rerolls. This is, bearing in mind GCS gets Sundering and Crit Blow on one attack and always have rerolls. Kingsblade always have Sundering, potentially getting Crit Blow and rerolls for every attack.
And they bring to the last.
Yes.
What else in the profile? The 4+5+ is similar. Theirs is actually a 4+6+.
Yeah, but they have the option to go 3+4+, of course, defensively if they choose to that.
Yeah,
but of course it's
765 is pretty similar across the pair. They both got that 5 movement. What's the other ability that they have? Oh, it's the rerolls to hit.
Yeah, which these guys get on the crowns. Or without crowns. What I like here is Baratheons kind of want to control crowns. Opponents don't really want to block them taking crowns, because taking crowns is shit. So it's added power to the crown's zone. But I don't like... I mean, this is always going to be effective. Start the round, take swords. This is always effective.
Yeah.
I don't like this in the long-term plan. Like, against a Lannister player, you're going to feel pretty bad running Kingsmen, especially if they've got Joffrey in the list. You know,
I mean, you have to think that like 50% of the time your opponent, even late in the round, 50% of the time your opponent shouldn't control crowns unless they have like a real action build around controlling crowns. Add in that early in the round they're not controlling crowns at all, right? Like as we build up the zones, they're not controlling crowns during that time. And you know, so there's the swords, but there's also a possible what's his name?
S04.
Andrew. Andrew assault orders, for example, right? Like I mean, Andrew is supposed to go in these guys, right? Like they are supposed to be his unit.
Well, actually, like ironically, no,
works?
Because
does it not work anymore? What does he have? He has True Loyalist, and
he has orders of the not orders of the crown or might of the crown, but the thing that says he always controls crowns or letters, which doesn't
when a card's played on you,
which doesn't affect the Hours is the Fury combo, which is what he used to go for.
Yeah. I mean, you can still play Hours of the Fury, but like you're not recursing it.
You're playing it for the +1 to hit and sundering, vicious, because you already have sundering. So it doesn't matter that you control all the zones.
Anyway, I like the unit. It's definitely better.
Yes.
I'm trying to put it. What I'm discussing and trying to figure out is, are they playable or are they good? And I think they're just into the playable category, whereas they really used to just not be really playable at all.
These are comparable to GCS. I think they really are.
Yeah.
And they might even be better. And if they're better than GCS and GCS is still fine, then these guys are fine.
And as people say, you got an Alistair NCU play going on there to remove people from remove them from the crowns, and you've also got your Crescent ability, which when he takes crowns, he does something particular, right? I forget. He swaps on crowns. Only crowns, right?
He lets his effect on crowns, which is good, actually.
Yeah. Play them. They're sweet ass models.
They are. This is probably the first time we've looked at the Kingsmen and gone, these are probably now an actual playable 7-point unit that we'll see play, even if they're not particularly great. We make a break from Stannis and we go to the peachy side in Renly's Rainbow Guard. It's 5 move, 2+, 7/7, 3+, 4+. They sound exactly like Kingsguard. Resilience, Renly's revenue, and they have Rally Cry still. So the big thing here is adding resilience.
I guess it's a whole package, so you can't really separate it out. Rally Cry is better than Counter-Strike, right?
Yes. Renly 3 is better than Joffrey.
Renly's better than Joffrey?
Renly 3, think so. Oops. Renly 3. Swift Strike, Claims to the Kingdom, which is the crowns and letters.
Oh, you're talking about the attachment. I meant the whole card package total.
The attachment and cards. Overconfidence for a free charge on infantry units if they end in short range. Knights of Summer with the +1 to morale and do panic test. It does weird stuff, but it works and is no longer bad. And the Lavish Encampment for moving NCUs.
Yeah. Play him. Could be pretty good these days.
I think that's fine. Also, remember, they are... they no longer have... No, they no longer have Rally Banner.
Rally Cry is new.
Yes,
they used to have
Rally Banner.
Golden or something?
Rally Banner.
Rally Banner.
Everyone could use their morale. And they were morale 5, and everyone could use morale 5, which didn't make a difference because everything was morale 6 anyway.
Arbitrability.
Whereas now they're morale 4 with Marikai.
Yeah, Rally Point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're pretty good now. That's really solid.
Synergize with the
obviously, you got the limitations that you got to play Renly 3, which of course means, and you got to play you got to play Renly Loyalty as well. So that's all limitations. You're not running Kingsmen, you're not running Queensmen, you're not running Lightbringers, you're not running half the NCUs. If you're playing that side, I think you really want to be giving these a good hard look, possibly even to the realm of like You really have to be telling me why you're not running these guys if you're running Renly side. Maybe. Are they that strong?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, they're better.
Way playable.
If you're running Stag Knights and you have your commander, Renly side commander that's, say, Renly 1 or Renly 2 in Stag Knights, then I think Rainbow Guard for a point less for Renly 3 are comparable. But I do think you drop some quality in card play. So I think it depends on what you're taking your commander for. I think if you're running...
Do these guys have the same banners effects?
Yes, same banners as Kingsguard.
Yeah, exactly the same. Yeah.
I think if you're running Renly 3, Rainbow Guard, like Kingsguard with Joffrey, I think there was the whole debate for a long time with actually, do you even take Kingsguard or Rainbow Guard with these commanders?
Yeah. Like they weren't. Yeah, exactly.
I think they are
even
now.
Good enough to pick for 6 points, but now, yeah.
I think they are.
I mean, I think that resilience is a really good ability. Like,
it is.
I think if you're controlling it well, you don't get attacked more than once significantly.
Ranged attacks is the only thing
that
that really,
often.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you just got to decide whether or not it's really going to be the one, and it's after you've seen like how many hits they generate, right? So like if the attack fizzles, you don't even have to waste it. Yeah, I think they're really good.
Yeah, I think they'll be good. Faithful at 6 points still. 6 movement, so a bit of a move buff because they were at 5 for a long time. 6 movement, 7/6/4 profile. 5+, 4+. The Heart of Fire. 4+ is not a buff. The 5+ isn't either, actually. I used to think it is because they always.
I used to think they were a 5+, but maybe not. Maybe that was a season 3 buff. Or
they've been 5+, 4+.
Yeah.
So the +1 move is the big change here, but also the Heart of Fire change. The main thing with the Heart of Fire change might just be a slight card error on the update list here, but you'll notice that's a 7-pointed star is the logo for the Heart of Fire ability.
Faith.
Yeah. No, obviously you used the wrong logo for that. Well, they take Faith token rather than R'hllor token. Maybe they're just changing it to all be Faith abilities. Get rid of the distinction. Makes more sense. Right. When this unit performs a melee attack, before rolling attack dice, you can spend a Faith token. You gain +1 to hit and vicious. Fine. After completing a melee attack, this unit restores 1 wound, +1 wound for each of the defender's destroyed ranks. Spend a token, have Fueled by Slaughter. Finally, when this unit performs a charge action after rolling charge distance die, spend a token, re-roll the charge distance dice, and any enemies they successfully charge become panicked.
May re-roll the dice.
Yes,
so if you've already succeeded, you can just use it to make them panicked.
Yes.
They're faster. They can re-roll their charge distance. They're still going to get shot to shit, which has always been their problem.
This is a unit that unfortunately relies on having tokens. And I'm struggling at this moment in time to think about lots of Stannis side combos to give them tokens outside of one obvious culprit in Mel.
There's Mel. I mean, I guess there's whatever that Test of Faith version of Stannis is. Where you give him +1 save.
Stannis 2. Yeah.
It is a test involved, isn't it, to give him the card?
Yeah, test of Faith. R'hllor unit takes a morale test.
Yeah, I mean, but that's one of his better cards. If you stick that on somebody who already has a good save, they're now just gonna tank the next hit, and your opponent just has to waste an attack on them, knowing it's gonna do nothing. Whereas you stick it on these guys, they're gonna become as survivable as some Stormcrow mercs.
Yeah.
I still think I just think that they struggle into the meta. Not that they're a bad unit.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not even. Do you know what? They have the same problem that Bloody Mamas have in that they have a role, and I agree with you. That role just isn't that strong, and they don't do anything that 7-point units aren't doing.
Yeah.
While they're just not that much better than a 5.
Yeah, like the mummers and these guys, like their role is to like tie up something stronger than yourself and maybe like beat it. But it's like, I'm sorry, but a unit of wardens can tie up something that's stronger than itself, right? Like, no, the warden's not going to win the fight, but it doesn't matter because I've got a whole point which is somewhere else now.
Winning those fights.
I've not created a big weakness in my list of like these guys are just going to get absolutely annihilated by my opponent's long range unit.
Yeah. I still think that they're interesting. I've always had a soft spot for the Faithful. I know you've had a little bit of a soft spot for them as well, Carlo. In that I've always wanted to make them work in standard side lists, and I've always enjoyed it when they did work.
They look cool.
Yeah, they look cool. Might have missed the mark a little bit on that, but they're not bad.
They are movement 6, you know, like
in Baratheon, which is huge.
The problem with those units is that like if you push them too far, they're just going to become like it's just going to be like wildly aggressive, super fast. You just run them down the army and like they're just like killing stuff. The problem is that and also they might just be like a complete terror of a certain metas where like people aren't running many long range units or something like that. And they'll force everybody to like make sure that they have to have long range units or they just lose. But in the spot that they're in right now, they are so beaten by long range units that everybody who brings one, they become a liability. I don't think you can make that unit much stronger and leave it in the 6-point category, but I just don't think that it's going to see play where it is just because of the whole way that the game goes together.
Yeah. Yeah, I have nothing to add. Yeah.
Bit like R'hllor Queen's Men.
Yep. So Queen's Men.
I'm not buying them for 7 points. Stop trying to sell me your bullshit.
Yeah. 4 movement, 765, 3+, 3+ armor, 5+ morale. Fine. Hold the line now, which is an improvement over the card recursion thing to the last still. And have this new Queen's Blade ability. While your opponent does not control crowns, opponents cannot spend vulnerable and panic tokens on this unit, which is a cool, unique idea. Makes them very defensive, but like...
Guys, I don't need a ludicrously tanky unit for 7 points.
No.
I don't need it.
No.
Wardens... Like...
Wardens and now Halberdiers at 5 movement.
Don't die, yeah? They only cost 5 points and they don't die. Like, what more do you want to need from a 12 wound package?
You also forget that Halberdiers now exist at 6 points.
Yeah.
With Taunt and the same defensive stat line as Wardens and movement 5 over movement 4. Like, can we just point out Halberdiers have movement 5, not movement 4? So, like, that immediately just makes them more attractive. Yeah.
You gotta make your opponent want to fight this unit, and I don't know why they ever would want to fight this unit.
Yep.
You need reckless heroism. Yeah. You need to be auto 6 charging this unit just so it sees combat.
You can do that with Devon. Is it Devon or... I can't remember if it's Devon, Seaworth, or the other one.
But now you're paying for an attachment.
I know, 8-point unit. And the thing is, Lance Cav exists. You know, obviously not in Baratheon, but... I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, Ilya's right. They need an aura, which they used to have. They used to have the aura of the card recursion if a R'hllor unit within short range got attacked. It wasn't even that egregious. Like, I don't know why. I don't know why they had to bin off the old heal recursion on it.
I think
it was because you could still only pull it once around. It's not like you could do it on every single attack.
I think the only thing was it meant that certain aspects like token vomiting and healing up from morale tests made certain aspects of the game very difficult for certain playstyles to beat, I think, is the truth. Like, for the average player, that was a problem. I agree.
That was the only thing Barras could win, with certain matchups.
Yeah. I agree with you. But does this make them more playable across the board for more players? Maybe, and that's a positive.
Yeah. It's mostly... mostly buffs, like mostly side grades. I don't know what you got. Queensmen, yeah, it's a buff. I think they're better than they used to be, or like, not better than their last iteration. Kingsmen, better than their last iteration. Rainbow Guard, distinct buff. R'hllor Faithful,
better.
Tiny buff. Tiny buffs. Dragonstone Noble, bit of a retool in what he does.
Yeah, different.
You got your Courtney changes. You got your 1 point on Selyse and Shireen. Your improvement for Axel.
It's all positive. It's just
it's all gone in the right direction, but like maybe I just like haven't been close enough to the faction or whatever. I just think that Barra's deserved more. Like, I think they're in a bad spot. Like, I think they're not strong, and Barras were okay, and they needlessly nerfed them in the past, like last time around. And they've now undone about half of what they like needlessly nerfed, in my opinion. They're halfway back to when they were completely fine and playable, but a couple of people, ludicrously vocal people, would not stop complaining about them, and got the faction absolutely kicked in the balls until it was not good.
Do you not think with the change to Night's Watch and that style, and hopefully, I don't know, but do you not think that Baratheons might see just a natural rise because of the back of that?
I don't care about their natural rise. They're going to get absolutely mugged off by free folk.
But they always have been, right? Like,
well,
yeah.
Exactly.
No, I agree.
They always have been. They have nothing to deal with the fight. Their fast units have bullshit armor, and their survivable units literally can't walk towards free folk without ending up as movement 1. The matchup is
horrible,
garbage for them. The only thing they can do is spam Lightbringers into the fight.
Do you not think though? And this is controversial, maybe to say this too early.
Much. Like I'm not against there being bad matchups for certain factions, but I think that one matchup is too polarizing.
Yes.
Therefore,
do you think it's going to go that way for a lot of things, though? Do you think it's going to be bread and butter, like you're going to be good into some factions and terrible into others, and it's going to be quite rock, paper, scissors-y? Because we already saw that with certain builds in Season 3, and the game was moving that direction in Season 3, which is why, yes, the balance was better, but it was like, if you bring certain units, I have to have brought certain units from my faction to counter those. It was quite rock, paper, scissors-y already, and do you not think it's moving in that positive direction for balance, but that negative direction in terms of rock, paper, scissors? Because I do agree with you that might be what's happening for Baratheon versus Free Folk, but I actually think that might be happening everywhere in the game.
I think that in the factions that I've been playing and the games that I've been playing, a lot of the factions are, I know you don't like it, but a lot of the factions are Lance Cavalry ranged unit and thing.
Yes.
That's not a rock, paper, scissors game. That's a skill game when both factions have it. And so many factions moved towards it as an archetype.
Yes.
That the game was so not rock, paper, scissors because everybody was fielding the similar-ish kind of things. You got your variant on, I'm Healy, I'm Martell, I play Lance Cavalry, this, and this, and I throw out a million tokens and have these really awkward cards. I'm Lannisters, I play Lance Cavalry, and I support it with some Kevin machine bows and a Tywin bomb. And I'm Starks, I'm running Lance Cavalry, and I support it with this
don't die
annoying bullshit heal mechanic, right? Like, but we're all running Lance Cavalry with our special shindig thing that supports whatever pieces that we have to go with it. And it's like, Night's Watch are like, I'm running Lance Cavalry, I just call them Vanguard and give them swords in the darkness. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I'm running Lance Cavalry, I call them Coldhands.
Yeah, exactly. They basically were. You know what I mean? Like they were running outflank Vanguard. and given them shields and swords, and they might as well have been lance cavalry, right? Like they filled exactly the same role.
They did.
And what I do is I sacrifice Corin for an explosive play.
But Baratheons have never done any of that, though, right? And that's not saying that...
like they had a choice for a while where they ran Flayed Men, they ran Champions of the Stag, they ran Hedge Knights. They did all these things which were quite neutral based, but they somehow seem to get to compete in the same arena. And then maybe for a little while, like their deck was one of the best ones available because, as you put it, like it did vomit tokens, right? Like, but not in a way that like Martell's didn't for like a strong while anyway.
Yeah.
But it got so much fucking hate for it. Like,
it did.
And it's basically never been allowed to be a faction ever since. Like, in my mind, it literally hasn't been allowed. I still just wish, guys, you realize that with Boltons, you got off your stupid theme like kind of approach and went, yeah, okay, you can have neutrals because it just makes sense. Guys, just bin the fucking loyalty off. How many times have people said Baratheons will not be a viable faction along with everybody else, or they will get hate for like this one specific combo which is really powerful only on one side of the faction, up until you bin off loyalty, and they would be great. They would have so many good combinations. They'd be able to do so many things, but they just shut the door on so many. I just think that the upper potential of Barras is really bad, and they don't get to cover their own weaknesses because only one half of the faction can cover certain things and the other half can cover other things, and both halves have glaring weaknesses.
I think it would be, if they wanted to keep the loyalty mechanic in the game, it should be a soft element to the faction rather than a hard dividing line. Yeah. So most of the units and say attachments and like it would be like a commander thing only. Like you can't run, for example, Davos with Renly side lists or whatever. You know what I mean? Like certain characters, not units. And if there was a unit, it should be like you're literally like Faithful, R'hllor Faithful, and only R'hllor Faithful are a Stannis side only unit because they're just fanatics that would never side with Renly. Like nut jobs. And like Renly would have like the Highguard and Pikemen as being like the greenest of green or whatever, you know, a unit. It doesn't, any one unit, like it should be a small thing of like internal factions, like we have Tullys and Mormonts and Umbers, like have a small divide, but everything sits in the main column.
I mean, that said, like Barras, it's not like they can't play in any given game.
No.
They like Lightbringers, still one of like the most point efficient, powerful units in the entire game. They're brilliant. Some other select units, like across the board, like really powerful. A couple of really powerful NCUs, if you combined both loyalties together, they would be able to put out a really solid 3 NCU package. But when you split them, they don't. They only really have like one really good one on each side, kind of thing. And what really kicks it for me is that they have a couple of incredibly, extremely bad matchups in my mind.
They do.
Which I find it hard to overcome when you talk about more than just their general play, but whether or not anyone will ever win a really big tournament with them this season. And I think, for me, the answer is no. Nobody's winning a really major tournament with them in Season 4. That's my perspective.
We'll have to see how the meta shakes out, because a lot of people might think melee infantry is the way forward. And I know it sounds bad, but if we talk about the Free Folk matchup...
In which case they'll do fine. Like, they do fine into that fight. They do fine into that.
Yeah. And if the thing is that all of the other things in the game, the Gregors, the Greyjoy numbers, and all those things are now effective enough at killing, for example, Free Folk, that yes, Barras might have a bad matchup into Free Folk, but those Free Folk are being punished elsewhere in the game, hopefully. So those styles of lists are no longer working. That's what we can hope for. We'll see. I don't agree that that is actually what I'm more of the opinion of you that I think the Baratheon matchup is going to be horrible for them. But like, or the free vote matchup is going to be horrible. I don't think it's the only horrible one. But I think it's the main.
I think like Targ is a terrible matchup for them too. Like,
yeah, I think Targs is going to be bad. And on Targs, Illyrio is now his swappy zone effect now is only twice per game. This does feel
low. Could have given him 3, guys.
Yeah, 3. 3 was exactly what we were talking about earlier.
3.
3 would feel like
you come in from you can do it 6 times down to 2.
Yeah.
But whatever. Sure.
You never do it round 1. You feel okay. Maybe he's doing it 3 and 4. But like, no, this hurts. I think 3 would have been better.
Yeah.
Obviously.
It's a bit harsh. Still playable, but
yeah,
still has the same function effectively, but like, yeah, bit rough.
Zarro, 2 order tokens, complete rework on Zarro, which is weird because I actually quite liked Zarro's position in the game with his old design. He has 2 order tokens on him, and each time he claims bags, he gets a token. Now, whenever a combat unit performs an attack, you can remove a token from Zarro, and if you do, you can either treat as if the unit had +1 rank, or treat as if the unit had -1 rank. So you can attack on max dice when you're on 2 ranks, or you can make an enemy cav charge be on bottom rank instead of highest rank. Which is like basically 2 dice off a Lance cav charge on average. Or 2 dice off Vanguard. Or +1 or +2 dice. It's going to be +1 or +2 dice for your own attacks, and -1 or -2 dice from enemy attacks. This is a very bizarre thing because I don't think this is overtly powerful, but moving a Lance cav charge to 8 dice from 10 does mean you probably won't die.
Can you send solos to no ranks with this?
No, because solos only have 1 rank. So it says you as -1 rank, and -1 rank from 1 is not 0. As I'm pretty sure they ruled that elsewhere. With the old Kaiba.
The only thing did he used to give -1 dice, which was why he was able to turn a giant into having no dice.
Yes, -1 dice is a flat number. -1 rank just de-ranks you, but if you've got -1, then you're -1.
Soon it's only -2 because the rank bonus on the lance isn't impacted by it. Don't know where to place him.
It's weird because I don't know if he's
global.
Yes,
I feel like you're going to use the defensive side of it way more often than the offensive side. But
in Targ, in Targ, 100%. Because if you've already been hit, you're not going to attack back with much anyway. You're looking to Alpha Strike with Targ as much as you can, so you're probably hitting on max health.
Yeah.
So
that, like, you can just do it on any attack at any given time, and that you can pick up more order tokens just by picking up bags a little bit the way Eric did at one point. I forget whether he does now or
Eric
what.
and Mickey,
yeah.
The thing here,
I think he's playable. Very like
it's not limited to melee attacks. So it can take off a dice or 2 of a ranged attack, which again is a little bit more useful, I think.
Yeah.
Getting close in before you get the charges off with your cavalry, softening those shots. So maybe, I think this is this is one of these things that's not overtly powerful and is like, you're going to pick this NCU at 4 points. I think this is going to be like the meta has begun to establish itself. You're now going to include Zarro to counter things within the meta and counterplay the game rather than set the game, I think.
Dragon defense tech. I assume you mean to defend dragons, not to...
Yes.
Because you can't turn the dragon attack off.
No.
But... what about Mary then?
She now has another effect when she replaces her zone, so she can bring a combat attachment back, but if she can't bring them back or doesn't want to, you can just make an enemy unit panicked and weakened.
it is still a replace.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
sorry, wait. So she's
Obscene.
for a minute, I was like, wait, she's old Pycelle,
but better.
with another ability.
Yeah, no.
No, okay. I mean, it's not a great zone replace.
It's not bad though. You give out vulnerable. You give out vulnerables.
Panic or weakened.
No, panic time.
And weakened.
You give out vulnerables on the charge with screamers.
Fine. Yeah.
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 Heals 1 as well. Remember the buff she had to go. She also does the heal 1 all the time. Hisdar. Yeah. Again, this is a crazy change because this change doesn't look like it's changed at all, right? His crowns, bags, letters, and House of the Undying effects are effectively unchanged. There is one small change to the bags effect. One other friendly unit in short range restores 1 wound instead of all friendly units in short range restore 1 wound. So a slight nerf to the bags effect. And the crowns effect used to be +1 wound on failed panics, and is now, if they fail a panic test, they cannot be the target of friendly orders this round. Now, the actual big change for Hisdar is that very first line of text. Each time a friendly NCU claims a zone, unless its effect has been replaced. So he augments the tactics board for every single one of your NCUs.
No, that's fucking table flip. What? So bags just always lets you heal 1 more to somebody else.
Yep.
If the unit fails on crowns, then it loses its orders. Letters, you can take 1 card and 2 tokens.
And the House of the Undying effect is also discard the top card.
Also a burn.
But you're probably not using House of the Undying, right? But like... So this is weird because he was 5 points and basically unplayable when he only did this. I don't know if this is good enough for 4, which is weird because
Yeah, I'm still like, at first I was like, no fucking way. But now I'm like, nah, it's good. It's good. It's good. Just the money bags effect of +1 heal. Like,
and it's not him having to do
anybody who takes, right? It's pretty decent. I mean, it is somebody else within short range.
Yes.
One other, it's not just a friendly unit, so you can't be yourself. But like, just and a passive crowns means no orders is also a really nice effect. But the letters one is the real one because I really think that I really think that 1 card, 2 tokens is just a better deal.
Especially if you're Targ and struggle to put out tokens.
Exactly. And you can play a deck burn. Look, he's not absolutely auto-include, but like,
the thing
he's
is
good. He's good.
Do you not think this is the weird thing? Him and Zaro are NCUs you look at and think, I can see how you'd use this. I can see why this might be useful or strong. But you have no concept about how you would include it in a list until you know what lists look like. These are not NCUs you put in a list to say that makes the list strong. They're NCUs that are just complete tech.
Yeah.
And the problem is with complete tech is it either falls on the side of, okay, it's good enough and actually is really cool and interesting and awesome, or it just falls flat on every front.
Total memes.
Yeah.
Total memes, and it only works like against one particular thing.
Yeah. Very few attachment changes.
Very interesting.
Very few attachment changes for Targs, which I will say across the board I am unimpressed. The one thing that they haven't done in this game is, or this update, is they haven't changed attachments very often. Attachments being the one thing that we've said multiple times here on stats and among other places, like, you should be encouraged to take attachments and you're just not still. Battle Scars on both Cholo and Belwas changing. You're not going to place Cholo as a 2-point cavalry attachment, and Belwas maybe sees play at 1, but probably not. Like, no. Overrun change, same as what we saw in other overrun changes. Assault order change from Drogo, same, so it's only melee attack, because they had to make sure that was checked. Sudden retreat. Small buff here. If it's your commander's unit that's retreating, you can reroll a retreat distance die.
Which is literally Jorah. Oh wait, no. It can be played on non-cavalry.
Yeah.
I was like, wait. There's Drogo and there's Jorah, and Drogo removed this card, so we're talking about Jorah here.
Yeah.
Why not just say Jorah? But no, there are infantry commanders. I just remembered that in the Targs.
Are there? So I think sudden retreat's fine. Like, it's just a small buff. The weird thing here is like there aren't other versions of sudden retreat that don't affect commanders, but there are other commander sudden retreats in the game, which already had this text, so it kind of makes sense. Fire and Blood is a completely changed card. Finally, when a friendly unit is performing a melee attack before rolling attack die, choose one. If you control horses, choose two. Rerolls Sundering Vicious.
I wonder whether or not Targs are sad to lose the charge reroll.
They're not, because give me a second.
Okay.
Unstoppable
then they're
Advance.
just happy to be able to finally gain some keywords on an attack whenever they feel like it.
When they start engaged.
And it's a straight buff.
Yeah.
Go on then.
Unstoppable Advance.
Why?
When a friendly unit is performing a charge action after rolling charge distance dice, you can just re-roll it.
Cool.
So it's difficult because you have the Unstoppable. But the other half of Unstoppable Advance is kind of obscene. When a friendly unit surges fourth, that unit gains +3 when maneuvering during the surge fourth. After moving, target all enemies in short range to become weakened. So now
Didn't it already have that?
It was the you march, and at the end of a march,
and then
AoE
you march, and then you make everybody weakened.
And the surge fourth version was just +3 to the move.
So basically, the bottom half has become both halves.
Yes, effectively.
And the top half is now reroll charge. Solid.
Yeah, massive glow up for Unstoppable. Yeah. Hurricanes have changed to 4 points.
I don't think that they've got a top tier deck, but that's a decent card.
Fire and Blood is better.
And improvements in general. So, yeah, okay.
Like, Fire and Blood is better, more use case.
You can't complain about the changes that you got, but still not an infantry support deck.
No.
Or there's still basically no infantry support in that deck.
No.
Although, like the change to Fire and Blood means that you don't have to charge as often, which means it's not such a cavalry-based card.
It's just I see this
far more likely to have been charged or to like just begin engaged.
I see this as a good way of cavalry getting a kill to then be unengaged.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hurricanes are 4 points now.
Yeah, they are. And they lost one attack die and
quite a few other bits. So they lost one attack die, but they were a 4+4+, and now they're a 6+5+ defensively. So they lost quite a lot.
4+. Now they're 6. I thought they were 5+5+, but yeah, you're right. They were 4+4+. And didn't they used to have Vicious and Sundering?
Just Vicious.
Just Vicious. Okay, that didn't change.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather have the 4-point package, I think. But I'm a big fan of cheap units.
Cheap units, cav moves. These are, for what little it's worth, these are very comparable with what chariots look like now at 5. The auto hits is obviously a big thing that chariots have, plus the sundering, obviously, on top of the vicious. These are very comparable for what chariots kind of look like now at 4 in terms of their average output. They come with outflank. They're coming at lower with 1 less armor. I think this is a good unit. I think Hurricanes were already good, though, at 5.
Yeah, I like them at 5. I like them at 4. Actually, maybe like for game, I would have liked them to stay at 5. Like,
yeah, probably.
They're more likely to be an issue at 4 if certain like builds come together. But like I can't fault the pricing of that unit at 4. I just probably should have stayed at 5 for me.
This next change, it's a good change, but like I don't know. Veterans now have a 4+ armor instead of a 5.
I think that's really good.
I think it's a positive change. Do you think it's enough? Really.
In movement 6, they got quick fire and they got swift retreat.
The thing is that they just used to get charged. They used to just get killed by lance cav or crossbowmen.
Yeah, now they save twice as many. They save twice as many of no saves.
I don't know.
when they get sundering to the face. Now it's worth you bothering to try and get sundering into their flank.
The thing is, the quickfire at 7 dice on 4s without rerolls or anything is just super swingy and really shitty mean.
Yeah, I mean, vets have never been wildly good ever since Jora Solo became garbage.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's a buff. It's a buff. It's a buff.
It is a buff. It is a buff. It's a straight buff.
Still moving 6. They've still got the double tap. They've still got all sorts of stuff. They're still highly mobile. Yeah, they don't match up brilliantly well against Lance Cav. But you know what? Flavor win, because probably the only thing that Dothraki vets aren't supposed to be good against, right?
I guess.
If people insist on playing this shitty fucking melee infantry armies, they'll roast them.
Yeah.
Just walk to the side and double tap. Shoot them in the flank. You move, shift and shoot on a quick fire. Shift and shoot is your action. Easy peasy. Let them turn and face you. Do it again.
Blood Riders have received the weirdest change. I think I would not have expected this at all. They've been moved to 4+ armor from 3.
Yeah.
But they've gained both Sundering and Vicious.
I like it.
I like it. The only thing is now is it means that like the Fire and Blood and all of that, like it kind of has a little bit of overlap with the base deck and things, and I think it makes sense. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. Moving them from a 3 armor to a 4 armor.
You know what they could have done?
They could have just given them both.
This unit is allowed to have Fuel by Slaughter back, and for people to not complain about it. Like, I do understand why people complained about a 3+ unit with a 5+ morale plus Iron Resolve
that attacked multiple times because of the Soul Orders.
that attacked multiple times and had Fuel by Slaughter. Now, I still don't think it was dominating the game at the time as much as it deserved, because it actually just existed in the Othel period.
Yeah, it dominated the game because it was a good counter to Relentless. That's why.
Yeah. But, like, I think that Drogo Blood Riders' problem has always been that, like, they're a weirdly Drogo commander-only unit, but have this support war cry and didn't have enough output to ever be worth attacking, really. And I think you trade the 1 armor for the Sundering Vicious.
Yeah. I think they should get rid of Warcry.
Yeah. They should trade Warcry for Fuel by Slaughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll wait to see how good this unit is first before saying, oh my god, this unit needs Fuel by Slaughter. But, like, I feel like when it has 4+ save, you're allowed to have Fuel by Slaughter, because if you put some dedicated effort into killing this unit, it's going to die now, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is killable. This is
if you throw Lance Cav at this now, then like it's going to lose a ton of wounds to the initial attack. It's still going to be incredibly panic resistant, and it's still going to be hyper aggressive on its attack back, because 1 wound left. You're still doing 6 attacks hitting on 3s with Vicious, Sundering, and 1 automatic wound because of Drogo. Like, that unit still slaps up until the point where Drogo's got no head left, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can kill it, so it's allowed to maybe have some healing. Anyway, I think it's fine. It's kind of playable. I think along with other changes that are going on, Drogo can see some play.
Well, Drogo's already one of the best commanders in the game, if we look at stats and the rankings. Like, he is, like, we talk about Targs being bad, but Drogo, one of the things that I've talked about, and one of the things we hope to cover in the review video, is that for a long period of time, the faction rankings dominated more so than commander rankings. And what do I mean by that? Commanders were not actually deviating that far from where their faction averages were. Like, you wouldn't get that many points above a faction ranking for the highest commander ranking. And the lowest commander was typically not that much lower either. This isn't just some weird thing, it's the commanders appearing to have minimal impact on stats. Some commanders broke away relatively early. We see like the likes of Varamir, Mag, and Steer did break away from the rest of the Free Folk pack.
And Kevin from the from the Lannisters and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it wasn't massively far, and certainly no means. What we saw towards the end, though, and we have seen this more recently, is Drogo made a big separation. With Drogo making it to number 1, he's now still at number 12. Mother of Dragons also doing incredibly well, sitting at like, what is it, nearly plus 30 over their faction rating.
But I mean, it seems as you're bringing it up and bringing up the page, like it is worth, and people have mentioned it. It is interesting that this patch has come, like because people expect a patch at this time, and people have been getting a bit bored with the game, and like like game numbers submitted to the site always wane around Christmas. Tournaments always wane around Christmas. But like I do believe that there has been a bit of a slope off in kind of like interest since the summer in general. But the balanced state pre-patch is extremely good, with a caveat of like, are people really doing what they can with Night's Watch? Like, maybe, like, there's some community people saying like, oh, I'm not playing Night's Watch because they're busted and stuff like that. But the results, particularly recently, haven't shown Night's Watch to be dominant at all. They haven't been dominating all the tournaments, anything like that. The game has been ludicrously balanced, such that the difference between the number 1 ranked commander and the 10th ranked commander is like a 52 to 48% win rate. Once upon a time, the number 1 commander to the number 2 commander was like
a drop in like 10%, right?
40 win rate in favor of the number 1 commander, right? Like the second best thing in the game only had like a 40% chance to win a game against it. By the time you went to the 10th best thing in the game, you had about a 30 or 20% chance to win the game, assuming player skill relatively equal. So it has faction-wise been ludicrously balanced, with the only outlier being Boltons, which we said from word go that if you don't give them neutrals, they'll be garbage. They didn't give them neutrals, they were garbage. They've given them neutrals, they'll probably jump right back into the pack. You give them access to Varys, you give them access to Littlefinger, you give them a full suite of NCUs, just like everybody else. You double the unit count or triple the unit count that they can take total. They're just going to be way better. I think the game was ludicrously balanced. So most of these changes are light touch, and I think that's really good. But the big touches aren't needed in general.
No. They're not.
And yeah. There is, of course, the idea that inside of some factions, there were a load of stuff which was a write-off. And that is what you want them to touch on constantly, the things that just like aren't seeing any play. But Drogo has always, from the first inception of the game, seen tons of play. Drogo doesn't need to keep getting touched.
Which is why I think this Blood Rider change is, although good, odd. Because it's...
Yeah.
Nothing about what we've seen here says infantry target lists are going to get the glow up. The infantry target lists lead because they're not good. Freedmen are a little bit better.
Freedmen? Is it just +1 movement? Is that it?
Yeah. The thing is, you don't care because
you can run after a cavalry unit to stay within range of not dying because of untrained masses.
The thing is, you just don't care. One move... I know I always talk about movement being powerful, but for freedmen, it didn't matter. The problem was never that freedmen were in your way or the wrong place, the wrong time, that kind of thing. They just did what they were supposed to do.
Let me actually say, I actually think it does matter more than a lot of things. it gives them a distinct bigger range where they can leapfrog a friendly unit.
Okay, yeah, sure.
6 movement
Sure.
can jump from behind a unit to in front of a unit to charge block, to completely sacrifice itself and charge block. That is a very niche situation. But of all the things that care about being 5 or 6 movement, it's like one of the under appreciated things about Blood Riders being 6 movement is ride by attack, right?
Yeah.
Like the 6 movement really matters for ride by because it really changes the angles and the units and positions that you can be in when you do a march through a unit, because such a large amount of your movement is already accounted for of like, well, I've pretty much got to be face up to the back of this unit, and then my base and its base have to clear each other. So it might give you the opportunity to like run freedmen safely behind, and then at some point just pop them out the front of units just when your opponent wants to charge your unsullied, and you're just like, nah, you can charge a freedmen unit and then get charged by my unsullied instead. Could work, but they didn't need much. They didn't need anything.
No. And then we see the Stormcrow changes as well, which probably affect the Targ infantry builds a little bit more than anything else, but I don't really know how to assess all that because Targ infantry build's been a mess for a while.
Such a mess. I'm super interested in the new Targ NCU package.
Yeah.
I think their deck improvements are improvements, but the Targ deck's still pretty low tier. Somebody, I forget who it was, says that they think that the Night's Watch deck is still better than it. Which I don't think is true, but maybe it is. It could still be the worst deck in the game.
No, I think the Targ deck now is playable. There's no cards in there that are just bad. Right? Overrun is a situational, but like that's fine. Yeah, I don't think there's anything terrible.
Yeah, even like Blood of the Dragon's a pretty good card. Plus 1 dice, -1 morale damage.
Yeah, it's nice one. Morale damage. Blood of the Dragon's good. Field Control, obviously no longer the ridiculous card it used to be, but it's actually like fine. For a 3-inch shift, it's fine, I think. It's weaker.
I think Field Control is pretty bad.
But it's fine. But it's playable, because every round someone will take horses.
Yeah.
So therefore it's playable.
And yeah, I would say that Targs are Targ Cavalry, again, like, like you can barely separate them. Targ Cavalry are probably one of the few people who quite like the mark part of an overrun to be able to get out of line of sight, because they really do need to use their maneuverability. But yeah, being able to like hit somebody in the front with a hard charge and be able to bounce right through their line where they're unable to actually get a second overrun charge off of, or to like hit something which is purposely facing away, so that overrun doesn't work. Being able to then be like, all right, well, if you're going to face away, what you allow me to do is you allow me to march miles out of range so I can't be countercharged. So yeah, like the overrun probably helps them, helps Cav more than it helps infantry, and yeah, Targs probably use that well. I think Targs are an okay place.
Yeah,
I think faction that has 4-point outflanking Harakars, 3-point Freedmen, decent 8-point cavalry options, decent 6-point cavalry options.
Dragons.
Outriders, still really good ranged unit at 6. A strong commander in Drogo does have some other really good options. Dragons, the ever debated thing, but they're like, there are, obviously they absolutely annihilate most Baratheon matchups.
Tin cans.
Yeah, exactly. They have all the components that they should be able to make it work, and I think you can throw out a really weird, interesting NCU setup now that does some weird stuff. With
no one can work out yet what it does, but it does something.
Yeah, I haven't worked out. I haven't worked out whether or not it's supposed to bring House of the Undying and also be a semi-mill deck at the same time, but Why not?
Should we move on to Greyjoys?
Yeah.
Aeron Greyjoy, when influencing a unit, this is more a wording change. He gains, every time they do an action, it restores a wound, and each time it destroys an enemy rank with a melee attack, it heals a wound. So it used to have a weird wording at the end of like, for each rank destroyed or something like that, or each time it does this, or some weird thing. It was really unclear when he healed. Now he just heals one wound every time he destroys a melee rank with a melee attack. Basically unchanged. Whatever. Not interesting.
Cool. He's somehow both the core of what Greyjoys are and incredibly boring at the same time.
Yes. Christopher Botley lost his once per game both players counts controlling a zone, because I think they realised that no one used it, and now has a once per game when an enemy NCU activates. If Christopher is not on the tactics board, you can select a zone. If an NCU claims that zone this turn, at the end of the turn, you may activate Christopher.
So you can steal the impetus on the 3-2 switch if you want.
Yep.
And a 3 NCU versus 3 NCU. But only if they take the zone that you
selected.
Predict.
Yeah. You can also follow up with, which is I think the really interesting one. You take swords, and I go, okay, well, I'm going to take the swords. So I take swords, I resolve my attack, maybe surge fourth. And then you go, end of the turn, I'll activate Christopher, take the horses, and now I can turn to react to the charge, or the surge fourth.
Then I can activate.
And then I can activate and charge you. So you can manipulate tempo in the game, I think, really well with Christopher.
Yeah.
Especially on what we would call, Carlo, predictable manoeuvres.
Is he good?
I don't know. He still does two tokens twice a game, similar kind of effect to what Qyburn was doing.
Panicked and vulnerable.
Yeah, it's better than Qyburn.
Yeah, probably better than Qyburn.
But it's a once per game.
Having Varys.
But it is only a once per game. A once per game double token twice rather than 3 times per game.
Oh, I thought it
double
was
vulnerable.
Oh, I thought it was twice.
No.
You can do 2 tokens. No, once per game.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, medium.
One of those that probably will see play if the builds help it. Baron. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. So Baron was 5 with the resilience, then he went to 4 with hardened, but the nerfed version of hardened. He now, while influencing a friendly unit, that unit may reroll any morale test dice and gains the hardened ability. So you just always get morale rerolls with Baron.
Can only influence Greyjoy.
Yes.
That's a good buff.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah. I think he might be just like in every list.
Maybe.
I'm not like, oh my god, absolutely broken. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, I am.
But you think?
In a minute.
You think? Okay, I mean, I guess we're talking about Silence Men.
Oh, mate. In a minute, you are going to see some stuff I think is problematic.
Okay, cool. Maybe he's busted. Even if he's not busted, he's first NCU picked, I think.
It's a buff, though, isn't it? It's a buff to Greyjoys.
Yeah.
It's a buff. Asher. Each time Asher influences a unit, remove a condition token from them. So, straight up buff. Never used to do that. While influencing a friendly unit, that unit gains +1 to morale tests for each pillage, which is what she did for a while. Each time she passes a morale test, target one enemy unit it's engaged with, and they suffer 1 for each pillage token on this unit. So it's potentially 2 hits. Very minor. But massive buff. She never used to do any of that.
She just used to be what, +1 morale?
+1 morale or +2 morale if you had 2 tokens, and -1 to panic fails. So -1 wound. She lost the -1 wound, but gets a heal. No, she doesn't get a heal. Ignore me. It hits.
Yeah. When you compare her to the other people who begin with remove 1 condition token, her secondary effects are probably the best so far.
Yep.
I'd agree.
Dagmar, Battle Scars, whatever. Victorian, Overrun, whatever. No changes there that we didn't already know were coming. Iron Price. The card that was for a long time laughed at for being so terrible. Start with a friendly turn, target 1 friendly unit, and choose 1. You just remove a condition token. And if you spend a pillage token, you can restore 2 plus 1 for each of its destroyed ranks. Very strong. That is stronger than the old Iron Price in terms of healing.
Yeah, which used to be
spend 1,
heal 2 for every panic token you remove.
Yeah, so you spend 1, heal 2, I think, and then get a second buff if you spend a second one. Or heal 1 and heal 4. I can't remember, but very equivalent.
You heal it, yeah, you could do it multiple times, right?
Yes, you could pick the heal multiple.
2 tokens and heal 4.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was 2 or if you could only have to spend 1. I genuinely don't remember, but very equivalent.
Yeah.
The other one you can choose is that unit attacks using its highest attack dice's value this turn, and you can remove a pillage token from it to get rerolls. Not melee attack, just an attack. To get rerolls and highest dice. Objectively,
the other effect, but still worth having. Like, still brings value.
Objectively
and
better than
removing a token just before you make an attack when you're about to gain tokens back is. Like,
you don't get to remove the token and get the rerolls is the only problem. It's one option, top option or bottom option, basically.
Yeah.
But I think this is very strong. I think that the remove 1 token and heal 4 for 1 pillage. For 1 card is very strong.
Yeah.
It could be heal 3, it could be heal 2, but like all of that's very strong.
Turn, not when you activate or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very strong.
Finger Dance. Target friendly combat unit. Attach this card until the end of the game. While attached, when performing a melee attack, before attack dice are rolled, the attacker may suffer up to 2 wounds. For each wound suffered, you choose one. The defender becomes panicked, the defender becomes vulnerable, and this attack can reroll any attack dice. This
melee only, at least.
Yes, but it no longer has the negative effect back. It's only upside.
Yeah.
This is what Red Priestesses pay a point for this in Baratheon, remember?
Yeah.
Raiding Call. When a friendly Greyjoy infantry unit activates, so same trigger. Remove up to 3 models from a friendly, and 1 pillage token, sorry, from a friendly Greyjoy infantry unit in long range. Restore 1 plus that many wounds this unit, and place a remove pillage token on it. If any player controls bag, you get a free pillage. So it's the same card, but you just, instead of moving 4 wounds for 4 wounds, you remove 3 for 4. Or 1 for 2, or 3 for 2. So it's a supply aid plus 1 healing effect now, rather than a 4 for 4 transfer. These are all obviously improvements. The Raiding Call one, I think, is
all rock solid cards.
Yeah,
they are top tier cards.
These are all very good cards.
I mean, and I know loads of chart cards have changed, but they could be the 3 best cards that we've looked at out of all cards. Better than everything in the Night's Watch deck. All 3 of them. Maybe not better than all of the Baratheon cards. Maybe? I'm trying to decide if Barra Justice is better than any of them.
Blacktide Chosen. Blacktide Chosen have gone down to 6 points from 7. They have a 4+, 7/5/4 attack profile, so they lose the 3+. They have 4+, 6+ defensively, 5+ armor. 5 movement. They have Divide the Spoils still. They also have an ability called First Claim. Each time a friendly NCU claims bags, 1 Blacktide Chosen unit gains 1 pillage token. So you just get to generate pillage now. While this unit has 2 pillage tokens, all friendly units in short range gain +1 to morale test rolls and suffer -1 wound from failing panic tests. AoE Iron Resolve.
Yeah, that's
on a 6-point unit.
A lot on a 6-point unit. Maintains a 4+6 up profile. Obviously, at 6 points, a 7/5/4 is a pretty tepid attack profile.
Remember, if they get 2,
you're about as good as you expect.
If they get 2 pillage tokens, that turns into an 8/6/5, and they get +1 morale for having 1 pillage token. So at 2 pillage tokens, they move to 4 morale, which is quite important to note. Because they get the first claim ability and their own. +1 from 1 pillage token. You're right, Chief. 6+, 4+, 4+ to hit with no keyword. You are right, 6-point infantry unit with no keywords is big. Except you just gave them keywords in Finger Dance if you really needed to. or token play.
Offensively, they're obviously pretty
Mediocre, rubbish.
Well,
They were 6 point standard.
Like that's a 5-point profile.
Yeah, it was 6 points. A lot of 6 pointers still hit on 4s.
I can point to 5 free folk units that have that attack profile for 5 points.
Oh yeah, sure. But free folk don't have anything but 5-point units, right? Or 4.
I mean, I can point to like a free folk unit that has like everything exactly the same on the left for 5 points, right?
Yeah.
Their first claim, divide the spoils, seems like an engine that is very much worth spending 6 points on once. Obviously, I feel like it's very much a one-off unit, but
100%.
I can see a lot of units running one-off.
A lot of lists running one support.
Ilya says it's just not worth 6 points.
Don't know. Let's move on.
I think it is, but
it depends on the context.
I'm no Greyjoy specialist. If anything, I'm a Greyjoy anti-specialist. I know nothing about Greyjoys, and every hot take I've had on Greyjoys has only been about 50% correct, instead of most of my hot takes being about 100% correct.
People like charging face, and Greyjoys are very good at that. Drowned Men, no changes except moving to 3 wounds from 4.
Yeah, see you later, boys. You're not getting played.
Yeah, it's pretty hard pass, isn't it?
It's a whole world of difference of what they can and can't survive with their, only take 1 wound for every 2 hits. Total different kettle of fish. They were almost impossible to one-shot with 4 wounds.
Yeah.
Because almost nobody generates 8 dice, then you got to get 8 hits, and then you got to generate 8 wounds. So basically you're saying, okay, what I need 6 wounds after I rolled to hit and you rolled to save, and then I need you to fail your morale test. And if I'm not going to one-shot you, then you're just going to use your start of turn to restore 2 wounds. And I'm right back to square one again. But at 3 wounds, I think I can reliably generate enough pressure that I think I can one-shot you with enough stuff that you're now a little bit of a liability. I think it's a lot fairer, actually.
Probably a lot
I thought
fairer.
that they were ludicrously resilient.
Reapers, they lost the on-death attack. They now have, when they perform an attack, if they have 2 pillage tokens, the defender becomes panicked, and if they fail the panic test, +1 wound. So kind of like a halfway house with what they used to have. Reaper's on-death attack was quite powerful, and people were running it with like the Dario thing, and people were winning
and respawn.
Apparently winning events with that. However, I think that's crap because it just dies to being shot. But yeah, this is, I think, fine. It's probably a slight nerf to the unit. The Black Tide Chosen change is a respec of the unit. It does something different now. It's more back to what it used to do in Season 2 when I played Greyjoys last properly. And last time I tried to play competitive Greyjoys, and I enjoyed Black Tide Chosen in Season 2 and Reapers in Season 2. Season 3 made Black Tide Chosen terrible and Reapers, like, bizarrely good, but changed them completely into this weird Suicide Squad. They're now back to not being that. Right.
Yeah.
Dunno. Trappers got absolute stonks here, I think. Yeah, I mean, the only big change here, really, is that the Trapper's tools now works in short range.
Don't have to be engaged, right?
No, yeah, it was the big thing.
And you give out 1 without any. I don't know if they used to.
Yes,
but...
it was 1 without any and 2 with both.
Okay.
Or both with 2.
Because at one point, I'm pretty sure you gave out a token for every one that you had.
That was,
so,
yeah.
At some point in the past.
That was the original Trappers, was you gave out none, 1, 2.
1 or 2.
Yeah.
Now you're giving out 1 or 2 if you have both, and in short range, as long as you have line of sight. Do you have line of sight against something that you're engaged with in behind?
No, you only have line of sight with what's in your front arc.
Okay, so it's not always a buff because you didn't used to need line of sight. You just had to be engaged.
Yes.
So there are some occasions where you can't do it to somebody that you used to be able to, but by large majority, I think that's a really solid support unit at 4 points. It absolutely fills the role of what a drowned men maybe used to do, or
can still do.
Who needs drowned men when you've got them for 4?
Remember, you've got pillagers coming out as well, who can generate pillage tokens and do the whole thing with healing and stuff like that. So, which aren't in the change patch, but they're there. Silence men also saw a change. They no longer have the -1 wound for each for failing panic tests, and they also had their morale changed to 6+ from 5. So increase in morale, or decrease, whatever it is, the bad one, however you want to say it, and no longer -1 for each pillage. Also, Silence Infamy is now, if you have 2 pillage tokens, it's -1 to morale tests. Not -1 for each pillage token. So it's not an AoE vicious aura. These guys got hit.
They got rightly hit.
Rightly hit. I still
think most of their shit back with Baron.
Yeah.
You can have all your morale back thanks to Baron. Don't worry about it.
And AoE from Black Tide Chosen.
Yeah. Instead of just spamming them,
you don't have to build
in
lists.
Combination with something else.
You don't have to build lists.
Good change.
They haven't changed Balon.
Everyone's right. They're still solid. They'll still see play. Don't just field 2 or 3 of them and walk them down the middle of the field anymore.
Remember that the main thing they were really good against GCS also have received quite a large nerf.
Yeah.
Balon has not seen any change.
No. Greyjoy stonks.
I think so. I really think the Black Tide Chosen is an interesting pickup because you've now got a viable 6-point infantry unit that you're interested in looking at that isn't the Reapers. That's a support 6-point. Now, I don't know whether that's good or not. I don't know. There's a lot of things.
Price, improved, absolute top tier finger dance.
Yeah.
Ludicrous top tier. Attached for the whole game. We just took all them away from the from Night's Watch. So here we go. Give it to Greyjoy. Solid raiding call. 3 good card improvements to an already solid deck.
The problem
MCU improvements. Baron was absolutely playable. Now just a great improvement. Asher looking really good. Christopher, bit weird. Possibly good. But you got to fit him in and around Balon because he's getting played.
In 100% of lists ever in Greyjoy.
Now, admittedly, their semi-crutch list, which pretty sure just always had 2 silenced men in it, has taken a hit. But I think they've picked up enough stuff elsewhere that they got stronger. And they were already doing very well in a general sense and in a top of tournament sense. They have been winning. They won Poland. They won some other stuff. Did they win LVO?
Yes, they did in the end, yeah.
Yeah.
So Night's Watch and Greyjoy are the only ones with more than one, what we call big tournament win under their belt. Free Folk and Targ were the only other factions that got big tournament wins in the season. So, and I think Free Folk came out of it positively. I think Targ came out of it positively, and I think Greyjoy came out of it positively.
Yeah.
Night's Watch obviously didn't, but of the 4 factions that have won tournaments at a high level, the big 5. So that's Poland. In order, try to get them in order. Poland, France, UK, US, and Germany. You had Night's Watch, Greyjoy for Poland, Night's Watch for UK, Free Folk for US, Targ for Germany, and Night's Watch for France. And now you picked up Greyjoy in LVO. So these are all faction winning lists, and yes, we can talk about players as well. Which
Lannies.
Yeah, Lanni's, for as strong as Lanni's have been, no big tournament wins. Also, Lannister's pick rate has been through the roof.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
Yeah, not for want of trying. God.
Because, yeah.
Greyjoy would be an issue.
I just... No. The simple answer is no, because they only do one thing, and that's not changed. They have one game plan, in my opinion, and I still think that game plan is probably the same as you agree. The one game plan they have just feels one-dimensional. Be alive and do melee attacks with infantry.
They don't even have to be alive.
Yeah, but they like to be alive to do them, and if they aren't alive, they come back.
They can play like an ARAM strategy
Yes.
that no one else can. Of just like,
Let's trade.
This unit is an absolute torpedo. You're gonna have to kill it. Oh, but you've killed it. It's spawned behind you. Like, and I think that is a struggle to like manage against for a lot of things.
And Night's Watch.
We'll see.
Night's Watch.
Yeah,
like Predator.
they grind, they heal, they do all sorts of stuff. Yeah, they're not a great ranged faction anymore. They're like since they lost their archers, since their archers became pretty tepid, and finger dance isn't a ranged attack isn't giving out vulnerables on range anymore. Yeah, they're losing protracted firefights against anybody who brings decent crossbows, that kind of stuff. No, they're not really. They're not got Lance Cav, which, as I was talking about, like tons of stuff. But they're one of the few things that really can face check.
Yes.
Lance Cav.
Yeah.
That's what makes them special. They're one of the few things that can, and if that's what everybody else is running, and you're just face checking it and coming out fine, then you kind of just playing counter to the meta and beating it.
Yeah. We'll see.
I don't play against it regularly. I see them very infrequently. I'm always a bit nervous about them because I don't know them very well.
Do you not... I'm going to say this was weird because you've obviously got big three factions that you play a lot. Your Lannisters, your Night's Watch, and your Baratheon as your main three that you've taken to lots of tournaments and play a lot. And if you were breaking them out, those are probably one of the three factions you break out for games night. Greyjoys were a tournament... like, compared to every other faction in the game, Greyjoy is, I believe, the only other faction you've ever really seriously taken to tournaments. And it's bizarre to think that you now look at them and just say, like, I don't know anything about them, I don't really know their playstyle. And you're right, we don't play against them often. I don't play them very much. I don't enjoy playing them. I've never really enjoyed their playstyle since Season 2 and the change to their old kind of meme-y type of morale lists that I used to enjoy. I really struggle with Greyjoys. We don't have anyone to play.
I only ever took them to one tournament and just memed with them and played.
You had two, didn't you?
Dagmare refreshing, refreshing Relentless. That's all I used to do.
Yeah.
Did a 9 activation list that had Relentless and could take the Relentless token back off and play Relentless again. He doesn't undo it. That's the target one.
He copies it.
He coordination tactics that over to somebody else, so somebody else can benefit from Relentless. And that was like I just like played them for like a month and then just like didn't ever again because I didn't think they were very interesting.
No, I agree. This is weird. I don't think they're that interesting.
But at the time, they were like heavily reliant on bowmen, and I thought that was really boring. That it was just like spam like 3 units of bowmen, some trappers, and then like one hitting unit, basically. They're way like this is really old. Like this is back when Silence Men were unplayable back then. Bone Lords, Black Tide Chosen were totally unplayable back then. Most of their commanders were worthless. Most of their NCU packages were worthless. Like. They've undergone a whole change since then, and I've never seriously played, considered, or looked at them ever since they had a full rebuild change, other than people spam Silence Men, and I was like, cool. Like, that's not a super interesting strat, is it, guys? And so I was like, I think I know what's going on if what you're doing is spamming Silence Men. But I played against them in the final round of the LGT, and I was really nervous about the fact that, like, I'd never played them.
And then it was fine.
and then it was fine.
I think there's an important part of the second half of that story is, like, you were nervous you hadn't played them, but by the time the game started and you started going through the strategies, you were no longer nervous.
I think my opponent lost on list selection. I was nervous. I was nervous about a Balon respawning list that just like went to my face, because I was like, well, what do I do? Do you know what I mean? Like, if he just walks down the middle, like, what am I gonna do? Like, am I gonna kill it? Am I not? Am I gonna like try and damage everything and survive? Am I gonna do this or that or whatever? And then he picked like a really high activation, loads of drowned men list, and I just picked off a unit of drowned men for free, and then he didn't out-activate me, and so he was in a lot of trouble because he just had garbage.
Do you not think, you talk about that like ARAM style, and this is a comment on the meta a little bit, really going off topic, but do you not feel that like Greyjoy Umber, Victarion, Gregor, and I know we've brought these things up, like even Drogo to some extent, this style has almost been pushed a little bit, and it's going to come down to the one that's more consistent. And at the moment, I'm looking at it thinking Greyjoys are probably the most consistent of those.
Mm-hmm.
But they all basically do exactly the same thing. And I don't know if it's just homogenized the game a little bit. I don't know. Greyjoys win it because they get to go once per game. I get to have another unit that you don't.
Yeah, similar to the way that like Night's Watch, when it all boils down to it, Night's Watch are winning because once per game they get to say, "Oh, you don't get to do anything with that important unit," and many times a game, you know that thing you killed. Well, you didn't. Like, but they got to keep the, you know, that thing you killed. Well, actually, it's behind you. But
we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, I'm still interested in what Berserkers do. Like, I'm still really interested in what these Berserkers on one rank are going to do.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at Martell's.
Martell's got very few things changed, and all of them probably good.
Boring.
But boring. Ilaria now only gives out one token. She's exactly the same. She just only gives out one token. Yeah.
Takes away one, gives one. Brilliant.
If you control swords. So
two was ludicrous.
Yeah. Doran, Commander, now 4 points. Something we all said pretty much straight away probably needed to change the moment after he was released.
Yeah.
But I'm glad they erred on the side of caution and making him 5. Cool.
Hotar's cool.
Hotar is cool. Another ARAM commander. Sand Diplomacy. Start of any round, same thing. It no longer turns off NCU abilities, so it doesn't fuck with the Martell player as much. And this is quite big. The opponent of the player who claimed that zone may target up to 2 enemy combat units. They become vulnerable and weakened. So this spits out 4 tokens. But it no longer switches off NCUs.
Yeah. There's a lot of tokens.
That is a lot of tokens. I think the use case...
I think that's a pretty good card now.
I liked Sand Diplomacy, and I know it wasn't a good card, but I liked it for like the thought process and the mind games of like switching off Tywins and Varys and things like this. Switching off NCUs that people may have valued higher by not playing it on zones people wanted to take straight away. But like... Yeah, this is better.
Just for the obviously predictable like swords at the start of the round.
Yes. Yeah.
Bang. Take it, then take 4 tokens, mate.
Yep.
That's not a good exchange.
Unexpected exhaustion, now slightly better. The enemy doesn't have to be vulnerable for you to play the card on them. When an enemy combat unit activates, you just make them vulnerable and then attach them until the vulnerable is removed. -1 to hit, and attacking Oberyn, they become weakened. So same effects, but it just makes them vulnerable. So easier play. And Viper's Infamy. When an enemy combat unit activates, if that enemy is within long range of Oberyn's unit, it suffers -2 move this turn. And if it fails to charge this turn, it becomes vulnerable. So just a flat out, you're 2 movements slower. I think that's very good.
Draw a card or get an Oberyn card.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oberyn's pretty tasty there.
I think that's really good.
With his special Viper Poison, right? Like,
yeah, really good against Greyjoys.
That's a whole nice package.
Yeah.
Darkstar, get new Overrun.
Yeah.
And that's it, right?
New Overrun, yeah. No changes there. Boltons?
I think they're all good changes.
Yeah, they're all good changes.
Hardly any, but yeah.
Obviously, people are going to feel sad about Ilaria changing, but like, it's a positive thing for the game. It's a positive thing for the game.
Shut up! She was so fucking annoying to play against.
It was like old Baratheon
swing. Come on now, it was 3-token swing.
It was old Baratheon style of like just vomiting tokens on your units.
Yeah, come on.
Boltons receive some changes.
Combined with the fact that like most things about Martells are all in on you not taking swords, like stopping your opponent from taking swords, like Tyene and stuff like that. Like it was so hard to stop the Martell player from just being able to go, I'll take one off and I'll give you a weakened and you a vulnerable. Ta-da! And you're like, what? She's still good.
Yep. Boltons received 2 changes. The one that we already know about, and this other one. They've rewritten Tybalt's card.
Good, because he was bad.
Badly written.
Well, badly written.
Each time an NCU activates, if Tybalt is not on the tactics board, you may remove 1 order token from Tybalt. If you do, target a zone. If an NCU claims that zone, they become vulnerable, or an enemy becomes vulnerable. If they didn't claim that zone, Tybalt can claim that zone. The interesting nerf here, actually, which is an interesting nerf when they rewrit this, is that Tybalt can use this when off the board. He can't use this when he's on the board, which is what he could do in the older version. So this is actually a nerf to Tybalt. But in doing so, they've written it in a way that everyone can understand it.
Well, because he just had silly wording. He was really annoying.
The other Bolton change...
Are Boltons going to be as good as everybody else if they have neutrals?
Well, this is important, slightly.
Okay, they only have the neutral things that they didn't already have.
Yes. You can't take Roose neutral commander in Boltons, or Ramsay neutral commander in Boltons. Which I know sounds really nitpicky, but actually, like, if they didn't make that distinction, you would have run Roose or Ramsay commander neutral versions rather than the Bolton versions, most likely.
So, considering that they have a low number of things, but that they get all the free bastard boys, or whatever they're called.
Yep.
Are they a viable faction if they have triple the unit selection? I mean, most of them are only like half point abilities.
Yeah, but they're not. Because the thing here is that the first bastard boy attachment included in your army is free.
Right.
There's no restriction on attaching them to Bolton units. So if neutral units are good, you can get, like, for example, if GCS weren't unchanged, you could just add Sour Allen for crit blow, Sundering Panicked type FX to your existing GCS. Because of that,
you also get like free something inside of Bolton Bastard Girls.
Yeah,
right?
Ben Bones.
Yeah. Is that the only one though?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But because of that, I think that while I don't know if there's any combos now that I'm interested in seeing, I do think that.
But they are now basically playing with 41 points, right? Like,
yes. Because you can add. The thing is, you can add one of these abilities. Like, you can take GCX.
Yeah.
And give them crit blow. For free.
Yeah.
You can give them a panic token for free. And sure, they might take 2 wounds if doing so. You could give them bonus and courage for free. You can give a unit resilience for free.
Only one.
Only one. And
is the deck and their limited pool and their limited whatever worth it. See, now the point is like what we found out very quickly and what we believed was that their limited pool of NCUs, the limited pool of units, was not worth 1 point of free attachment. But they're so much less limited now.
The inclusion of Varys alone will see them go up in win rate. Like, just flat out will. Varys, you probably don't bother with Baelish. You're probably still favouring your own internal NCUs over Varys. You may or may not take Walder. There is the whole thing of taking Walder and Jane Poole, both 5-point NCUs, but the ability to steal first player twice in a round or twice in a game. Like, is that a thing that you can build around with Boltons, where you just go first on round 2, then go first on round 3, and then go first on round 4?
Yeah.
Don't know.
We'll see. We'll see. I'll be interested to see where they end up, actually.
The deck is still dead. Yeah,
the deck is still dead. Yeah, maybe.
The deck's not brilliant.
All right. I've avoided it long enough. You know what? Genuinely, I think this might be the first time ever I'm going to have to leave and go to the toilet on Tourney Ground.
That's fine.
I can't believe that I managed to do it. I think for however many years, I just never went to the toilet on Tourney Ground, and here it happens.
There you go, guys. It's the first time for everything. So that is 5 hours in. That is your changes to the game and all of your updates covered. Anyone who is still with us, thank you very much for being here for the whole time. We appreciate it. I think the recap, Lannisters, slight downturn maybes with Kevin, but overall okay, cool. Starks, yeah, things are looking up. Free folk, cool. I don't know why things got better for us. Neutrals, 6 and 2 3s, half a dozen of the other. Some bad, some good. We'll see. Night's Watch, wah, 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 wah. We'll see how that all turns out. Baratheon, hey, but we still feel bad about the things we suck against. Targs, hey, things have gotten better, or stranger, or weirder. We'll see how it all pans out. But generally speaking, Targs happy. Greyjoys, bit of a change, but hey, thumbs up probably. And Martell, yeah, the changes make sense and are fair, and we're all good. And Boltons are like, woo, we might be able to play the game. So that's kind of like the quick run through. Greetings from Germany, says Paperboy J. Can you take neutral NCUs in Boltons now? Yes. Will we look at the mission changes and rules? Yes. They are next on the list. We will go through the changes to the all of the rules, which they're not that many rules changes, and we will look at the tournament guideline changes. So, are we ready to do we'll do the rulebook changes first, Carlo, of the remaining stuff we've got left, because there's only 3 rulebook changes, and one of them isn't really a rulebook change, it's a game mode change anyway, which we talk about in the tournament guidelines anyway. So, the first thing they did was add battlefield terrain, a third method in choosing terrain layouts for your game called battlefield layouts. This method gives players a pre-generated pools of specific terrain to choose from, representing various battlefields. Now, have you seen the pre-generated pools, Carlo?
No.
Have you got any impressions what they might be?
No. Like maybe one each of 4 pieces of the terrain or something like that.
You're not far off, but it just feels odd. We've got, you roll a d6, And depending on what you roll on the d6, you get a different selection of 4 pieces of terrain. Okay? A 1 is a weirwood, 2 forests, and a hedge.
Okay.
2, 1 stakes. Then a corpse pile or forest times 2, and a low wall or bog times 1. So now you roll a 2, you get stakes, and then a choice of corpse piles or forests, and a choice of low walls or bogs. Exactly, who's choosing? I assume you just get to choose if you're going to take one or the other.
Because corpse piles or forests are like hugely different gameplay wise.
Yes. And even a low wall or bog are quite different as well.
Yeah, I mean, like corpse pile to bog is like, okay, one's got horrific visage, but the other, you know what I mean? But like they're sort of the same thing, but like forests totally different to corpse pile.
So you set it up, but I assume you just alternate. You just alternate pick the terrain, right? But you only pick from a limited pool. It just seems like a weird way of doing it. And some of the options are really odd. Wetlands, 2 bogs, forest or corpse pile, hedge or stakes. Imagine doing this as a tournament and you roll wetlands against a free vote player. Like, I don't know, fortified battle lines, 2 low walls, and 2 palisades or stakes.
So when I heard about this, my assumption was that we'd go and there'd be a picture which said, put these things in these exact positions on the 4x4 table.
Yes.
Here is the Whispering Woods.
Yes.
Here is whatever. And I thought, it's not perfect. Still a bit scared. But a TO could choose that what they were going to do was actually preset up all tables so that they match the various different layouts, and you would save yourself 5 minutes of setup between game time. 10 minutes at a stretch if players are being super slow. But you could just set up all the tables and you could like blue tack it down and then just be like, guys, we use the predetermined thingies, you get a table number, you turn up and you're playing on that table. Now, I think that it removes something from the game.
Yep.
But I could see how it would streamline a really tight timed tournament where you really wanted to save that 10 minutes. This has no value. This does nothing.
No, I don't understand why you do this. And the thing is, like all these things, like some of these are probably just objectively better or worse for different factions to roll and different archetypes of builds to roll.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you roll the fortified battle lines and roll 2 double wall and double palisade, and you're a ranged faction, you're like, huh, great. Lol. I just fucked up all your charges and charged what you to hell heaven.
And the time that it takes is all about which one you pick up and where you place it. So, like, the only reason why that was going to save time if you had some kind of predetermined list wasn't because it takes time to generate the list, it takes time to put them on the table. Mm-hmm. So what you save time is if you have a map of, like, this is where things should be. And we've decided this is, roughly balanced. This side's a bit better, so whoever picks this side, kind of thing. But this works for the various objectives that, because you've only got 2 formats. Okay, there is actually going to be a third because of banners and whatever. Banners and bullshit, whatever new game mode it is. But basically, you've just got 3 objectives across the middle or an X of objectives. So you know that if you put Palisade somewhere, that's never going to be on an objective. So you can put a map down that says, hey, there's a palisade roughly in the middle of the table here. I just don't see the value in this.
No. I also don't understand why the bit that really annoys me is there's things that choices. It's not even like Battlefield layout. We said, we're giving you a choice, but sometimes that choice is limited and sometimes it isn't. I don't know.
We shouldn't give such airtime to pointless things.
Pointless things. We'll move on to the next change then. Determining first turn and deployment. I think this is a positive change, and I really think that it makes a difference, but I actually don't think it changes the core game mechanics, so I think that's a good thing. The player who selects the deployment zone chooses who deploys the first unit, which is the way it should have been.
Perfect. Brilliant. Yeah.
Which is nearly always going to be your opponent. You make your opponent deploy the first
You
unit.
haven't worked out, guys. You roll the dice. Whoever wins says, I'll pick turn. Then their opponent has to pick side and deploy first, which is also a negative. Unless you've massively skewed the battlefield to be asymmetric, such that the person who picks the side gets way better. It was a negative picking the side because you also had to place the first unit.
From experience, it made skewing battlefields almost objectively the right thing to do, because if you lost the roll, at least it gave you a good choice. And even then, it wasn't that good a choice.
Yeah. I think it's a really good change.
Yeah, I think it's a good change.
It's so minor. This is the kind of things that, it's interesting because I think that it's showing that they now either are listening or finally have an understanding of how the game is being played, one or the other, both of which are great outcomes. They're really small changes like this can make a big change to how good the game is on a competitive sense. And so, super on board with it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm happy about this. I already tried to play the game without having to pick going first. I'm glad that they made this a thing. I have nothing to add. The new game mode. Banners and butchery. And
I don't understand it.
I do understand it, and I hate it. I really hate this.
The first thing that I really hate is score 3 victory points at the end of the game. So wait, do they count or do they not count until the end of the game?
I think they don't count until the end of the game, Carlo. Which means that
No.
this game is a you will kick the shit out of each other game, or it will end on round 6. Guaranteed.
And this is a new tournament mode. Oh, God. Didn't they think about maybe putting the mode into play, but not in the tournament pool for a while? See how it played out, see what people said about it, and then deciding, hey, by the way, yeah, this looks like it's good for tournaments?
I think this is their solution to Fire and Blood. And I think it's don't get me wrong, Fire and Blood has its problems, but I think this is an appalling fix.
I think it's worse than Fire and Blood.
Yes. Right. You place 4 objective tokens at 12 inches, 12 inches. So they're all in the middle of each quadrant.
Yeah, Sophie's right. We lost Clash for this.
Yeah.
Clash was a great mode.
Terrain can be placed anywhere, but not within 6 inches of the board edge. The much more depressing point here: impassable terrain cannot be placed. So you can't place palisades. So this is designed to be melee units just kick the shit out of each other. From what I can tell, no charge blocking, none of that. Just kick the shit out of each other. You can't deploy this is the first time I've ever seen this rule actually ever in the game. It is in the FAQ. A unit may never be deployed within 1 inch of an enemy unit, because your deployment zone is 24 inches. You can deploy anywhere in your half of the board.
Yeah.
Someone said to me when they first read this, you can deploy engaged, and I'm really glad they added that thing there, because if they hadn't, people would have done. You fully go over a trait. You fully have to overlap a token to claim it. While you have it claimed, you control it as long as you have more ranks enemy units. So static objective game rules as to controlling tokens. Solos counts as wounds. You have friendly objectives, which are the ones in your deployment zone, and enemy objectives, the one in your opponent's deployment zone. On round 2 onwards, you can, if you control an objective, you can destroy it with an attack action. Each time an objective token is destroyed, its owner places 1 friendly objective token anywhere fully within their deployment zone and at least 6 inches away from any other objective token and table edge. I don't know who it classifies as its owner. Is it the owner who claims it and thus destroyed it? Or is it the enemy?
No, because like
I don't know.
objective tokens placed in the player's deployment zone count as friendly objective tokens.
Yes. But it just says each time an objective token is destroyed, its owner places it.
Right, yeah, we don't know who the owner is. It's either whoever controls the objective or whoever's deployment zone it's in, which presumably are always going to be the opposite things because you're only destroying the ones in your opponent's deployment zone.
Owner is whose DZ it is.
Okay, but why?
It doesn't actually say that.
I mean, I'm not saying no, but like, why? Is the person who owns a owns an objective not the one who controls it?
Yeah, I don't know.
See, Lubbock left disagrees, which is friendly doesn't mean owner.
Yeah.
One person controls it, one person says it's friendly. Neither says I'm owner.
Yeah.
Anyway, go on. So what happens? How do we score?
You score because at the end of the game, Carlo, you score 3 points for each enemy objective token you destroyed at the end of the game.
How do we end the game?
You don't. Because two things here. You score 1 victory point each time your commander's unit destroys an enemy objective.
Okay.
And you score 1 victory point for each time your commander's unit destroys an enemy unit with an ability or an attack. So Clash of Kings-esque.
Right.
Victory through combat is not applicable in this scenario.
And you don't score any for holding either, right?
No.
This is the worst game mode I've seen.
This is just a glorified mess of a melee combat that they've tried to make.
There's no unit respawn, right?
No, no.
This game is just gonna go. This game is just gonna go to tabling.
Every game, table. Yeah, this game will always end in table.
It's gonna be table or castle.
Which is what Fire.
It's either gonna be complete standoff where we all just look at each other, or somebody's gonna get tabled. Pretty much. Yeah.
Which is the same as what old Fire and Blood used to be, right?
Yeah.
But also, what's the other problem?
Don't know. What is it? The problem?
Because you place the objectives, this is quite important. Each time an objective token is beginning on round 2, a unit controlling an objective token may destroy that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can control your own objectives. So you can destroy your own objectives and then put them at the back of the board.
Right, yeah.
Or 6 inches from table edge.
Destroyed. No, but you do give your opponent 3 victory points. Because it doesn't say victory points that you destroyed. It's victory points destroyed.
True.
So you're not doing that.
No, you're not. It's not. But taking the token requires you pushing a unit off it or getting through an enemy unit. You're not just going to leave them undefended. Like you are going to have to push through a unit to take the token. Then you're going to have to activate and attack to kill it.
Or take swords.
Or take swords, sure. That feels like a lot of work. Also, we still don't know if Rally Cry and all the on-tack effects work from non-melee attack type things like this, right? We still actually don't know.
Yeah.
So you can just I'll attack this token and heal a unit with whatever. I don't know. But
this is basically this is kind of like poor man's Clash, but we lost all the objectives, like the real objectives, like the realistic ones that matter.
It's taking the best parts of Clash and putting them into Fire and Blood. Or the half good part of Clash. I don't know.
Yep, I hear it. Bad mode. Fire and Blood is better. The removal of fire, I'm not saying Fire and Blood was perfect, but it was a single center objective
The simple change that we
entire table,
wanted.
away from being very playable.
Yeah.
The removal of Fire and Blood is a complete lack of understanding of the value that having a completely differential victory path game mode, how valuable that was to tournament balance. The removal of Clash of Kings is stupid. I don't know, did you ask the community about what they thought about Clash? Because I think they all would have said it's one of the best game modes.
Top 3, I think Clash was up there, wasn't it? Top 3?
Yeah,
Honed and Ready, Clash, and... Well, probably Dark Winds or Winds of Winter, right? One of those two, maybe?
Depending on whether or not you like the secret missions or not, or do you know what I mean? But that's the thing. Like, I feel like there's loads of discussion around loads of them, but like almost nobody doesn't like Clash. And I can't even think what the other modes that have been. Have they got rid of?
Should we show the tournament guidelines? So the tournament guidelines, we've got Game of Thrones, Winds of Winter. That's create your own deck, play a card each round. Honed and Ready, Castle Wars. Dance with Dragons, slow your movement speed. Here We Stand is still there, which is
keep Here We Stand.
Which is like well and truly redeemed as or considered one of the worst game modes.
Yeah.
Feast for Crows is still there, fine. Banners and Butchery. So Feast for Crows and
Clash, Fire and Blood.
Darkwing Dark Words.
There must be another one.
Cycling the Mission deck.
Darkwing.
Even though Darkwing Dark Words was slightly abusable by higher activation NCU type whatever, but like
but it was
a good game mode.
Guys, play whichever mode you want. Which is weird, which is super weird because I was super on board with Chris Eustace has been saying for ages. Guys, what they need to do is each season they need to say, this is this season's game modes. But I'm super not on board with that list. Because it's just not well thought out. It's not the best modes. You've added a really garbage new mode, which is totally untested. You should have tested this mode with the community for a while and then brought it into the tournament pool. All right, cool.
What annoys me is that this is so overtly a table or lose game mode now.
Yeah.
One hand taketh away.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, you asked earlier. I mean, all the modes are on stats. Like even Storm of Swords is on stats. You can run Storm of Swords in a tournament in stats if you want. Like so I'll add the new mode. I mean, I guess I'll change the button that says draw random tournament mode to include the 7 that they say because I'm not gonna fight them on it. Like, do you know what I mean? But whatever. Like,
You'll have to just add, like... It might even be a setting where you pick what things... You should be able to pick what maps are in the pool, and it randomizes between them.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just saying.
Type 2.0, whatever.
I know. But that might genuinely be for your own benefit now, looking at that list. Yeah. What else did they add? They added 3 lists.
That's disappointing.
They did.
Which is weird, like I say, because Chris has been asking for it, and I've been also pro it, that there should be some kind of cycle of what the competitive modes are. But I just didn't think they'd get it that wrong. I mean, I might be writing off this mode before having ever played it, but I can't see how it's good. And I have a decent level of experience of like gauging the reaction of players when I tell them that a certain mode is the next round. And you get a strong feel for the modes that people like. Not just the ones that I like, but the ones... And I have some differentiation around the ones that I like versus what I know that the community like. They're not the ones that the community like.
Here We Stand is widely considered the most hated game mode.
Yeah.
Because it's just... People just don't like it. It's just...
some people like the secret missions and some people don't. I feel like they've become more accepted more recently. But so people have a bit of a love-hate relationship with them. But outside of that, here we stand, just not liked at all.
Fire and Blood is liked, but people, the competitive players,
acknowledged to have an
flaws.
issue,
yeah,
but was not disliked. People actually really liked it. Well, guys, do what you want to do. Run whatever things you want to run in your events. You know, like
it's never really bothered anyone, has it?
No.
This is the thing. Like, none of this matters unless you're running a C1 sanctioned event, which is why it's annoying. Which goes on to the next point. They've said alternative format. They've called it Commander Elimination format, but it's not called Commander Elimination format. It's 3-list format. And they've added this into the official game mode. And what annoys me here is this doesn't need to be official for people to do it. We already know it doesn't need to be official because people already did it before it was official. And making this official just means it adds credence. And like, someone asked me the other day,
what waste the time?
Why do
I feel like for the past year or so, people have been asking me what I think of Cerberus 3-list format, and every time in the past I've been like, honestly, it's not worth discussing, mate. It's just a waste of time. So we'll discuss it now for the first time ever because you've made it official. Until now, it was just literally a waste of breath. This game mode, tournament format, is more than worthless. It is completely negative. Okay? It breaks core game mechanics, the 2-list format, for no benefit. There is no benefit to adding the 3rd list. And yet, you completely change the way the game works. It removes player agency because as you get into the 2nd and then 3rd round, you now have to play one list. And you might have a terrible matchup. It worsens balance because the only lists that can compete, only factions that can compete, are the ones that can put out 3 commanders, all of which are viable. Now, you might say, oh, yeah, but everybody's on the same page there. But no, there are some factions that can do that, and there are some that can't. When you ask them to only play either one commander multiple times or 2 commanders, many more factions become balanced. But when you say you must play 3 different commanders, you expose big balance problems. And then the experience of everybody who's spoken about it has been you're now at the complete mercy of random pairing. You're at the complete mercy of what faction you get matched up into what game mode and whether or not your 3 lists kind of work for that. Nearly all 3-list formats, even the factions that do well, they're going to have one faction which is worse. One commander, one list, which they perceive as being weaker than the other 2. They're hoping that they get paired against a player where they can throw that list away and still win the game mode. And now you're at complete mercy of whether or not you had a hard route to the final or an easy route to the final. And you have to decide if you get paired against somebody strong, if you can play one of your strong lists and be left with your crap list come the final, or you get to beat someone that you know you can beat with one of your bad lists. Add into the fact that you could solve all of these problems with loads of other things that people have done that are interesting. 2-list format, but both lists must be played at least once in the tournament. Does 90% of the same stuff and doesn't break the rules of the game. And require a whole new format to be built around it. And throw in the most important question. What have you actually solved or improved to create all of these problems? Nothing. You have not solved anything other than I was bored of the meta.
Yeah. And do you know what annoys me? Can I just add a massive token on that? is that they genuinely, if we're moving towards commanders being less powerful, it doesn't even solve that. Because what do people run? They run a Kevin list with Tyrion Commander, so it's just a bit weaker. They run a Kevin list and they run Gregor. So they've got 2-list format with a Tyrion list acting as Kevin. If they're running Starks, they run a Great John list, and then they run the Tully Cavalier like heal spam list, and then they run the Tully Cavalier spam list just with a different commander, because there are different commanders that can work with that. So you haven't solved the meta. With Free Folk, back in then, you ran Steer, you ran Varamir, and now you run Mag, and they're 3 completely different lists that are all skews that you've got to have an answer to for each one of your lists. Like, it just annoys me because it's clearly written and clearly been pushed by people who are not high-level competitive players, have no idea what high-level competitive list building and play patterns and all of these style things are. There's someone who's just said, oh, I like it because it's different. And I'm sorry, but just because you like something because it's different doesn't make it good. I like things that are different, doesn't make what I like good.
This is a step towards and not a terrible choice for narrative campaign play. It has 0 value and no right being anywhere near the official tournament document for this game. It can get the fuck out. And no, I'm not building the functionality on the site. And it's nothing to do with the fact that I can't be bothered. Or, like, my opinion of it is nothing to do with the fact that I can't be bothered to build it. I think it's fucking garbage. And I've said so. Or not even bothered to say so because I thought it was such a waste of time for the past year. And now I really regret not being more vocal and animated about how worthless and more than worthless, how negative an impact this mode has. Please just don't run it in your fucking tournaments, guys. Be more creative. There are way, way, way better ways to solve whatever problems you think Cerberus solves. There are way better ways.
And more importantly, you can do all of that in your own events and make them as fun and include your own rules as much as you want. Like, you don't need this to be in the, alt list building as much as we hated alt list building. It was alt list building. They said, try things like this. And we went, that's a bit shit because that's the only thing you've done for 8 months. And that's garbage. But it was, here's an option. This is now going to be like, oh, as an event organizer, you can do this. But now this just adds legitimacy to what are less competitive events. And I mean this. Events running this are simply less competitive. And if your region has been pushing this and has been pushed this by CMON and has had big events running this format, then you're actively saying, we don't encourage good play. We encourage what we want to do. So this will never be...
This is a novelty format,
yes,
which I'm totally okay with being the side event to a big event when you want a novelty format.
Just a side point. For 2 LGTs in a row, I think I played Lannisters either 3 or 4 games in a row at both. Wouldn't that be fucking lovely in 3-list format?
Whatever.
Done.
Yeah. Never will I speak of it again.
Cool. Anyway, that's pretty much it in terms of what was changed, in terms of what's there. None of the other, I don't think any of the other rules have changed in the tournament guidelines. I haven't read them through. No. They probably have cleaned it up a little bit. But yeah.
Yeah. The deployment rule is a really big step forward, and it will affect every game that's played. That's a big win. The tournament doc changes. The Cerberus format total waste of time. And I just hope that nobody uses it. I think more people will take notice about the 7 tournament modes.
Yeah.
They're not the best modes, but other than I think the new one's really bad, and that you might as well just consider it 6 modes. I mean, let's be serious. There's been 9 tournament modes for a very long time, and lots of people used to ban some of them in their own events. I thought that all 9 were playable. I now think that there's a list of 7, which are supposedly the official tournament modes. People will probably continue to ban one of them, maybe even 2, because Honed and Ready is, Here We Stand is also terrible.
It's just a fuck on, isn't it?
So it feels like we're down to using the official list, a list of 5 modes that people like and want to play, which is a bit small. To be honest, I think that other than Fire and Blood and Secret Missions, all the modes are very samey anyway. They homogenized them all a bit too much when they removed double commander scoring and stuff like that. So it's not that big of an impact, because these days I don't write lists based on what modes will be in a tournament or what will come up. I only think about what I will face. I don't particularly think, oh, I'll have to play into this mode or that mode or whatever, because they just don't have enough impact on the game, in my opinion. Admittedly, that new mode will have an impact, which is it's impossible to score. So that's just a fight. Like, you better bring a list that just wins a grind. Is there a chance it's a mistake? No, probably not. Don't know. Like,
I mean, for the little it's worth, they still haven't defined what secondary points are in the main tournament guideline doc, and secondary points only appear in the team tournament doc. So according to normal tournaments, you have to tot up your victory points all the time, which is just stupid. But yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Sophie does make the point that there are only 7 modes, so you're either repeating those modes. So your options in a 7-round tournament are play all of them, repeat modes, or don't go with the official list. Don't like any of the above solutions.
Nope.
Although repeat modes isn't the end of the world. I do think that it's a minor thing. It affects a small part. It affects an incredibly small part of the community, which is it only affects the tournament organizer, who has to decide whether or not he's going to go with the doc or not. And it just wasn't a choice before. Whereas the choice of who picks side and who deploys first will affect every game of Song that's ever played by the new rules. I think it is improvement. So overall, like, the rules for tournament Song have improved, but the tournament specific rules, big swing and a miss.
The one last thing I'll say is that I'm a bit worried about this statement here. With the addition of some alternative format options available to organisers, Commander Elimination format is an optional format, as well as dictating a specific list of game modes available to be chosen for official events, which kind of already was a case. This is to encourage a more structured and unified front on the road to Nationals/Worlds. Sure, but like, if they decide to do Commander Elimination format for Worlds, I will straight up say, as much as Simon may or may not care, I don't know, I actually don't care, but I will be straight up saying on stats, on Tourney Ground here right now, if that's the format they use for Worlds, then Worlds has very limited value, if none, and the best competitive players in the world would not consider that that event is a good showing for the game.
Yeah.
There are better World Championship tournaments being held by the community than Simon will run if they choose Commander Elimination format. Hint, hint. The Invitational.
What do we think an independent event is?
No idea.
Do they consider things that they call nationals, like UK nationals, an independent event?
I have no
Or
idea.
do they consider that an official event?
No idea.
Yeah. For once, guys, the attention that the US gets and being entirely ignored in Europe is going to swing around and become a massive positive.
Yep.
Being entirely ignored and being allowed to play normal game modes and a normal structured tournament rather than being told that we have to run Cerberus is now going to become the biggest boon ever. After years of not getting any support or any prizes or any nationals or anything.
You watch all, just like all the, all the players that are currently playing Cerberus as their main tournament settings. You'll see all of their rating on stats drop through the floor when playing normal 2-list format, and all of the players playing in 3-list Cerberus sectors, even if they use stats or whatever outside, play online, whatever, just absolutely lose every game. And all these people playing 2-list format absolutely stonking everyone. Yeah. Creates a nice divide, doesn't it? Well. Let's move on. Let's not
Whatever.
dwell. That is technically everything.
I hope War Factory don't get duped into running something weird.
That would kill the most competitive scene we know.
I'm pretty sure there's some pretty vocal Polish people who really let them know that that they're not on board with that.
Yeah. Right. They attachments. What they didn't mention on this one and the other one, they mentioned attachments and commanders are mostly being looked at in what the mid-season patch. Certainly when they talked about free folk, it was under the free folk change. This is what's so weird about this is the only time they really mention attachments and commanders is in the free folk changes. Free folk will most likely see the largest number of tweaks in the mid-season when it comes to evaluating commanders and attachments. I don't know if they think a lot of attachments are in a good spot.
Uh-oh.
They said it here as well. Maybe more. I don't know.
Yeah, we never know.
Let's hope. Cool. It's midnight, guys. We've been on here for 5.5 hours. The last thing we should mention. The Game Found, not Kickstarter, but Game Found, have put up a thing, and I believe it was earlier today, I think. I'm pretty sure it was earlier today. It went up. But
yeah, I saw it today. I don't know if they did it specifically to coincide or.
But A Song by Some Fire Tactics now has a Game Found page. It's a preview campaign, so you can't back it or anything like that. You can follow it, and there is a follower exclusive dice tray that you can get up to backing the project, so that whatever. But it's gone through what you get in it, including what looks like mounted Rhaegar and mounted Bobby B. It's got your big dragon with all the things around it as well. It looks very similar to what, without going into the rules and stuff, Warcry and like the Warcry type size of game board and effect. If you've ever played Warhammer's Warcry, we will see, I guess. But if you hadn't seen that, go check it out. See if you wanted to check it out. And all that. There's loads of other things I need to mention. Events that have been run, and pictures sent in loads. People sent in loads of painted minis for a change. And I will get around to showing those guys. But it's been a long one. I know that we both want to go to bed and do other things with our lives. So eat dinner, yeah. I've got to start prepping for my 6 a.m. wake up now. For work, jeez. Right, guys, it's been a pleasure. As always, guys, we'll see you next year. See you next week.
Bye.
Take it easy, guys.
Ready? Aim!
There's too many.
Anyone see my mammoth?
Stop me!